What's happening? I didn't expect to see you there. Another day, another you, another me. I got my you guys can't really see. I got my Kitsune shirt on. Just tip. I don't know if you can see that. It's on my back though. Oh, alrighty. It's streaming time. We got a lot of casts to do a little bit later, so we're gonna just play for a little bit, I think, and go from there. Dude will say you should make termers and then wear a kitsune. Should I make the termer shirt? I'll show you just quickly. Just in case people think that I'm like I'm not right on this, because obviously, like, I am, but I'm just gonna try and out kite the champion termer with my chariot archers versus just the AI attack moving. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So 20, that would be like 15, right? The 40, 15 is 45. Yeah, we'll just go with 15 chariots, which is more than a number. So yeah, 1, 2, 3. Actually, I gotta show you guys. The Taunton Smasher at ST. So idea here would be that these guys here are going to go ahead and attack move. All they're going to do is attack move. Let me move to point, make, set area, attack move, play 2. It's just going to sit over here. And we'll just make them both. I'll go with set with Sekhmet, with Satfat with Sekhmet. I'll even give both players the stuff and go with wait, other way around. This is supposed to be like, we'll just go like Kronos, right? Where's Kronos? Kronos with yeah, that'll do. And I'll just see if I can win this fight. I don't think I can. Oh, it's not Kronos. We want set. Set. Now, granted, I'm not going to be microing on the other side. That should be fine. And I just have to give player. Player. Set tech. Status. And we want champion. Champion. It's just champion archers, right? And then player 2 can have champion chariots. Well, I'm going to micro as best as I possibly can. Host the scenario and have Gavoth join me. Yeah. Oh, the AI is controlling it. Always the AI, man. It's always the AI. Can we just not have an AI? We could host the scenario and have Gavoth join me. That's true. That might be, but I think this proves the point even better. Like, if I can't stay out of range of the bloody Termi, oopsies, I'm not even attacking him. And the guy's not even, like, the guy's not even, what am I supposed to do? I can't get out of range. All I can do is run once he's in range. And he's just owning me. I got 20, I can't win this. Like, in what world do we not want to build Terma versus Chariot Archers? I don't understand. Like the guy's not even doing anything. I wonder if I can make an AI which shoot and scoot micros, and I'll do it on the other side. And I'll show you that if you even micro with the, like, it's just, there's 13 of them left. Like I don't get it. Like I don't understand. Do Terma versus Eagle Warrior? I imagine the Terma win that as well, no? What's the argument against the champion Terma? Like, let me see if I can do this. So we go ahead and we go make. We go attack move, right? So you go attack move. And then you go, we need another trigger, which goes on a timer. A timer of millisecond. No, we'll just go with seconds. A timer of 1. Because it's 1.5. So this should perfectly block it. We'll take it off active. And then we go ahead and run with it, right? So this here is army move. Right? Where is army move to point? Make attack move off. And we just run away. So what should happen here? Oh, and then we need to go with like a activate trigger. Trigger 0. Right? Trigger 0. And this one goes. And then this one here also goes ahead and triggers trigger 2. And that should just loop that back and forth. And this goes to here, waits a second, and then uses run away for us. Run away. Ah, no, that's wrong. No, it's right. And then it goes ahead and attacks, and then immediately triggers again, waits a second, and then runs. So this should theoretically simply just work. I could be wrong on the logic. Switch the two around. We'll see. Okay, so yeah, that's some OP AF micro right there. So this one needs to have the timer on it then, does it? Let's just go 1 second on this. Actually, what if we do 1 second on both? Legacy animation cancel micro. There we go. Like, you can't tell me that in an actual game, if someone actually controls their Terma with half a decent amount of skill, that the Terma aren't going to win. I won with 15 remaining out of 20. Hell, I'll even go down to, let's see how many of these I need to beat 15. Can I beat 15 Chariot Archers with 15 Terma? Now, these things are 2 population versus 3, and they're costing a butt ton less than the Chariot Archer. Let's just see. If you have the camels, then I'll have catapulties. So it's not really much of a point, right? Yep, Terma are Termaring. It's fantastic. Fantastic Termas. Oh, this guy dodged the arrows. This AI is OP. Fantastic. CA kills well, if you don't micro the catapulties, right? Just fucking micro. Stop complaining. Just micro. You just stop complaining. I just won with 15. Let's go down to this many. Let's see if we can win with 10. I don't believe I can win with 10. But we'll try. This AI is OP. Ten is not enough to beat 15. 10 is not enough to beat 15. In a real game, the Seer will hit the front line. Yeah, and then the Terma will kill them. He's got 17 range. Come on, guys. Chariot Archers die to Terma. That is the end of the story. Just go Contarius. You could just go Contarius, but Contarius aren't as good as Terma. Terma are much better. Also, then you make like hero catapulties as well. And then you're like trying to pick the hero catapulties off, but the hero catapulties don't die because I got so much more HP. And then you're like, hang on, I'm building Camel Rider Chariot Archer versus Catapulty Terma. My opponent's army absolutely rinses you. This has been like a thing since like the B days early on with Uranus. He would like come in with Hyperion, heroize all of his catapulties and Terma, and absolutely rinse everyone who is going full Migdol. It hasn't changed. It's still really good. That's my take on it. Propaganda doesn't work. Yeah, that's probably right. What do you want to do today? If I want to A move Center Manus and watch, why would I want a micro Terma? I don't know. The other thing is, if you're going to have Helios versus a Migdol army and make any type of units and then go with Vortex plus Chaos, why wouldn't you just go Catapulties? Because the Catapulties kill everything. The only weakness is that the Chariot Archers can run away. But if I just Chaos and Vortex on them, then I just kill everything. Of course, then the Axemen come out, right? And then you need to have the answer for the Axemen, but I don't understand. Let's watch a recorder game. I think that's the right way to start this stream off with. I think most of the time when people say like a unit isn't doing its job, for example, like in that situation with the Terma versus the Chariot Archer, the situation is that the Chariot Archer has got 3 population and your Terma has got 2 population. And then you have like not enough Terma to actually counter the Chariot Archers. So you go in with like 10 Terma expecting them to kill off all the Chariot Archers. And then you'll get left there going, like, hang on, I haven't killed off all the Chariot Archers. But he had like 15 at 140 resources invested in it. And he's just spent way more resources on the army. And of course it's going to win. It's the same thing if you go in with like 10 hoplites versus 15 Hippias. Like the Hippias are going to win that fight because that's just how it works. So you need the right amount of units to be able to break through that stuff. I have 10 hours left to reach 1900. I am 1900. Aren't I? 1962. I am the most 1900 I've ever been in my entire life. But for everyone else, should we watch a team game? I haven't watched a team game in a hot minute. I haven't watched Apple playing in forever. They just got a very, very high level team game here. Let's have a look at it. I don't know if it's any good, but I haven't watched a team game in forever. So let's have a look. Will I watch the MCL? I'm not going to watch any recorded games from the MCL, no. But if someone wants to actually play in my fucking time zone, I'll watch the series. At the moment, everyone wants to play outside of my time zone. It's just fine. You have to play when you can play, but it is what it is. Why am I not? There's no games on during my time zone. Like, look at the. I'll show you before we watch this game. I'll show you. Where is this thing? This is this is the schedule. 1900, 1800, 2030, 2100, 18, 20, 18, 17, 16, 1, 18, 22, 19, 20, 16, 21, 17, 30, 19, 16, 20, 19, 17, 9. It's literally all after midnight. Midnight is 1600 GMT for me. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. I want to cast them. Like literally, I don't think there's been a single game here that's been possible for me to cast. Not that it's anyone's fault. Like I'm just pointing it out. Like, so don't come at me. It's not my fault. Not my fault. Casting recorded games is not. It's not fun. I don't want to cast recorded games of a tournament. Move out of Australia and come to Europe. Well, I'm going back to Nocturnal end of next week, I think. So I'll be around then. But even then, it's like, you want me to start a series at like 3 a.m.? No, I want to go to sleep at about 4 a.m. even if I'm on Nocturnal. So we got ourselves a cheeky little ladder 2v2 with some high-level players here. One player I haven't seen play in a hot minute is Miracle. Not Miracle, Apple. I haven't seen Apple in a while. This guy used to be a really, really strong legacy player who played a lot with Grand Monster from memory. Very, very, very strong. I think he might even be like a vanilla player from the Ultimate of my memory. I can't... Maybe? Anyways. I don't know who Femboy and Furry is, but they are 1900 in team games. It's AHY6UT. There you go. So we got ourselves a bit of a game. I'm going to speed through this early game just because I want to see what team games at the high levels are actually looking like. Generally speaking, when people play team games, it's just two 1v1s. But we'll see if these guys want to play a little bit like a team. Got a Hades for Miracle. Miracle, actually, I think he played a lot of Hades on Legacy as well. He was in the, let's go with speed 1. He was in one of the, was it JSS on Legacy as well? I think it might have been JSS as well. But yeah, incredibly strong Hades player. But the map is Midgard. It looks to me like everyone's doing an effective fish boom here. So no crazy strats. Of course, doing a crazy strat versus the Hades is pretty much impossible. I guess that's why the Hades is picked, so that if someone, say, picks Kronos, you can just drop Sentinels down and the player's like basically fine to defend. That's why the Hades is probably good here. Plus, it's just generally good on Midgard. Uranus on this map is a little bit a little bit odd. But Uranus in team games is just really good because you can just drop sky passages in your partner's base and you've got all of the Oracle safety across the map. You don't have to worry about it. It can be really, really strong. Double military barracks from Narcotic. How do you say his name? Is it Aryut? Maybe it's Aryut. He's going to have to actually build Axeman here, which is generally not something that is very fun to do on a Midgard map. I'm surprised to see both of these teams also going for ISIS here. Like, generally speaking, the ISIS is a little lackluster on water maps, but seeing both teams going for ISIS in the team game does make me feel like, obviously, these players are feeling like ISIS is just really good on team games, and maybe that translates onto the water. It's pronounced as Anubite. Okay. Anubit. Anubite. Anubit. Anubit. Thank you. But yeah, little bits of harassment on the water tends to lead to heroic ages coming through, and then you have to deal with the myth units anyways. So it's not an easy It's not an easy, this like guaranteed damage. Like dealing with an early couple of ships is pretty simple to deal with when you go heroic age and your opponent doesn't. But I imagine everyone's just going to head to that heroic age now. The Axemen are out to deal with the Momillos. This does give, obviously, Narcotic a lot of options here. One of the sort of worst things you can do versus Oranos is, and Atlantean in general, is basically go into a classical fight. Because then they're just going to... You can't really do anything versus them with the army. They're just going to be able to sit in their base. They're going to be able to get to the heroic age, and then they're going to be able to spam out satyrs and chaos and erase your army. And if you get stuck in the classical age with it, then... the priests aren't going to be able to kill off the satyrs kind of ever. Now, I think Anubit here, he's a little bit behind on the resources. He's trying to get to the next stage, but not quite there. A little bit of harassment over here. Narcotic does see the gold mine's gone, but hasn't really searched for some sort of an attack there. Axemen to come through. Of course, these Axemen don't really do anything here. They're just defense. You don't want to engage it. And now we do see a little bit of double teaming. Love to see it. Ancestors gets dropped down. The priests are already in here. Now, there is also a Sentinels that can be dropped, right? Yep. But Shockwave comes through. Restoration is a defense. Let's go into normal speed from here because this is kind of interesting.
Into you.
I always say Urano's OP. Buff Gaia, though? No, Gaia is like a really solid god. I don't know why you would want to buff Gaia. She's really, really solid. She's probably in the A tier right now, without question. Generally, what you want to avoid doing is buff A tier gods, and you want to like nerf the S tier gods, and you want to buff the like B tier gods. Or C tier gods. That's generally what you would want to do if there was some sort of a valid tier list. Now, unfortunately, there's not a valid tier list. There's just everybody's opinions. So it's quite tough to actually know what to do. So generally, the best move is to actually just go ahead and look at the stats and try and make it a little bit more fun for the lower level players. Would you say Chinese is strong? I would put China in a... I think China is strong in its own way, but it's got issues. And the issues mostly... I mean, this is just my opinion, right? But the issues from China all stem from the fact that the Quafu takes away a lot of their gameplay. So you don't really have a whole lot of different options with China because you have to go into Quafu. Not going into Quafu is not really an option for China because their villages are so weak. They're peasants. You can't really just rely on them for eco. So either you have to get mad value out of your classical age myth units, which kind of feels bad. It's kind of similar to the Aztec classical age myth units. Or you have to go into Quafu early and then you get myth units later. But if you do that, then you end up going down a route in the game, which is very, very samey. It's a very reactionary route. You're just looking to basically hold whatever your opponent's throwing at you, which is fine for there to be a civ that's very, very defensive. But it's very much that. And I think it is quite strong if you play it well, but it's quite difficult and it's not very good to do anything other than that at the moment. I've tried doing chill and stuff. There's some one town center shenanigans that are like okay, but realistically, yeah, it's not the best. Say Myrmidon OP. Myrmidon OP. Yeah, Myrmidon have got really good stats. I don't really know why people don't build them. Like the only problem with the Myrmidon is the cost is quite a little bit high, right? But it's like you're paying for the stats. Like they're very, 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 very good. All right, a little bit of an underworld from Miracle. As he's going to charge over here. He's got himself the Chimera, kills off the villagers. Nice move. Nice shockwave from Narcotic though. He does lose one citizen, but underworld for a citizen is not a good trade. There will be a potential underworld here, but there is the monument. You can charge in and kill that, though. It's very, very weak if there's nothing in here. How high would you consider the chances of getting a fourth god for Japan, China, and Aztecs? I would say it's pretty low. I'd say the chances of getting like a fourth god for Egypt and the Atlanteans is somewhat that's something that I would expect to see. Like the if the devs are going to put out another Civ, which they might, I don't know, but if the devs are going to put out another Civ, I'd be surprised if they didn't go with the same plan where they give out one like an Egyptian fourth Civ and then also give the 3 other Civs. Feel like poop? Why do you say they feel like poop? Like everything points to them being actually quite good. Like if you play Athena and you grab Aegis Shield, and then you play Dionysus and you grab Dionysia, and then you play Hephaestus and you grab Olympian weapons, and you don't build Myrmidon at all, I think you're shooting yourself in the foot. I think that's like an absolute must. Like, of course, you can't fill up your entire army with Myrmidons until much, much later in the game, but... And you also don't want to go pure Myrmidons either, because then, well, your opponent can counter that with counter units, as they should, but it's definitely a unit that you should be mixing in if you need to build infantry. Wouldn't I want to see an Australian Civ? Like, to be honest, it would be hilarious. But I only want to see an Australian Civ as a mod. I don't want to see the... Like, I want to see a Catholic Civ as a mod. I want to see a Australian Civ as a mod. I don't think it's something that should be, like official. It'd just be hilarious. Where's Bacchanalia? It's Dionysia now, my friend. I mean, this game is really, really close. These guys are quite evenly matched. But I think Anubit is just a little bit too far behind here. Uh-oh, villagers dying isn't ideal. Can't be taking damage when you're the big player like Miracle in a team game. You can't be taking damage from the weak player on the other team. The 2 big pantheons we still need are Mesopotamian Babylonians and Gales Celts. I looked at this at AI. I asked AI what it would think. Let me see if I can find what it said. Here we go. There's the Sumerian, Babylonian, Mesopotamia mythology, Hindu or Vedic, Celtic, Mayan, Persian or Zoroastrian, and Slavic, apparently. So there's quite a few that they have to pick from according to AI. But I'll keep on bugging a proper gentleman to make me my Australian Civ. Maybe he'll do it at some point. Why is Slavic last? Oh, it just was listed last. I think it's listed in... It's not in alphabetical order. So, yeah. I don't know. Oh, this is never good. When both players are back against the wall, never good. I think Narcotic might be that little bit too far in front here. This is... Oh, he's building Scorpion, man! A man after my own heart. You should send them at the Arcus, though. The hardest part about myth units is actually understanding what the myth unit is. Like, this Scorpion, man... It's not... It's like, the Scorpion Man is kind of like a cavalry unit. If that makes sense. The Scorpion Man is a cavalry unit. You want to get onto archers with the Scorpion Man. Of course, it doesn't die to infantry or anything unless they're obviously hero Mamillos. But yeah, you want to charge onto the ball of low HP units and get max value out of it. Slavs were there before the Viking Age. I wish there was a way to add but a single German myth unit to the game. A Wuppertinger, which is basically a rabbit with antlers. That's kind of cool. Scorpion Man is giga outscaled by the obsidian butterfly. They're essentially that's actually hilarious. Let's have a little compare. Compare the pair. You got yourself 27 divine over 6 seconds. And it does 12 divine on its attack. With an AoE of 2. Versus 22.5 divine over 3 seconds. So it's doing less damage than the Scorpion Man, actually. So, unfortunately, Young Oath is incorrect there. But it's got an AoE of 3. And it's doing 30 hack on its special. As opposed to 12 divine. So 12 divine doing more damage than 30 hack would only ever do more damage than 30 hack if the other if the unit in question was getting hit. Well, what the unit in question had like 60% armor. But yeah, the big difference here is I think on HP. They have similar HP. It's got 862 and something else. What's this one? 1100 and 907. That's crazy that it has that much pierce armor. Are you kidding me? I would have expected it to have like 900 pierce armor. Why is it at 1600? That makes no sense. 21 DPS. What are you doing in an actual auto attack? They're both doing 25 at 1.2, but 25 versus 25. So they do the same hack damage. Exactly. Of course, this has got the added bonus of sending units flying, but we can't really compare that. That's not really fair. The special is... Yeah, I think you can get a similar amount of damage. Actually, I'll tell you what. Let's just do this. I think this is interesting. Viper, thank you for the prime, my guy. Scorpion Man. Obsidian Butterfly. And then we'll also go with a whole bunch of Toxotes. Here. One ball of Toxotes to run into and one ball of Toxotes to run into. Now, of course, you can dodge these specials and stuff like that. Actually, you know what? I'm going to delete these and then we're just going to go ahead and do this. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into box formation. I'm going to go into box formation. And effectively, all I'm going to do is I can go Hades. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to run in. I'm going to do the special attack on this ball of units and just see what the actual stats panel says. Is this work? If I run in here and then just click here, oops, and then I run away, it does. It goes up. So he did 149 damage on that special. Okay, so you're going to go over here now. And we see how much damage you do on the special. So, look, I could be wrong, but there's a slight difference in the amount of damage. Just ever so slight. Ever so slight. Just, it could be, it's ever so slight. It's close. It is. It's very, very close. Now, the damage was finished. It only lasts 3 seconds. Of course, you can upgrade the Obsidian Butterfly, which is insane. But, yeah, the damage is wild. I'll do it again for you. We're in an ad break. I'm going to do it again for the people at home who don't have an ad blocker. So, we'll just give 15 seconds. There's also the fact that this thing's also got amphibious, which is wild. Like, it does more damage. It's got more pierce. It's got less hack armor, though, by not very much. Actually, it does have less hack armor by quite a bit. That's kind of a big deal. Anyways, so the ad's over. So I'll show you this again. So Obsidian Butterfly comes in. Now, what F-Pod would say, oh, that's only did 336 damage that time. I wonder if the Scorpion Man can get off more than 150 damage here if I do the special better. Let's try here. Oops, I attacked. I auto-attacked. Yeah, no, it's just 150-ish. But you know what? Even there, I'm like, man, that Scorpion Man is strong. You know what I mean? Like, it's got a lot of value, a lot of potential in it. Hope everyone's been going well. It has. I went over to my partner's friend's house, who's just had a baby. Wild. Absolutely wild. Yeah, Scorpion Men need an upgrade. That's the only issue, right? If the Scorpion Man had an upgrade, like, just get rid of this one. Change Funeral Riots into a Scorpion Man upgrade. I think that would be a much needed Egyptian buff. All right, let's have a little look, see who's playing on the ladder. Maybe I'll play a ladder game. I don't know. We've still got about an hour and a half until the Satfats set Shenanigans. I'm just warming up here, guys. We got Matador versus Pegasus. Set versus Tezcatlipoca. So this should be a fun game to watch. It's my first RTS game I played. Is this a good beginner game? Yeah, I think so. Like, obviously how do I explain it? The depth of knowledge needed to become, like, exceptionally good at this game is quite a lot. But in order to get started playing an RTS game, Age of Mythology is the easiest out of all of the Age of Empires series. Without question. Like, without question, it's just the easiest. You don't have some complicated build order that you need to learn. Like in Age of Empires 2, it's quite difficult to get started in Age of Empires 2. In Age of Empires 4, you have a lot of mechanical things you've got to learn to just get into the game as well. Whereas you kind of jump straight in and your economy is sort of for yourself. You just have to learn how to spend your resources. And even if you don't spend your resources, it's like not the end of the world because you still have them there for you to spend later. But yeah, I think that this game is, if this game was released in if this game was released in like the golden era of RTS, then it probably would be as big as, say, like a StarCraft 2 or a Warcraft. But getting good at Age of Mythology, no. I think getting good at Age of Mythology knowledge-wise is no different than getting good at Age of Empires 2 knowledge-wise, Age of Empires 4 knowledge-wise. StarCraft 2 is a little bit easier because there's only 3 civs. Warcraft 3 is incredibly deep knowledge-wise. So yeah, no, getting good at RTS games is it's just going to take a time. You have to learn a lot about the game. There's no getting around that, and it's not a This is something that I think everybody struggles with in every single game. It's like, how do I beat X? It is so OP. And it just so happens that Age of Mythology's got these god power things that are definitely an X. How is Warcraft 3 deep? They just have a ton of different civs, no? There's like a ton. And each of the heroes have got like a bunch of different things they can do. Basically, if you have any game that's got a bunch of different civs, like a bunch of different playable races, it's automatically going to take ages to learn because it's like, well, I just spent 10 hours learning how to play Zeus versus Ra, Right now I have to go ahead and learn Zeus versus Isis. Like it's a similar civ, but it plays very, very differently, right? Well, they only have 4 races. I thought there was more. I thought there was like 20. Like 20. StarCraft also had, yeah, StarCraft was more about micro than macro, whereas Age of Empires is definitely more about macro. Yeah, okay, I take back Warcraft 3 then. I'm stupid. I thought Warcraft 3 had like 10 plus different playable dudes, but maybe it's like the heroes inside. You can pick a whole bunch of different heroes or something, which is kind of like picking a different major god inside the same pantheon. I don't know. I've only been watching a tiny bit of the old Hera grind. Boit Warcraft 3. I was gonna be playing Age of Empires 2 right now. I'm not gonna lie, I had a plan to be playing Age 2, but because of the LAN, I'm like, no, I'll just keep enjoying the game that I love, you know? But I probably will jump in and play some Age of Empires 2 soon. Brood War was about micro and macro in equal measure. StarCraft 2 is about micro early and macro late. Well, if we're talking about for a new player, Brood War is just about being able to macro. But the more you get into it, the more you need to be able to micro, I guess. He's got the infestation. I'm surprised to see this is not the way I would go in this matchup. I would go pretty much 9 times out of 10 here. I would go for Hui Hui. Because you can lullaby the priests, for example, and you can get in and deny a town center. Because they can't heal or do anything. This is a feel bad playing Tezcatlipoca versus Set, because Vision is such a nothing thing for the Aztecs. For Set, it's everything, because it's such a reactionary civ to some degree. If you want to play reactionary, you can really play reactionary with that Vision, and you also have an upgrade, which makes it free, which you don't get from the Tezcatlipoca camp. Already out in the middle of the map here for Matador. Sort of makes sense to some degree as the Nubites are in the main base. A little bit of harassment. Nice find there from Pegasus. You know, people complain about how much it hurts to sack a villager early on. But I swear, every single game I watch, it's somebody's like dropping villagers early on and it doesn't really end up mattering. Do you know what I mean? Like, plus if I sack a villager into the temple, I'm getting favor, passive favor as well. Nothing wrong with an early Vision into Starfall and back hunt. I'll one-up you, Mr. Recon. That's a great idea. But Vision into Starfall into Lullaby into killing all the villagers. Because the priest won't be able to fire back and you just kill off all the villagers while they're lullabied. Why does no one go Hui Hui? I don't get it. I'm going to be... This is like my Terma thing. We're going to get on this until people start catching on. Matador went Molina versus your set 2. I guess the idea is that the large scorpions can be somewhat of a help versus the Anubites, but 5 HP, 70. Can you get that? Let me. If you get these back, home, you end up netting yourself 1 villager kill for all. Cut him off. Yes. Okay, that's 1 villager for an Anubite. And this one will get home. Nice one, Pegasus. And he gets his talent center while this is all up. That's pretty decent, but this talent center is hot garbage. And the thing that makes the Aztecs quite strong is their fast heroic. So I guess if I'm thinking about what Matador's thinking here, going Molina over going Huehue, the idea has to be that he should be able to restrict Pegasus from getting onto these gold mines while he's going to the heroic age. So he should be sitting forward here, making sure these are gone. Now, if I'm Pegasus right now, I would be like, get my villagers onto this gold mine as soon as I possibly can, so I can get as much gold as I possibly can, so I can survive the fast heroic timing. Because obviously, if I'm on this gold mine and I mine like 1,000 gold here, now all of a sudden I've got 4,000 gold to play with instead of 3,000, which is a pretty big difference. But with all the scorpions and the warrior priests, now that's not really an option. That being said, it's 100% an option right now. Okay, spearmen poking in like this. And there's nothing really to go towards. And I guess Matador's... I like this movement over to the gold mine. Matador here he's basically just going to be going into Eagle Warriors. So how do you beat Eagle Warriors here as set? Well, you either go into Slinger or you get enough Chariot Archers that you can outnumber the Eagle Warriors and just shoot and scoot. You can also go for, I guess... whatchamacbuckets, elephants, and just push, or slingers. I don't really know how good slingers are until you have fully upgraded slingers, but this do be very interesting. There's no way that this should be allowed to happen here. Allowing the set player to walk forward, not cast Plague of Serpents, not do anything and get this gold mine up while they went 2 TC fast heroic and you went Molina. That doesn't make sense. Should 110% be in here and preventing this. All this gold in the bank. What's that for? I guess the other option here is to just rely on the obsidian butterfly. So you're going to make a bunch of them and you're just going to try and get max value. But if I'm Pegasus here and I got double Migdols down, I think I basically won the game already. Because I just sit back and I'm up villagers and I'm going to keep being up villagers and forever be up villagers, go Mythic Age. It should be fine. Yeah, I think Matador lost this game. I don't know if he lost it or not, but I would prefer to play Pegasus' position from here, but he's lost the one town center play by allowing this to go up for free, which is obviously not ideal. He did also have the scout here, so I'm a bit surprised to see him just like not charge forward. He could have gone in for like a Tejipla as well, and then that would have been able to ravage the enemy heroes, and then the Scorpion Man and the Makiz Koat would have been great, and the other Warrior Priests would have also been great to just get in there and screw up that play, and then Pegasus had to pull back, and then he would be fighting to get onto his second gold mine, which is a completely different situation, right? And I guess the other thing, my other issue now, it's not very good against Egyptian, but My other issue with playing this particular way, going for obsidian butterflies, going for the purge type play, is that you don't get access to all those juicy tits and middles, which you're going to play into the... Nice wiggle micro. They'll play into the... Anyways. What am I trying to say? Oh, you're playing into the obsidian shards, and then if you get 2 obsidian shards popping, then you get the... At the moment, you get the guaranteed armadillos, and they can actually help take down the migdols too. Does he have the upgrade? Yep. Oh, he doesn't have the special. Oh, now he does. Not the best of specials, but he's still going to get a bunch of value there, and... Well, Pegasus without any walls is a bit interesting. He definitely could have walled off the base with his houses here. Now, I guess the Chariot Archers, if you're not playing against Quetzalcoatl, is very tough to beat. 15 versus 12 as well. You basically need to have a equal number of Eagle Warriors to get in here and actually win this sort of a fight, I think. Don't think that Eagle Warriors are going to be doing much more damage than the Chariot Archer. They're a little too slow to have less range. Unlike the Terma, who's got the speed to get in there. This Eagle Warrior doesn't. Where's Kavath? Obsidian Shard. It's only got 60% pierce armor, so you can take it down pretty quickly with Chariot Archers. What's the Tajipla conversion for? Accident? Surely not. These guys have ballistics? They do. I guess any chance to shoot and scoot forward here you want to take. So if the Chariot Archers sit here and they don't, and they just stand still, if you can get into range, you'll always be in range. Matador, real micro nerd. He's got some skills. Big skill man. Yeah, like this. This is really, really good. Yeah, okay. Well, these Eagle Warriors are doing their job. They're matching up against the Chariot Archer decently well. Only issue is there's 2 gold mines here. Which does make things tricky. Oh no. Purge! Not bad. Oh. Oh, he won. Huh? Really? I would have kept playing. These villagers just move up to the top, jump onto wood. That's wild. Unlucky there, Pegasus. I would have kept playing. I think maybe Pegasus could have dropped another Migdol on the front here and then just sat back. Serpents for next game. Yeah, Matador's control is just very, very strong. I do think the way that Pegasus played can win that, though. The Eagle Warrior alone counters all the Mignol units. I'm pretty sure an equal number of Camel Riders will beat an equal number of Eagle Warriors. We could do that test. I'll micro the Eagle Warriors and just attack move with Camel Riders. So we'll just go Camel Rider. Let's go 20 Camel Riders and 20 Eagle Warriors. And I'll see if these guys will... The only... Is that right? The only issue is like getting out the Camel Riders in this situation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I need another 5. Are you going to fix their stats? Which stats? We just go set in the heroic age. And then we'll go Tez in the heroic age. Yeah, that's fair enough. Oh, now I have to do this. I feel like this is somewhat fair. Like, oops, army, move. Like if the Camel Riders can't win this, then I ask questions. You know what I mean? I'm gonna move these guys a little closer. Let's just do set area like to here. Oops. Attack move. Okay. What are these editor mods? No, this is part of the game. Holy crap. So 20 Eagle Warriors are like one hitting a Camel Rider. That's so wild. I'm a little shook at how well these are going. And I'm not even microing very well. That's wild. That's so wild, no? Camel Riders actually suck. Can never build a Camel Rider versus Eagle Warrior. That's terrible. Hang on, let's give the Camel Rider and let's go up to heavy. Okay, you want them to circle. Hang on. Let's how do I do that though? I don't think I can. I don't have the skills. Let's just go up to heavy. So mythic age. And that gives, yeah, let's just see what happens. Okay, I'm not one hitting them at the very least. Dude, I killed 3 before he's even on me. Come on, actually click properly. I need to do that Rappel Zoom micro. Yeah, I guess if you're going to charge in like this, it doesn't really work. It's not like the Terma that you can kind of just attack move and set and forget. But the Camel Riders, you actually need to maybe do some actual micro. Yeah, okay. Okay, I want to see if I can do this. So... yeah, these guys have got Hui Hui. Because obviously Hui Hui is the best. Like, the fact that we aren't seeing everyone go Hui Hui is actually mind-boggling to me. I do not get it. Hui Hui is by far better than Malina and better than Patty. Patty and Melina, they got nothing on Hui Hui. Hui Hui is just better. And it's not even, there's no debates. I don't accept. Okay. No, they don't have. We can try that now. That's fair enough. I'll give the... I don't think there's like a god path that doesn't have an upgrade for the Eagle Warrior though. That's the thing. But let's go with Ra. So we'll make these super camel rider, and we'll see what happens.
Shikamanalti, it's Wally. Diawin, Elia. Dachin Miktir, Nichiwas. Diawin, Wally. Titlate Wit, Elia. Diawin, Nichiwas. Dachin Miktir, Elia. Diawin.
Find yourself a player who can actually micro.
Dachin Miktir, Nichiwas. Diawin, Elia. Titlate Wit, Wally. Dachin Miktir, Nichiwas. Titlate Wit, Elia. Diawin, Wally. Titlate Wit, Nichiwas. Dachin Miktir, Wally. Diawin, Elia. Titlate Wit, Nichiwas. Dachin Miktir, Wally. Diawin, Nichiwas. Dachin Miktir, Elia. Titlate Wit, Nichiwas. Diawin, Wally.
Not the best microing for me this time.
Nichiwas. Titlate Wit, Wally.
It's quite close, actually.
Elia. Diawin.
I think the camel riders might get me.
Nichiwas. Titlate Wit, Wally. Diawin, Elia. Dachin Miktir, Wally. Diawin, Nichiwas. Titlate Wit, Wally. Diawin, Elia. Dachin
Okay,
Miktir,
we got all the way to the other side of the map here.
Nichiwas. Titlate Wit, Elia. Dachin Miktir, Wally.
Camel, Ra camel riders OP.
Motlana Watil.
Just for reference, I just want to show you what a we need 30, right? Wait, 20 times 3 is 60 and you need 30. Just going to show you what a real S tier cavalry unit looks like. This is a real S tier cavalry unit right here. I'll go with Loki, so no upgrades. No upgrades, right? It's just that the camel rider is not a very good unit. That's all.
Shikamanalti, Wally. Nichiwas. Titlate Wit, Elia. Dachin Miktir, Wally. Titlate Wit, Nichiwas. Diawin, Elia. Titlate Wit, Nichiwas. Wally. Titlate Wit, Elia. Diawin, Nichiwas. Titlate Wit, Wally. Elia. Diawin, Wally. Titlate Wit, Nichiwas. Diawin, Wally. Dachin Miktir, Elia.
As you can see, a very, very different story with the S tier cavalry, the raiding cavalry. No, it's not any of that. It's just that the raiding cavalry are the best anti-cavalry unit, archer. Actually, second best. The best is the Jaguar Rider. I do buffed cav? Okay. Just for you. Just don't believe the Norse propaganda. I think that's the important thing. Are Hatara the best? No. Well, I mean, it depends. If I go on to spread formation, then not. So how many did I kill? Oh, I can't select them all. Wow. Do Jaguar Rider against Eagle Warriors? It's kind of hard to do that because the Jaguar Warrior, like, let me pull up my thing. I'll show you why. I'll show you why it's difficult. Okay, so the archers for the Eagle Warrior, this unit is costing 40 Is that right? Yeah, 40 per pop, right? Is that the right one? No. That's, yeah, 40 per pop. Eagle Warrior, 40 per pop. So when you go over to the cavalry, you got to look at this cost per pop tab. And you can see that the raiding cavalry is 45. The camel rider is 40. So camel rider and eagle warrior basically are the same. But the jaguar rider here is 53.3 per pop. So it's considerably more expensive than everything else. So if you then do a population test, this guy's just got more stats because it's a population test. But you can do a population test. You can do a resource resource test. But yeah. Spreadsheets are banned from tournaments? True. Let me have a little look-see here. We got Keto versus Zucolo. Everyone's favorite ladder rat. I mean that in a nice way. Why are spreadsheets banned? I don't understand. Spreadsheets really help you understand. The thing about this spreadsheet is it really helps you understand how to use a unit when the unit is like quite strong. If you understand the numbers, then you can actually go in and look to use that unit like that in the actual game. Of course, you can't just look at the data and go, oh, this unit is like just this unit here. We just build this unit because it's the best, right? Like, no, you still have to play the game. But you can understand how to use a unit, right? Like, for example, one thing that I often see with people that don't like to use raiding cavalry, myself included, in this from before I even looked at the stats, is that we'll often go, I built 10 raiding cavalry and I ran at 10 chariot archers, and by the time I got onto the chariot archers I had 5 raiding cavalry left or something. But actually it should have been, oh, he's got 20 pop of chariot archer there, I should probably run at him with 20 pop of, sorry, he's got 30 pop of chariot archer there, I should probably run at him at closer to 30 pop of raiding cavalry so I can actually win the fight. But yeah. What's the current time in GMT? It is 9:05 p.m. I learned from Rusty Magic. I actually was working on this before Magic came back, but yeah, sure. Magic is he's my sensei. Sensei Magic. And he should have understood what he was doing in the editor early days. Yeah, it's 1300 GMT. We are live with Satfat's set Shenanigans in about an hour. This one's interesting. I actually really think that Frere is quite good versus Huitzilopochtli. And the way that I would play here is I would go double berserk. I would wall in the entirety of my base. And then I would be looking for... And you don't even have to wall it in. You just temple here, 2 houses, wall, 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 wall. And then goats on this side. And then if he comes in to hit your villages, you garrison in onto the other side, eat the goats. But yeah, that's how I'd start. And then I just basically play the Frere game plan because that's what's good versus Huitzilopochtli, I guess. Ironhide doesn't think so. Well, I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying that the game plan from the standard game plan from Frere seems like it would be solid versus the Aztecs. But then again, this is me. I haven't played Keto's Huitzilopochtli yet, and it's probably pretty strong. Is he going... He went early warrior priests? The goal of the guy. He wants all the relics. Pandora's box. Well, he's going Melina. Wild. Trying different stuff. I think Melina's really good versus Norse, actually. But maybe not so much versus Freyr, because Freyr doesn't care. Freyr has answers to archers in raiding in Huskal. Ben QVH Ban. What are you talking about? Ooh. I don't get it. All right, there's the Ulla from Zukalo, Longhouse, Drauga, Hersa, all the... I'm playing Egyptian today. This is a result. Is it because Egyptian is not very good? Is that what's going on? Holy Asgardian Hill Fort in the middle of the map. That's wild. This is blood pack worthy, right? You just wander over here, drop a blood pact on a warrior priest, and just kill it. I like how consistent Magic's been with saying that he doesn't think that Egyptian's good, even though it's been dominating for so long. Why are all Eggy players always off their rocker? Look, the problem is, right, here's Whoop. Uh-oh. 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 Just turn and kill the Asgardian Bastion. You'll kill it with the blood pact. So here's the thing about Egyptian that I don't think that is really discussed, and people just go... People don't like actually discussing things in detail. They just like going, this is just broken. But there's certain maps that are unequivocally just bad for Egyptian. No matter what Recon tells me. But then again, it's mostly into stuff like, I think this game's over. Like, what do we got? We got, like Atlantean versus Egyptian on an open map. It's just very, like Kronos or Oranos. Very, very tough. Oh, actually, has he done it? It's still alive? Get a unit on here. Quick. One unit. Uh-oh. This is a lot. Yeah, this is a ladder match. Ben QVH says he loves me. That's nice. Oh, I play a game. Does someone want to play me, or should I play ranked? I might play a custom game. Those are more fun. Less sweatiness. Now, Blood Pact is down, but Zukalo doesn't get himself his thing. How much favor does he get from this? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Jesus, that's a lot of favor. 8. And then also the Scorpions. Kill the Scorpions as well. More favor. He can basically get himself out another Asgardian Hill Fort here. I think Eggy players would be better off if they had the copium that Addy Progandist feeding Darthnux. What does that mean? Abby Progandist. Is that a word? I don't even know what that word means. What's that word mean? Is that a word? Yeah, no, I don't think that's a word. I think you mean propagandist. Search instead for progandist. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you mean propagandist. Okay. Addy propagandist. Addy propagand. Yeah. So I just didn't understand. I'm not exposing anyone. I just didn't understand. Okay? I'm sorry. I didn't understand. Has anyone tried doing Blood Pact on a Spearman? 5.3 speed? Charging in? Mid-game? And dropping Blood Pact on one Spearman? It's doing 6 DPS. How much does a Warrior Priest do? Is it 8? 8.8. Yeah, so it's going to take 4 hits to kill off a villager. Are people just overall better and towers just happen to be inefficient? I remember in OGOM North, especially with Heimdall, would use towers to push and secure their resources. No. Towers in Legacy weren't really used. Ooh, smoke trap. Towers in Legacy weren't really used outside of the late game. And anyone who says different is trolling themselves. They're literally trolling. The only time we saw any sort of tower stuff was like a literal troll strat with Heimdall, where they would go in and wall in the Egyptian player and then try and like tower them in. But like it was troll because there were plenty of counterplay. It just happened to work because people were stupid. But yeah, we don't. It wasn't a popular thing to build towers outside of the late game in Legacy. How are my friends in Australia doing? We're doing fantastic. I remember... Wait. Yeah. Did Nuar have the insta-build tower strat when they came out? Yep. Yeah, Nuar had a stupid tower rush that I happily abused on launch. I was like, this strat exists. Let me show you it quickly. And then you guys can make it OP and whatever. And then that's what they did. Its Papalotl here is a little strange. I wouldn't go its Papalotl versus Frere because Frere's going to spam walls. Walls are really easy to spam for Frere and get stone walls as well. I would be going for the other one versus Frere. So I get access to the siege, the crush damage on all my units, tech, and also the armadillo with Blood Pact. But Zucolo needs to get his walls set up, and he hasn't yet. He's a little bit slow on it. But he has kept himself very competitive in this game. It's 49 favor to 51. And all long houses for Zucolo. He does have to be careful. Berserks versus Spearmen seems like a good idea, but these Spearmen are dealing like an additional... What is it? 0.75 divine over 6 seconds. So they are a little bit scary, but the Berserk should still win the fight, especially when they get upgraded. Digipla charging in. I think this is a very, very bad fight for Keto. I don't understand why he's doing this. Great defense from Zucolo, but that's a brain fart from Keto. Like, if this was full Tequila archers and a handful of Spearmen, I would have been like, yeah, go for it. There's Tequila archers are going to dominate, but he just had like basically full Spearmen and they just ran straight to their deaths versus the throwing axemen. Another hill fort coming up for Zucolo. I don't think he can quite finish that one there. He's got to respect this. He's trying to deal with that, but it's just not going to happen. The one cool thing you can do, and the other like reason why you might want to stay away from the Obsidian Butterfly versus Frere, is that the Rock Giant can literally just right-click on the Obsidian Butterfly and get the special out. Like cancel the special for the fight, because it will be forced onto the Rock Giant. And of course, it does damage to the Rock Giant, but doesn't do damage to any of the rest of your units. And then you can just kill it off with all your hack damage dealing units as Norse. Feast of Renown, heavy infantry, granite maw, all the good stuff. But now I'm just trying to start shit in the chat. I have some really great news on all things coffee. So I have leveled up my coffee game. So the coffee that I make in my house is now at a level higher than that of the average Australian cafe. I'm very, very pleased with myself. Now, the average level of an Australian cafe is very, very high. So, if you ever do come to Australia and you want to come visit me, I can make you a coffee. And you will be blown away. It'll be very good. I'll see you there, young oath. When you come to Perth, you let me know. You buy me a beer, I make you a coffee. If you turn off the special autocast, does Rock Giant still force it out? No. No, you have to special it, because otherwise he'll just run around. I'm building counter archers and they don't kill off the archers. Come on. There's 8 of them. You have 8. My guy has got 26 archers. Do better. Build more. Oh my god, town center? Can he finish this? If he can, then he can Gulum Bursty and Tempest. 10 seconds. 9. Don't run. Finish it off. It's 110% the right idea. Okay, never mind. No, get out of that. Get out. Quick, 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 quick. All your Huskell are dead. Actually, he only lost throwing Axeman there. That's kind of a blessing. Town center for our Keto, the Madman. Me when I build 3 hoplites and they don't beat 20 Jarls, I know, right? It would be an interesting world where counter units were doing like where the units that countered the other units were doing like 2x as effective. That would be an interesting world. Don't think it's a world I really want to live in, but it would be an interesting world. We could try that. We could make a mod where all counter units are basically just got double the bonus damage. And like you just give an extra point of bonus damage to generalists to whatever they're supposed to counter. Like the Berserk would get like 2x versus Cav. To be fair, when I went to Australia, they had some great Cav. I don't know what to tell Mr. Banana, but just attack the butterfly. It doesn't have the special. Hey, the butterfly's dead. Nice one. Yeah, so what was I going to say? Can't remember. Yeah, we should make a mod like that and just see what it actually feels like, because it would be interesting. Like, all archers have got, instead of having 1.2x, they have 2.2x. You know, they just put an extra 1 in front of every single bonus. And then, yeah. That would be really, really interesting to play. I don't think it will be fun, but it'll be interesting to see why the devs didn't do something like that. I'm wondering how Kido is going to push all those buildings. He does have the short. Well, he's going to have the Kinemetsons soon. He's also going to have a butt ton of gold. The game. He's also going to have the 6 free myth units. He's also going to have himself the Huitzilopochtli incarnate, which is very strong. Now, all of these archers, which Zucolo's been trying to counter, now get traded. But there is a Ghoul and Bursty, and there is still a Tempest. And not only that, we have ourselves the Pillar of Tlalucan. So, Ghoul and Bursty, Tempest, and also drop the thing in to hit the Tlalucan. That's what you want. And don't go into the units. Actually, never mind. Kido's not going to react. Yes, he does. Dude, Inferno is such a hard... Such a hard god power. Please choose this. Please choose this. There we go. Go the Fafnir! The pig doesn't do more damage than the Inferno, but yeah, he should have targeted down the Tlalucan. This thing is like incredibly strong. People don't understand it. That's why it was like, oh, it doesn't do anything, but all of the Zucolo units are dead. That being said, all the upgrades are going to start coming through, so I don't think that Kido's like path to victory here is super simple. Feels more like an obnoxious version of Tartarian Gate. Nah, I think it's a cool god power. That's all I'm gonna say. I just think it's a good, cool god power. So I've got some things to respond to, do I? You just need to be 1900 plus. Yeah, this can't be good for our Aztec friend, but it might be. Full Berserk as these texts come through. Silent Resolve doesn't do anything. Oh dear. I have no idea what's going on, but oh dear. 250 gold down the drain. How bad does that feel? Alright, I've seen enough. Buff Egyptian. Feels like melee seeds just cannot kill? What do you mean? Do you mean the Aztec ones? I mean, it's no different from Atlantean versus Norse. You can use them, but should you? Not really. Melee siege weapons cannot kill the Mythic Age Totem head GP? Really? I didn't know that. I would have expected them to be able to. I'm just going to quickly go grab something to eat because I'm feeling a bit funky, but I'll be right back. Oh. All right. I've seen enough. Tequila archers are bonkers. Nerf, 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 nerf. Then again, I just build Fafnir here and win, but that's just me. Where was Zucolo's favor in this game? Norse's favor is buffed. They're so OP. Norse is broken now because I got a favor bug. It's a favor bug, so I'm playing ethical. I'm not going to build myth units. I've had enough of you people. You guys just don't like enjoying the game. That's all. That's all it is. At least Keto builds myth units. They might not be the myth units that I want him to build, but at least he builds some. Tell him, boy. Thanks, Keto. All right, we've got about half hour until the JJJ. I want to play a calm, relaxing game of Age of Mythology. Come and play me. Am I eating a brownie? No. Really yum. Well, protein bar. Anyone is allowed to join, but no ketos. He's banned. Ben sent me an image of Polyphemus dealing 3 DPS because it had an 11 attack interval from the Aztec archers. What's the problem there? What's the problem there? There should probably be like a cap on how much it can, how many ticks of damage yeah. One fire siphon kills that shit as fast as 3 Kinemetsen. Is that true? People like to say a lot of things. I'm not sure if they're to be believed. The Kinemetsen does 50 crush damage per second. And the fire siphon does 58.8. So the fire siphon's doing approximately 8.8 crush damage more than the Kinemetsen. But the Kinemetsen has got itself a 24 range on the fire siphon. So the fire siphon has to get into range. So the Kinemetsen is doing more damage or starting its damage before the fire siphon starts its damage. So the Kinemetsen, probably practically speaking, is doing more damage than the fire siphon. The only other problem is that there's no upgrade for the Kinemetsen. There's only Stone Skin Kinemetsen, which, to be completely honest, at plus 25 all actions, damage all types, versus this one, which is plus 50%, that technology feels incredibly lackluster compared to the standard technology. Of course, this also gives hit points. It also gives extra range, but it still feels lackluster. And the fact that there's no way to boost the Kinemetsen is why you would feel that in the very late game that the Aztec Siege is a little bit lackluster. However, you do have yourself the Automaton Smasher, of which does enjoy its upgrades up to champion. So these guys will be quite good at the end of the game, right? Automaton Smasher is bad is not really a worldview that I share. I think the Automaton Smasher is a little on the expensive side, but the actual stats you get for the Automaton Smasher is actually quite nice. What's Young Oath? Okay. Good luck, Young. I do think that the Smashers are a little expensive. I'm like very happy to say that they're a little bit on the expensive side. But they're not bad. Not statistically, not from a stats point of view, they're not bad. Young, Rush, Guafu, Archaic. Oh, don't do that. No. I hope he doesn't. I did say I was in for a very cool, calm, collected game of Age Mythology, but let's see what's coming my way. A little bit of a circle this way. Where is the OP Gatherer only build? I haven't done the Gatherer only build in quite a while. There was a moment in there was a moment in the actual development of Norse. I don't know exactly if I'm allowed to talk about this, but I'm gonna, because it's not really anything in particular, but they were trying to figure out what the stats for everything should be, like for the economy. And there was a moment where the actual dwarves weren't really worth building. That might be now as well. I haven't done the math on it. I just sort of expected it to be fine. But there was a moment where it was definitely not worth it to build build dwarves at all. You should just build gatherers. But alas. I did also do the Gatherer only build in Legacy as well, if you guys remember. It was actually quite strong. You had a really, really nice early game rush with only Gatherers. Is there someone else doing a Gatherer only build at the moment in Retold? What's this relic? Veil of Cerberus is kind of nice. I'm going to go Freya in this game. I'm going to go Freya and I'm going to make Raiding Cavalry, the S-tier cavalry unit. I think that makes sense. I've heard from the Age of Empires Discord that cavalry are strong, so I want to build them. I need to check and see if the cavalry is strong or not. A little bit more gold. Normally I don't build my temple out like this, but I think it's in range of the town center to be on here, so kind of helping me defend my gold mine a little bit. We'll go over here. It's close to the tower. It's in the back of my base. No real issues there. I'm gonna go slightly later to the classical age. Now, the thing about our main man
Skipan.
Jung is, I know that he wants to do something funky. There's no gazelle there. I guess I can go there. I know he wants to do something funky, but I'm not exactly sure what the funky thing is.
Skipan something. Something.
Throw a wall here. It's a nice place for a wall. May as well. I don't want him to get. I don't want him to get Taylor Cerberus. That's kind of strong. I don't know where all of the food spots are. Okay, here's how to. Oh, he's got that relic. That's unfortunate. Okay.
Something. Sat.
Wait, did I not build the dwarf? I did. Whoops. I was about to say my resources are looking a little bit funky here.
Something.
Skipan sa.
Skip til orustuslag.
Já, samt veiðimaður.
Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Hver já, satt. Já.
Já, samþykkt. Til ég vil sa. Ég vil sa.
Tilbúin.
Skipan. Something.
Já. Samþykkt.
Skipan.
Rás.
Sa.
Tilbúin. Já.
Skipan. Veiðimaður.
Til ég something.
Já. Sækið fram. Skip. Rás.
I actually expected that to do a little more damage, to be honest.
Skipan. Satt. Veiðimaður.
Til já. Tilbúin. Til orustur skipan. Já. Já.
Hver já, satt.
Til já. Skipan. Tilbúin. Já.
Skipan. Já. Ég vil. Já. Til já.
Skipan.
Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Tilbúin. Til orustur slag. Já. Sækið fram. Já. Ég samþykkt. Tilbúin. Ég samþykkt.
Alright.
Sækið fram.
Skip samþykkt.
Til orustuslag.
Skipan. Já. Tilbúin. Til orustur slag. Já. Ég rás. Já. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Já. Ég vil. Já. Ég samþykkt. Já. Ég samþykkt. Sækið fram.
Já, satt. Ég vil.
Já, ég vil. Tilbúin. Já, já. Ég vil. Já, já. Ég samþykkt. Ég vil. Já. Ég samþykkt. Já.
Tilbúin.
Já, tilbúin. Já, ég samþykkt. Já, ég samþykkt. Já, ég samþykkt. Til orustur slag. Já, ég samþykkt. Skipan. Ég samþykkt.
Something.
Já. Tilbúin. Skipan. Já, ég vil. Já. Sækið fram. Tilbúin. Skipan. Ég vil. Já. Já.
Hver til ég vil skipa.
Já. Ég vil skip. Samþykkt. Tilbúin. Já. Til orustur slag. Já.
Samþykkt. Satt.
Já. Já. Tilbúin.
Uh-oh.
Já. Já.
Já. Já. Rás. Ég til orustur slag. Já.
Can we please kill one Quafu? Why can't I kill this fucking Quafu?
Skips. Já.
Okay, I got one.
Já. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Til. Já. Já. Tilbúin. Skipan. Já. 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 Tilbúin. Já. Ég vil.
Ég vil.
Já, ég
Já,
vil.
tilbúin. Já, já, já. Samþykkt. Já.
Okay.
Skipan, ég vil. Til og já. Sækið, já, fram tilbúin. Skipan, að ráð til, já, ég samþykkt. Já,
Shall I win this fight?
já, ég samþykkt. Til orusturslag. Já. Tilbúin, ég vil. Skipan, já, ég vil. Já, skip. Tilbúin. Skip, já, ég
No, I don't.
Tilbúin.
Hver það? Já.
I thought I won the fight. Oh, hello.
Sækið fram. Ég,
Hver er þar? Já, hver er þar?
Til satt. Veiðimaður.
Til samþykkt. Ég vil. Já.
tilbúin. Ég
Já, satt. Skipan.
samþykkt. Já, já,
Hver það? Já. Ég
Let's
vil.
keep going, Ham. Time for some more of these guys.
Skipan. Já, tilbúin. Tilbúin til orusturslag.
Ég vil.
Ég samþykkt. Já, ég samþykkt. Tilbúin. Já, að rás. Sækið fram. Ég samþykkt. Ég vil. Til sjá. Samþykkt. Já, samþykkt. Ég samþykkt. Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Tilbúin.
Tilbúin. Ég
Já,
vil.
skip. Já, samþykkt. Já, samþykkt. Ég vil.
Já, samþykkt. Ég vil.
Til skip.
Tilbúin. Ég vil timbursveinn.
Já, tilbúin. Skip. Ég sækið fram.
Til, já, samþykkt. Já, samþykkt. Ég vil.
Tilbúin. Skip. Ég vil. Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Skipan. Já.
Já.
Hver
Tilbúin. Já. Ég samtilbúin. Já. Já. Tilbúin. Já. Samþykkt. Já. Tilbúin. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Ég vil. Satt.
Tilbúin. Já. Ég vil. Skip. Já. Tilbúin. Ég samþykkt. Já. Samþykkt. Já. Ég vil.
Skipan? Grjótsveinn. Ég vil. Veiðimaður.
Skipan.
Já.
Skipan.
Já. Að rás.
Skip. Já. Ég satt. Já. Ég satt. Ég til. Satt.
Ég samþykkt. Ég samþykkt.
Jesus Christ.
Ég satt.
Já.
Tilbúin. Hver já. Atrás.
Já, ég vil.
Did I just lose all my units?
Veiðimaður.
Satt. Ég
I absolutely did.
Já. Ég já. Atrás.
Tilbúin. Satt.
Satt.
That's fucking wild. I don't know where my raiding cavalry went.
Til. Já. Satt.
Tilbúin. Samt.
Oh no.
Grjótsveinn.
Já, veiðimaður.
Hver já. Ég samt. Skip.
I think we may be dead here, lads.
Já. Satt. Til. Ég satt. Já. Samþykkt. Ég satt. Samþykkt.
Where did my raiding cavalry go?
Ég vil.
Já. Skip. Já. Ég samt. Ég vil. Skip.
Já. Skip. Ég vil.
Tilbúin.
Já.
How do I bring this one back?
Já.
Is the big question. I feel like I'm about to get hit with.
Til. Já. Já. Satt.
Can we please?
Vil.
Oh my god, they all hit and it didn't die.
Já.
Is he over here?
Til. Já. Satt. Já. Skipan. Tilbúin. Ég vil.
Já, samþykkt.
Já.
Grjótsveinn.
Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Satt. Skipan. Já. Ég samþykkt. Satt. Já. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Til orustuslag.
Já. Ég vil.
Hver þar? Skip.
Til samþykkt. Já. Ég samþykkt. Já. Skipan. Tilbúin.
Til satt.
Já, tilbúið. Samþykkt. Já, satt. Ég vil.
Já, sækið fram.
Já. Samþykkt. Skipa. Já, satt. Samþykkt. Aðrá.
Já, samþykkt. Já, tilbúin. Já.
Já, hver er það? Veiðimaður?
Ég
Hver er það?
grjótsveit.
Til ég vil. Já, satt. Ég samþykkt. Já. Satt.
Já, samþykkt. Já, já.
Skipa. Samþykkt. Já. Ég vil. Já, satt. Samþykkt. Já, tilbúið. Hver er Já. Tilbúið. Já.
Ég vil. Já, ég vil. Samþykkt. Já, ég vil. Já. Sækið frá.
Já.
Tilbúin.
Hver er það?
All right.
Tilbúin. Grjótsveit. Samþykkt.
You resigned. I thought I was a goner. I gave him as many raiding cavalry. I donated as many raiding cavalry as I possibly could in this game. Turns out that's how good the cavalry are. It doesn't even matter. You just keep donating over and over and over again. You still win. I think he's out of food. Oh, no, he's not. He's still got food on the back. Does he actually have the upgrade? He does. Oh, my God. What does this do? Oh, it's just movement speed. My army just ran forward. Yeah. Actually fighting Halberdier plus Fire Archer versus like an equal army Norse is quite difficult. You have to have like the overwhelming advantage and then you dominate. That's why most people who play China against Norse will, on this specific map, will play like a one town center thing. So you always have tempo. You just go into the death ball. You don't even need villages. You just make a death ball of Halberdier and Fire Archer and you just win. You had half. That's right. You had half your army over here. I thought maybe my Valkyrie would be able to kill them, but they're really fucking strong. The crush damage also helps out against the myth units, I guess. Well, we got about 10 minutes until the triple S. Okay. I'm gonna have to quickly set this all up, but we can jump over to that now. Over to S. Oh my God, this is the wrong one. No. Bing, bida, bim, bim, bum. Okay, that should turn them all on, I think. Should be right. Okay, fantastic. What's going on? Young Oath was hoping I would do some boomy 2TC. Yeah, see, I don't... The thing is, I don't even know what I'm going to do. So, there's that. That was a terrible game from me, though. Just goes to show how OP the raiding cavalry are. You can play that badly with them, and they're still that good. One tiny match? No, I don't play tiny. All right, let's have a little look-see over at what's going on in the old Discord Reno. We should do a, I'll make a thread to make this clean. Create thread. Divine versus Tunison. At Divine at Tunison. There you go. Please put drafts and drafts and comms here. All right. Does the Scorpion Man normally have sunglasses? Yes. Yeah, that's a feature. So today we have Divine versus Tunison, then we have Kavoth versus Pegasus, then we have Jack 90 versus Nyan, then we have Punkstar versus Nullus. Actually, I should message Soup again and say, turns out I think Moose can't cast. All right, let's see what happens. All right, I'm loving it. Okay, we have ourselves a wait. Please tell me he's grabbed the right draft and the right maps. He has, and he has. Okay, fantastic. Oh, he has to actually put the link. Okay, anyways. I'm here for one set. I can be flexible with the soup stuff. Oh, you're actually here. Do you want to come in and say hi to me then? And do the Divine Tunison one, or do you want to do the Kavoth Pegasus one? I don't really mind. I thought maybe you weren't here for some reason. I must have misunderstood. Let me just go ahead and delete this message then. Because Soup can't do this one for sure. I don't know what he's doing. We'll just do what we would planned. It's fine. No, we'll do what we planned. You come in for the other one. It's fine. My only worry is I'm not sure where the Divine character is, because he is currently offline, which makes me very, very nervous. But I'm also excited for the show matches. We've got some interesting ones. Divine, Tunison, Kavoth, Pegasus, Jack, 90, Nyan, and then also Punkstar Nullus, which is exciting. You'll go online in 6 minutes. Don't worry. Really? Is that how it works? That's kind of cool. Oh, Punkstar versus Nullus is not happening because Punkstar is working. That's unfortunate. Maybe someone else can sub in for that then. What's that? What's that one? Someone else should sub in for Punkstar then versus Nullus. Oh, Young Earth is spread. All right. Well, we can do a little bit of history on the Divine Tunison shenanigans. So both of these players, I don't believe they've actually met. Actually, this one here needs to be transition override. I think. So they haven't met in a tournament before. They've never played each other. I don't know if they've played each other much outside of on the ladder either. Actually, that would be an interesting statistic to put in here. Where's Gerbot? Should do the statistics between the two, the head-to-head on the ladder as well. If there's no other information there. That would be interesting. Head-to-head Tunison Divine. It's a 60% win rate for Tunison. Yeah, so it's actually quite close. Like that there's nothing in that. I'm not surprised. I think people underrate Divine quite a bit. Let's go back over here. Lots of people like to underrate Divine because he has like the same playstyle. He plays the same way a lot of the time, but I know he can play different playstyles. Yeah. I'm really hoping that this series does actually go ahead. Yeah, so we yeah, so I go from the draft to the head to head, and it shouldn't have this thing. It should just go. It looks good. Look at the Greek Titan and the Egyptian Titan going at it behind the scenes here. This I'm just like staring at this overlay and just admiring for the moment. Looks fucking sick. What's the asset that the what's it called? It's like just if I was to keep pointing there in the middle, what's that asset? Like the altar or whatever you want to call it. Whatever the dead thing is on top of it and all the blood soaking off it. Not the set monkey, the altar. What's that? It looks sick. Anyways. I'm not sure where Divine is. Oh, Divine is here. Yay! All right. Please put the draft links in here. Fine. Let's get this show on the road. Pretty excited for a show match. It's been a hot second since we've done one. We did some show matches. I didn't even know if they were show matches. We did something a little while back, but when's the next S tier tournament? In September. In Athens, Greece. Unless something else happens before then. Which I'm not aware of. Actually, there might be one before then. What does that mean? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did Boit just put his fucking mouth out and say something he shouldn't have yet again? Let's let the viewers decide how crazy Boit's been this time. Whoopsie daisies. Let's not make a big deal of it, okay? I'm going back to the main menu. Alrighty. We got ourselves some maps. We got ourselves some gods. Ourselves a god picker. Alrighty. So, I'll tell you what we should do. We should move over to the draft now, and I'll pop it in as they're going. No, that's not the draft. Can we? Okay, there we go. That'll be better. What tier is this tournament? I think it's an A tier tournament from memory. Might be a B tier tournament, but the quality of players is really high, which does make it basically a yeah, it should make it like an A tier tournament because of the quality of player. Generally, like there's two things that need to be ticked for the different tiers. So prize pool, I think it has to be above 1,000 USD for an S tier. And then you also have to have the S tier players as well to get to best tier. And if you've got S tier players but A tier prize, it goes to the A tier. If you've got A tier prize but A tier players, it's A tier prize but B tier players, it's B tier. I think is how it works. But yeah, that's my story. This is very, very interesting here. So I'm going to walk you guys through the map bans very, very shortly, but and how the draft works. But the really interesting thing about this specific tournament is that both players have to play set in their first game. Not the very first game, but like the first. Both players have to play set in game number 1. So as I update this, you'll have a little look-see at what's going on. Yeah, so okay, so basically what happens here is the first map is an admin pick map. And then the loser picks the map. So the really interesting thing for Divine as the host here, he has to pick set first. And Tunison has to pick set first in the draft as well. Game 1 is set for player 1, and game 2 is set for player 2. Which basically means that game 2, if Divine wins, Tunison gets to pick the best map for set. But if Divine loses, then he gets to pick the worst map for set. If that makes any sense in the God pool. So there's all of that stuff, which is good. Let me just have a quick look at their old thingamajiggy here. So they are currently off to the races. So why not a set mirror in the first round? It's because people don't really like mirrors. Mostly me. I don't like watching mirrors. Like watching this, it's like you don't want to watch somebody who has the same stuff fighting someone who has the same stuff. Oftentimes it can get pretty boring. But if you've got different, we'll see different set versus something else as well. It can't be set versus Zeus for both games. Uros loves the mirrors. I'm sorry, Uros. I'm sorry. It is what it is. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Yeah, and then you get the Atlantean mirror, and then everyone just spams Murmillo the whole time, even though that's clearly the wrong thing to do. Yeah, can we get the Scorpion Man with sunglasses in the Streamer Gods pack? I feel like we should be able to, right? Makes sense. It'd fit. I'm going to walk you through some of these gods that these players have been picking. Tunison bans out Hades and Zeus because that's the type of player that he is. Divine then grabs himself the third Greek god Poseidon before deciding to go into some other gods like Susanoo, Thor, Loki, Freya. Tunison picks up a very, very strong list of Atlantean gods with every single one of them. Also a Matarasu there. There is still Demeter for the picking for both players. The Demeter being the best god in the game currently beside Uranos. I'm surprised to see that one not getting picked just yet, but I'm sure it'll get picked by the end of all of the choices here. I'm fairly sure it has to be picked, right? No, it does not have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Other gods that haven't been picked just yet are Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca, which surprises me because they're both incredibly strong. So I don't know exactly why Tunison is shying away from them. Maybe he feels like he can pick them later. And there's the Divine Demeter. As we just need 2 more picks until everything is chosen. It is a best of 7, so it's quite a girthy, hefty tournament or show match. And a raw pick from Divine, as Tunison will be left with Fushi, Nuwa, Quetzalcoatl, Shenong, or Tezcatlipoca to pick for his very last god. Let's see which one he picks. I would pick the Quetzalcoatl here, I think. If I had to take a choice. If I had to pick something, I would pick Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl or Fushi. Or Tezcatlipoca, actually. And he does go Tezcatlipoca. All right. Well, now I can show you guys the shenanigans here. The draft is now up. Now you guys get to see. So just to walk you through it again. The set versus set, or for the first pick, and then it was Poseidon for Divine, and then Tunison grabbed Amaterasu Uranus, Divine grabbed Susanoo Thor, Gaia Kronos, Loki Freyr, Tsukuyomi Odin, Demeter Ra, Tezcatlipoca. Alrighty, so now the first god pick happens. Of course, Divine has to pick set. They don't actually have to do the god picker here. They can just jump into the game, and so long as I get told which god they're playing, we are good to go. But I imagine they're going to do the god pick because reasons. If I was Tunison here on step, which god would I pick against the set? You've either got Uranus or Kronos, both incredibly powerful gods versus set here. Maybe Tezcatlipoca as well. It's not a terrible idea versus the set. Amaterasu is fine versus set here as well. There's quite a few decent gods in the Tunison arsenal to pull out. Let's see, are they actually going to do the god picker, or are they just in game? I don't know what's going on. I wish I knew what was going on, but I do not know. Let me have a quick look at the AOM stats and see if they're in. Oh no, there they go. So Divine auto picks set, and Tunison will go in with Kronos. I'm not exactly surprised to see the Kronos here. I am a little surprised to see Kronos get through the pick ban. But yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to see the Kronos get through pick ban with set in the list. How cool does the overlay look, by the way? Very, very cool. Link for casting. I don't think they have a game room yet, but I can pop that in as well. Let me see if I can find it. I'll tell you what. You do this. So you'll be able to see them in that thing there. But yeah, I don't have a link just yet. So they haven't started. They're ways away from starting, unfortunately. So yeah, set versus Kronos. I'm surprised to see the Kronos get through, but I also think that a very good strategy here would be to prepare set versus Kronos, because you got to expect it. So if you understand that set versus Kronos is coming in the draft, then you just go with a nice prep of set versus Kronos, and you're good to go. One of the difficult things about playing tournament Kronos is that you don't know when the Kronos is going to come through. So you have to prep every single god versus Kronos, which feels rubbish because it's like that's a lot of different builds you have to sort of remember. But in this format, if you predict Kronos to come into your set and you're just prepped how to beat the Kronos rush and how to play very, very well versus Kronos with set, then well, you're good to go. Yes. If Soup wants to join, I would love you to join. Let's do it. Start a call. Let me add Soup to my thing. At Usk Super. Hello there, Soup.
Hey, Boit, how are you doing?
I'm wonderful. This is I love this day. This is my favorite day. A day with actually I should probably check to make sure your volume's right. A day with show matches, best of sevens, and 4 of them. It doesn't get better.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. This SSS tournament is really, I don't know if it's just that or it's probably also the fact that we got the Athens lane coming up, but I think all of it in combination has really sort of sparked a new interest in playing high competitive ladder, and yeah, and just having this event right here is really sick.
Yeah, if Twitch chat or YouTube chat can tell me what the balance is, I think it's fine. But I agree. I've definitely noticed a big uptick in games, and I think that's credit to the sort of ladder system that the guys have cooked up here. It's really, really cool to see this. This has been something I've been kind of interested in seeing for quite some time, but it would be cool if there was some, like, we got the show match things going on, but it would be cool if there would be some sort of, like, I don't know, we could just make the rewards. You know how we all want those end of season reward type things? We could.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but if it was in game as well, like you
Yeah.
actually got some glitter there,
Yeah.
that would matter a lot.
Little bits. We can only do what we can do. We can keep
I would
asking.
pour in many hours to have some glitter on my profile.
That's
picture
right.
Or some...
Yes. Man, I'll do the daily quests.
I'll do all of it.
Glitter.
Just give me some flash.
Well, I should have.
What is I haven't actually read up too much on the tournament what's it called? So the way that this tournament is played. So it's like best of 7.
Yep.
You have to first pick set.
Yep.
And then do you have to play set as well? Because you have 7 other gods.
Yeah. So game 1 is set for the host. Game 2 is set for the guest. So there's obviously going to be like benefits and negatives of this. For example, if you're the host, then you have to play set on the admin pick map. But if you're the guest, you either win or lose. If you lose the first game, then you get to pick the best map for set. But if you win the first game, then your opponent picks the worst map for set. So there's a whole bunch of little sort of tricks thrown in there, so to speak.
Nice. Yeah, so the admin pick, you gotta keep that in mind, I guess, when you're the host. There's some thought has to go into that, so you don't end up with a really bad admin pick for it. I mean, set. Let's be real, set can be played anywhere.
Yeah, he's not terrible anywhere. There's maybe Mirage or Midgard. He's not as good as if he's on other maps. He's definitely
Mirage, you do
definitely playable.
Mirage, you do vision into serpents. It's insane.
Oh, on the backfish, yeah, it's annoying. Hey,
yeah,
always annoying. Maybe you go Midgard if you're Divine there though. But no, Divine's gonna win this one, right? He's going after the dub. That's the plan.
He's got himself one. Wait, he's got Demeter as well, down all the way down the back.
Yeah, best god in the game, Demeter. Second best god in the game, behind Uranus.
Love to see. Weetzilo partially Isis bans from Divine. He knows he doesn't want to go up against the S tier god from Tunison.
That's right.
Let me see. Set Amaterasu Uranus guy. Dude, Tunison is such a meta player, isn't he? See Wheats and Isis banned. I would say those are easily S tier gods, and then Set Amaterasu Uranus Gaia. If you had to pick 6 gods, I would say probably those 6 are the best in the game right now.
Yeah, I'd say so too. I'm gonna get into game 1. Let's go on to this map step here for game 1. Should be fun.
Yep.
Alrighty, off we go for game number 1. As we've got the Satfat. Is it actually Satfat? It is. Satfat in the left-hand corner. Playing as Divine. No, it's Divine playing as Satfat. And I've got Mr. Husk Soup with me today, and he's going to be telling me all the things which Tunison is doing right and wrong with Kronos, because I clearly don't understand anything about this god. So I'm excited to have that happen. I know we're sort of waiting on Soup to get into the...
I'm in. I just need a timestamp,
So
and
we're at
I'll get there.
1 minute and 30 seconds right now.
All right, I'm there. All right, I'm there. We're good.
All right. So yeah, the temple's going to come
Yeah,
down
so
for
yeah,
Tunison. So,
Tunison on Kronos versus Set is, I think it's one of the better matchups for Kronos, for sure. Either you just do the standard 330 crush, which it does seem like Tunison is doing now, but yeah, you can do that, and then Divine, dude, he's not an experienced Set player, so I think this Kronos rush from Tunison potentially is going to be very, very destructive here.
yeah, you can see Divine is trying to do a quick advance time. I know me and you have talked about it a bit. There's some pretty greedy fast advances, like very hyper, like focused into trying to get everything out. But if you don't know those, you can get yourself a very nice, solid, like 330-ish advance just by getting the temple up quickly, and you're fine. But this one from Divine is a little delayed.
I played a bunch with Tunison, actually, of Kronos versus Egyptians just to figure out the matchup. And what we figured out was that Isis is actually very good against Kronos Rush. Prosperity is such a lifesaver when you're up against Kronos Rush. And then second best, we figured out was Set. Set can do, you get serpents in the classical age, and you have the animals for what it's worth. Whereas with Ra, you don't really have too much going, and the monument AoE empowerment isn't that great. But yeah, we do see the action going on now.
There is the idea, a simple idea here of just grabbing watchtowers can sometimes just be enough to make this Kronos Rush like stop. And then obviously you've paid for watchtowers, but then you can go and sort of try and play the game from there. But for the moment here, I think Divine is perfectly fine. I don't think he's taken any significant damage.
Oh, he's got a great gold mine, to be fair.
Yeah.
But other than that, a 340 advance is also good. And yeah, this rush has been pretty much slowed down. One thing I do love doing is using serpents, probably on the counter barracks. And that means that whenever a unit pops out, it's just going to get attacked by the serpents. And there's going to be 16 of them. And the early Kronos army cannot deal with those serpents because they're neither myth units or human soldiers. They have no counters. And so, as such, the counter barracks units are trash against those serpents.
Yeah, you have to have like the high damage units. And even then you have no real... Well, you do have Valor. But you don't have any real healing as Kronos. So it's just damage that's going to be there for basically ever, right?
Yeah. See, Tunison, so Tunison already now realizing that this rush isn't going to be all that great. And you see sort of his line of thinking there in the sense that he gets Valor on a citizen rather than a military unit.
Yeah.
And that's because he's setting up for Theft of Fire. And Divine is getting Watchtower. I don't think that's needed at all. I think that's a mistake. 200 resources on Watchtowers when he's already this well defended. I don't know. Divine, obviously very defensive player. Takes things extremely slowly, very careful player.
Yeah. I think the danger here for Divine is mostly him getting stuck in this classical age, because what Tunison's going to want here is for Divine to spam barracks units. And if the barracks units get spammed, then he's going to be able to kill those with, specifically like Axemen and Slingers, he's going to be able to kill those with a Chaos plus Satyr, which is probably the game plan And then you can get a nice gold starve or something like that, especially with things like deconstruction on a Migdol. But if Divine sort of reads this and goes Heroic Age himself here, now his priests feel a lot stronger. They get a little bit more range, and he can kind of try to outplay the sort of Heroic Age Satyr shenanigans from the Chronos.
Yeah. And if you go Segment, he gets the eco boost from the better villager production.
Yep.
And he can even get the 21 range Chariot Archer, which Kronos will have a hard time dealing with in the mid game. So I think that's gotta be the play for Divine here. Because he sort of locked himself in. And that is an issue because you don't boost your economy very much. But then, if you're just on wood and gold, you don't actually need any hunt anyways. And then you have that added production from the Citadel.
Yeah.
You'll be kind of alright.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure Divine really has. I'm not sure what Divine's game plan is here. It's kind of. I was kind of talking about it beforehand, but in this specific format, you have two options. Is like as these players, you can either say, "Let me give my opponent Chronos and kind of expect it to come against my set, prepare that," or you can ban it, and then you don't have to prepare it. But if you do go for the Chronos, or you know your opponent's going to pick it, then surely you have some sort of a plan after you beat the Chronos Rush. You just, like, it's not just a Chronos Rush and you beat the Chronos Rush and you win. It's like, no, I beat the Chronos Rush, or I take very little damage, and then now what's next? I'm not really sure.
Yeah, it's always the issue.
I'm not really sure what Divine's plan is here.
No, he did kill an Oracle hero there down the bottom. Did you see that?
I missed it. And he's dead. I see him falling through the... I see him falling through the falling off the edge of the earth.
Oh. Yeah. So... Yeah, what Divine is doing thus far, he's continuing the Spearman spam. He's got 4 and he's making an additional 4 right now. But I think he needs to stop after this and then get Heroic Age. Like, exactly what you said. You don't want to be stuck in the Classical Age against Satyr spam, which is what Tunison is setting up for here. 6 Oracles. He's got the Theft of Fire well underway, and he is on way to Hyperion. Those Spearmen, those Slingers are not going to cut it against what Tunison is setting up here.
The really good thing, though, for Set, and like you could add this into your game plan here, and you're never going to get caught out, is you've got vision. So before you could throw the barracks down, you're ready to go, but before you go into them, you can just go, hang on, wait, we should just check. You just click vision, and if you take a look at like what Tunison can see, if you just click on his base, you go, oh, hang on, I see 0 units here. I see a whole bunch of military barracks, and I see a market. Oh, he's got a market. He's going Heroic Age. Okay, great. Let's safely do the same. But so it is possible to sort of get that read, so to speak, on what the Chronos is doing.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and how fast is it when you get that upgrade that allows you to recast vision for free? I think it's like 2 minutes or so. You can actually spam it quite a bit.
Yeah, it's half the speed. So
yeah, 2 minutes exactly.
Yeah, you got it. There's something that I learned the other day as well, is that if you get that and the vision is at half cooldown, it goes down to 0. So it just cuts off the 2 minutes regardless. So it doesn't even matter when you get it. You just grab it.
I'm worried of Divine's position here. Like, he's making all of these barracks units here, and it's mostly Spearmen, at least. It's mostly Spearmen, so the chaos is not going to be as brutal as it would otherwise be. But the question is he ready for what he has to do here?
I mean, there's also, well, yeah. If he could get around the map and limit these oracles, he has to be incredibly active and snipe a whole bunch. Then he can limit the Satyr numbers. Like, there's only 6. I say only. There's 6 oracles on the map. So if you can limit that down to say more like 3, then all of a sudden he's probably going to feel a little bit better. But yeah, oh no, he's just going to run to his death here.
Yeah, see, that's the issue.
Yeah.
That's why you don't. Oh my god, the damage dealt. You don't want to run into Satyrs with your barracks units. They're so bad against the Satyrs.
Yeah. I mean, every single one of them has got like 19 pierce. The Slinger's got 46 pierce, but he's not going to take. You don't care about the Slingers. You've got.
No, and look at what Tunison is doing. Tunison is making pure Contarius, so Slingers is out of the question.
Yeah. And there goes the Chaos.
Chaos.
There is a Plague of
All is
Serpents, so that could be helpful, but this is going to be a tough fight to win for Divine, for sure.
I wonder if Tunison went in a bit early here because his units are so much better than Divine's. If he had maybe just waited a minute, he could have got more units ready for this fight. But yeah, dude, Divine is actually fighting back. He's got the superior numbers here.
Yeah, that's... To be honest, I'm a little shook. I did not expect that to go that way. I was like, there's 3 Satyr. Maybe the 3 Satyr was just not enough. But there's 3 Satyr out. He's got the Contaris. I was like, this is just going to be... And Chaos, but... Divine...
Tunison a bit too trigger happy there. He did not have to go for that fight already then. He still got gold remaining at his initial gold mine. Could have waited a minute or two. And like I said, his units are so much more prime than Divine's. Meaning that if he could just delay that fight for a bit, he would have more units out. And him having more units would have benefited him more than Divine having more units.
And I guess the other thing on top of that is you don't really need to rush out onto the middle gold because you can just throw everyone onto wood and get yourself more Satyr.
Yeah, you can do that too. Like, yeah, it is really no rush for Tunison to take this fight. However, I think he's still looking strong here. These priests are costly and weak in the classical age.
There's also options of sneaking gold mines now, and if Tunison does manage to sneak a gold mine, then life is always a little tricky.
Yeah, you really got to be active with those spearmen. As said here, look, there's actually 4 exposed oracles that could easily be taken down by, say, 2 spearmen on the loose.
Yeah, but it's like, how do you know where they are is the difficult part. You have to sort of run through the map blindly. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of sides that are open. You go, I can't fight. I can't fight. I've been watching people try at the top level, and it's like you'll miss them by like millimeters. It's quite difficult.
Yeah, I guess you're right. And especially if you hide behind a forest like the oracle on the right side here, it's really easy to miss that, even with the A move.
But yeah, now there's 5 Satyrs. I'm just going to select these guys so you can see. These Satyrs have got 27 kills now with 2,316 damage. And that's just what they do. They are incredibly effective at taking out barracks units.
And Divine, he's playing it like if Tunison was forced to take a fight here for a gold mine, Divine potentially could win a fight here and then the game, but Tunison is playing it smart. He's just taking the gold mine on the left side, and there's no way for Divine's slow army to force a gold control right here on step. It's there's too many gold mines on this map for it to work.
Yeah, the next thing is now that he gets a palace up on the top corner, the barracks army will not be able to break through that. On this massive.
Tunison's using the mobility of the Contarius now. Another Plague of Serpents cast here just to defend the hunt and the gold for Divine. It's looking rough for our American hero.
Yeah, he's going to be able to defend this, though. He did lose a bunch of villages, so I bet he killed a lot of military, so there's now a considerable military advantage for Divine to need to use. So if he can get the value out of it, he's got some chances, but I just don't see what he can attack.
Yeah, that's the thing. You got the set is so good at spamming units, and Divine does exactly that, but it's a slow army. And when you go Anubis, you don't have that added mobility from the shifting sands. So it's really Divine has got a lot of firepower, but he does not have crush damage to take down buildings. He does not have mobility to secure the goal control. And so in the end, what does it actually matter that he's got this really, really strong army here?
Yeah, and I guess also dropping that Plague of Serpents, there is a small angle. I'm not actually sure how good it is. What do these guys do? 11 damage times 3. Maybe if it had out like an extra 4 Anubites, you could jump in onto the Satyrs and deal with those a little bit. But
you saw the Satyr special there?
I can see the Satyrs have got 57 kills, 5,300 damage, so I think they're doing pretty well.
Divine, this is the last time he'll try to take down a Hyperion in the classical age was set. Unless you have a map where you can sit with a lone army on a secondary gold, and you don't have to worry too much about the mobility of the Contarius or the ability to go to gold mines on the left and the right side. Like, this is just not working out.
Yeah. I mean, the lesson is learned, right? We don't want to get stuck in the classical age versus Satyr. 14 range on the priests is a little bit not enough to like run into and try and force onto the Chronos. Like, maybe if you're playing defense here with the army, you can sort of position the priests at the front of your army so the Satyr can't come in and get that big damage off for free, basically. But trying to run into the Satyr, that's just not going to work.
No, absolutely not. 6 Satyrs with the insane 55 kills here. And the Contarius just running around. These raids that Divine is doing, they're sort of forcing Divine to... He'll never be able to go fully all in because he always has to defend this location here at the same time.
Yeah. This is I mean, partly it's like it's how step works. Very open map, very hard to wall off. But to be honest, there are gold mines on this map, like the one on the left-hand corner that can get walled in easily, and they can help you play around these Contarius raids a little bit. But yeah, this middle one is you're just going to take damage after damage after damage.
Maybe that could have been the play from Divine. Grab the town center on the left side and then just secure that gold mine and even the boars there in the corner as well. And then you don't have to walk headfirst into this into these 6 satyrs here.
Yeah. Whoa.
It's just so disgusting.
This is how
72 kills.
It's not disgusting. This myth unit's a good unit. All myth units, not just the Satyr. You're seeing it with the Satyr here. This is just one option.
Well, you know, if these were behemoths, they would not be nearly the same kind of
absolutely
destruction.
dominate. The behemoths would absolutely dominate. I'm locking it in. But
these poor priests, they are scratching the goatmen.
Yep, and that is game 1 for Tunison. It's not all bad for Divine here, though. Like I said earlier, in this show match, he might have lost with this set, but he does get to pick the map for the next game to force Tunison to play a map of set that he probably doesn't want to play.
All right, we'll figure this one out together, Boit. Do our prediction for what he's going to pick.
All right, let's jump over to the drafting menu and have a little thinksy. Alrighty, so what do we got then? What's the thought process? What would you pick as Divine?
I think maybe Midgard is an option. Like Set is just not a standard pick on Midgard at all. And then you can go Poseidon, heck, even Demeter. I think Greek versus Set on Midgard, I can see that being quite decent. P potentially, although I'm not sure. I don't even know. Dude, I would pick Midgard. Greek versus Set on Midgard would be my choice.
If I said that the map was not Midgard, what would your second choice be?
I don't want to do Mirage because
No.
of the Vision Serpents. It's just so brutal. What then? I don't even know. Maybe Key.
Well, it's going to be on Ghost Lake, so it's close to Key. Ghost Lake's an interesting pick here. I actually quite like Set on this map. I quite like Set here. This is one of the maps that I think I willingly played Set on in Mythic Wars. I think I lost the map, but I was like, nah, this map's great for Set. I'm happy to play it here.
I like it as Set because there is limited hunt available, and the hunt that there is really exposed oftentimes, and so the villager conversion comes in clutch a lot of the time, and then you can just strangle your opponents off of hunt, which is really good. And then you just take it from there. The spearman mobility comes in huge on the ghost leg as well.
Unfortunately, we'll do it like this. I figured it out. It's fine. We have to do it like this. Maybe I'll tell Ross later. Can't get the set on two different maps in the draft. But yeah. Yeah, there's lots of things to convert. 2 gold mine Ghost Lake is good for set. Town center, second town centers are good for set. Like, it's gonna be a Poseidon versus set game. But I think Poseidon, you can do some damage here on a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake with center. It's 2 gold mine Ghost Lake. I think I like the set over the Poseidon. What do you think?
I think I just prefer. Dude, it's so weird. It's one of those matchups where if I play on Poseidon's side, I'll say this feels impossible, and if I'm playing on Set, I'll say this is impossible. I'm not good with either of these two gods. But for if I'm playing Set, I really fear the Hippias Centaur combo.
Yeah.
It feels really, really hard to beat, especially if you're against a good player who can macro and micro really well simultaneously. But on the other hand, if the set player is extremely good, they'll make sure to spread their units around and cause chaos all around the map and not go into just a straight up battle, because I don't think you want to do that against the Greek death ball here.
Yeah.
But yeah, 2 gold mine Ghost Lake. You get to play defense. You don't have to worry too much about the mobility of the Poseidon army. And then you can just get heroic and heck, even mythic and do Egyptian things.
I wonder if Divine is going to play it like differently. Do you know what I mean? Like, I wonder if Divine is going to go like 2 TC sort of hyper defense, kind of like set, sorry, not set style, Zeus style or Hades style. Of course, without restoration, it changes things. But you have ceasefire, multiple ceasefires, I guess.
Could be. I think it's like you said on Ghost Lake, it's a very map reliant, so you got to do your scouting. Although the joke is that Divine doesn't do that. He just he has his game plan and then he follows it. Pretty much. Pretty much with disregard for many other factors.
I want to believe that he's got that he does it like you remember Chemo. Chemo would play a certain way on ladder, and then he would play very, very differently in tournament. At least that's what I was noticing when I was seeing him in the retold tournaments. But mostly the idea was like, how much can I get away with? What do I like? And he's just constantly trying to like push the limits of him playing his style rather than being forced to play something else. I wonder if that's something that Divine's in for here. Maybe he's gonna go down a strat that he knows he's good with. He doesn't have to practice it, but he knows it's good, and he knows he can't do his style, but he's just gonna go somewhere else. Kind of like last game, I guess. He didn't really play 2 TC in that one. He went very different.
I think there is probably some truth in that. Like, just when you play these ladder games and there's nothing really on stake other than ladder points, you can do stuff like that, limit testing, and then even if you lose, if you just do it consciously and if you think about it, you will learn things still.
Yeah. Anyways, game number 2 here. Our second game of Satfat for the Satfat's set Shenanigans. Let's jump into Ghost Lake. Roll the clip. Alrighty, back with game number 2 between Tunison and Divine. I got Lisk Soup along for the journey here, correcting my nonsense. What do you see?
Yeah, somebody's got to. It's a hard job, but somebody's got to do it.
That's right.
We got the 1 gold Ghost Lake here, and we have 3 Aurochs in base. So this is about as scuffed as it gets on Ghost Lake. Meaning, I don't think we're very likely to get a 2 TC boom here unless the second town center we're going to be witnessing is extremely good.
Yeah, and neither of these towns. This is like the lowest amount of gold you can possibly have on Ghost
Yeah,
Lake
it's
as
really-
well. It's got 2 large gold mines a player, 1 medium gold mine a player, and the town centers are not good. If there was a map to go Mass Centaur on ever in the history of Age of Mythology Retold, it's this map.
For sure. And something that's so interesting about this type of map with only 4 large gold mines to go to is that even just 20, 25 minutes into the game, gold control, or sort of not having access to any gold, even though you have secured your 3 town centers and so on, becomes a real thing. And a lot of games will be decided by which player gets to set up a trade route. However minuscule, even if it's just 10, 15 caravans earlier than your opponent, it can really decide the outcome of a game when the map is as scuffed as we see here.
Yeah, I've just been checking out the relics as well. Now, there's not the most crazy of relics on the map, but there are 2 that are going to improve the centaur quite a bit. One being Tale of Cerberus, which is often overlooked as an important relic for many, many different reasons. But for the centaur, this increases the actual threat against spearmen by a considerable amount because you're going to be able to constantly
Oh yeah, the hit and run. Holy.
Yeah. You'll be able to constantly have that special going down. And then on the top, this isn't a huge deal, but there is a counter to Centaur inside of Mass Chariot Archer, if it ever gets there, for Egyptians. And the scales of Catoplopas with minus 15% vulnerability to pierce does help against that a little bit. It's a bit of a rare
you can even use it
situation
on,
to get into, though.
Can even use it on Hydras or Nemean Lions in the Heroic Age. I think it could be quite impactful there.
Yeah. Hydras are always good against Egyptian. At the moment, I would stay away from the Nemean Lion. No one's scary for reasons that I'm sure many people who have tried using the Nemean Lion are aware of at the moment. But
Oh, the pathing. It's like there's like a mini Iron Harry, I've noticed, yeah.
My units decide to get feared by my own Nemean Lion's Roar. Very, very scary unit.
It's okay. Greek players get to experience what it's been like to play Norse for 2 years almost now.
I don't want to alarm anyone, but Divine's doing divine things here.
Does have Hunt behind this TC, and there's a gold mine in front of it. So realistically, you can see what his game plan is going to be. He'll have Hunt in the beginning, and then he's going to get a nice mass of units here. You know, he's getting a sick economy here. The issue surely is going to be when he has to fight over that gold mine on top there. But if he can manage to do so, he should be in a terrific spot.
Yeah, there's a couple of tricks here, right? Trick number 1 is scout, and if you see your opponent doing a fast heroic, like if Tunison's doing a fast heroic here, just wander forward and be on the gold mine while they're doing the fast heroic. You can get around about 1,000 gold from outside your base gold mine in that situation. Tunison's going for a town center as well. All right, I guess both you and me have got no idea how to play this game.
I don't know. It is a bit strange, I think. I think both of these players are seeing the 6th caribou behind that town center, and then they're saying to themselves they're going to have a really, when you grab that second TC and there's Hunt right next to it, you do get a very, very solid economy early on. And for Tunison, he's got all these animals that he's converted and he's gotten for free as well. Like, he's going to be able to really get a solid economy going here. And he also noticed he scouted Divine's TC. So maybe he's thinking he's going to get his solid economy with 2 town centers as well. And then maybe he's going to put on the aggression on Divine's second gold mine at some point.
Yeah. I'm not going to lie. If I saw this map, my opening would have been a couple of barracks, like 2 barracks, maybe max, making spearmen, ensure that forward gold mine doesn't get grabbed, and then go heroic age and then just slap a Migdol down on it. Like that would have been my go-to, and I would be very, very happy with that plan. But Tunison, there's obviously nothing wrong with reacting to a 2TC with your own 2TC, because you're going to be able to keep up. But this does play into the Divine game plan in like completely. This is exactly how Divine wants to play this game.
Probably, yeah. You know, Tunison can still, like I said, Tunison can still pressure the top side of Divine, even though he's 2 TC booming. He is playing set with these animals, so he will have an extremely solid economy, and he still does have that option to slap Serpents down and Amygdal, and then also have Ancestors available. You know, just because he's 2 TC booming doesn't mean he cannot go aggressive. Not at all.
That's true, yeah. 2 DC fast, heroic, get in there. I imagine Divine here has to build some actual units, otherwise he's going to have some trouble. But the thing that he probably should be doing, which would shut this down, what you're saying a little bit, is if he can just move forward, chuck a wall down, and chuck another wall down on the on this gold mine, and just be there mining it. There's no sense in not mining it right now, I think. It's the big secret
Well, it's
to making...
hard, though. It is hard. It is hard because the villages that he used to build that town center. Yeah, okay. I mean, he's sending 5 onto wood. You're absolutely right. Like, try to sneak in some gold there.
Yeah, it's the secret to making 2TC work at any level of play. I think if you can scout it, what's going on, and you can feel safe in doing it. It's the thing that like Kavoth does like better than anyone else. This is kind of what makes him a nightmare to play for anyone who's like a kind of more all-in-y type player. I'm talking about myself here. Is if he gets that off, you go, well, my all-in is dead before I even get to try and do it.
Divine forcing out the serpents here. I think he'll be very happy about that.
Yeah. And
it's a very easy damage that he's getting down here.
I'm actually a big fan of Divine making Centaur here. I'm a little surprised that he's doing it because like I haven't seen him ever build Myth Unit. He just likes to spam God Powers. But going into Myth Unit here gives him a nice answer to Ancestors as well, because it can help deal with that, and then obviously it's going to prevent the villagers from moving across the map. The only thing he's missing here, and it's a big miss, is he's missing Winged Messengers, which gives that Pegasus. You just see everything.
Yeah, it's such a good upgrade. 50 gold, 3 favor, or something like that, right?
Yeah, it's cheap as chips, as we say.
You can get that, and then what I don't see many players do is you can get an additional Pegasus, and that Pegasus is also going to be faster, more line of sight,
and
it's just a Pegasi. Everyone complains that Odin has got OP Ravens, but Greeks can get them nearly for free. Actually, like I think they're such an underrated unit.
Who's complaining that who's complaining about the Ravens?
Maybe not anymore. Maybe a year ago.
Oh, give me my Ravens. My Ravens are blind. Can we get a little bit more, just a little bit more LOS?
Hey, give me my 36 line of sight Ravens back, or whatever it was.
Oh well. Beggars can't be choosers, but there is a
Anti-bite raid coming here from Tunison. This is so brutal. One unit near like 25 villagers, and it's doing so much damage here.
I would unironically delete my Theseus, rebuild him right now. Like no reason not to. This is too much damage to take. Just take the 150 resource loss. Shoo the Anubite away. But
what I like to do when considering situations like this is do the counting. Every second a villager is idle here, and even like that's a resource that you're losing out on.
Yeah.
And then you even lost a villager as well. Like it's absolutely crazy how much value that raid was. Didn't look like much, wasn't big flashy thing, but it's really good for Tunison. Exactly what he needs here.
The big problem for Tunison, though, if there is anything to worry about, is his gold mine is now expired in his main base. He could try and sneak the top gold mine, and I think that's not a terrible idea considering all the units are at the bottom of the map. Comes up to the top, drop a Migdol, walls to play around the center. That can work, but trying to force this forward gold mine with all those centaur is going to be very, very tough.
The centaur is such a good touch, such a nice touch here. Tunison now forced to go for the gold mine, and Divine is ready for it. He knows this is happening now. The Pegasus is in place with the Winged Messenger, right?
Yep. Yeah, and Tunison is going to have a very, very tough time here.
Tunison, this is You mentioned it. This 2 TC boom sort of played into what Divine wanted to, and it does certainly look like it right now, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm looking at the army diff, and it is close, so you got to still be careful here as Divine.
Yeah.
He goes heroic. That's why it's so close. I'm like, no, there should be an extra like 1,300 military diff here, and yeah, Divine.
It's not bad. This is not bad, you know.
No,
The
it's not.
Poseidon heroic bronze push. Yeah, he's not gonna get the goal control right now, but he will have it in a minute or so.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a Migdalor from Tunison. That's gonna help out a ton. But the bronze push with Poseidon, we've seen it so many times. It's insanely strong. And even then, you know, even with Tunison securing the gold mine here, he's taking significant losses. He lost all of his spearmen except for one.
We've been seeing myth units get a lot of value in this series thus far. These Centaur up to 9 kills, 1,100 damage, feeling good.
We're mythology maxing today.
That's it. The good thing here for Tunison is he does have the high ground, and if there's one thing I know, it's that you don't want to try it if your opponent's got the high ground. I learnt that a while ago, so he has to run away now. Okay, that was terrible. I'm sorry. I tried.
That Migdal could have looked so much cooler if it was just right next to the cliff. It's a big missed opportunity for Tunison.
Yeah. This button. Okay, so there's now going to be the Prodromus coming through for Divine. So the idea of making like Camel Rider Spearmen to sort of beat Hippias Centaur Prodromus kind of makes sense, but I feel like you have to do something else here with Set to actually deal with all of this stuff. Like, I don't know, more Scorpion Men or something. You can't really drop Ancestors here either because of Ceasefire, but maybe you want the Ceasefire and he's going to drop that, and I almost doubt, yeah, we're just going to see a bronze. Not going to see a Ceasefire here. He's like, no, we're going. This is good for me. Let's go. Hydra.
Raging Horses in now for Divine as well. This is with the bronze. It's such a brutal combination.
Yeah, the micro just on point from Divine as well. What a game. A clinic from Divine in this one. I think Tunison sort of made his bed in this game by going for that town center. Did not read this map at all.
Opportunity for aggression on the forward gold mine for Divine. Such an excellent opportunity. But he just didn't grab it. He, like, exactly like you said, he went for the 2 TC, ran right into Divine's game plan and just allowed the Poseidon heroic age push like we've seen so many times. It's yeah.
I mean, I think Tunison could have like dealt with this. Like, he could have been okay here, but he needs to set the walls up, but he needs to defend the walls. So he needed to get in here and basically use the walls with Spearman and Priest in the classical age. So you're going to you're not going to look for any fights, but you're just looking to defend your walls so you can get to your gold mine. And then you're okay because you're not going to take any damage. Your opponent can't hit your gold mine, hit your walls and get to your gold mine because, well, you're just going to heal up your Spearman with the priests, or the priests are going to be sitting there ready to hit the centaur. You're basically just placing right in front of the gate with your priest, and Spearman right there as well.
But it's not the issue. Divine was on point. He had his army exactly where it needed to be. So if Tunison had went for what you said, then it would just be an extended classical age fight, and I don't think you want to do that.
Well, it's not an extended classical, but it's like you're basically, you see what Divine went for in the heroic age time. He went like a 12-minute thing. So you get enough units to hold that wall, and then you go heroic age, and then it's a little bit easier.
But you know, if Divine sees you spamming units in classical age, he's just gonna continue. He doesn't have to go heroic.
Maybe.
If he sees the set player making Spearman Priest,
okay,
he just continues doing the.
Just put a tower behind the walls. There you go. I solved it.
all right.
All right. Let's go back to the draft and see what they're gonna pick for game 3. All right. So yeah, two 2 games of set, 2 losses. So Satfat absolutely correct that Egyptian in dire need of buffs. Glad to see it. Happy to see it. Well done.
Actually interesting. Like when we see every other tournament, Set is one of the priority picks, and even if you weren't forced to pick Set here, I'm almost certain that Tunisian would prioritize that Set pick quite high. But yeah, 2 losses and 2 big losses, I would even say.
Yeah. I do think the big thing that
Oh, Boit, I have to go now. I'm
okay.
so sorry.
Oh, that's all right. I had fun with you, even if it was short. But
Yeah,
thank you for
we'll do it
joining
again
with
next
me.
week. Hopefully, I'll have more time.
Okay. Thanks, Soup.
See you, everyone. See you, Boit. Bye.
Bye. And then there was one. I'm alone. I'm sad. What I was gonna say is the big difference between like a regular tournament Egyptian pick and what we see in this specific format is that the set has to be played on maps that the set player doesn't particularly want to play set on. Now, I'm not saying I like Ghost Lake for set. I think that was a great set map just in general for Tunison, but I think his strategy unfortunately didn't quite work out for him. But it does end up mattering quite a bit. And yeah, so Tunison will be picking his next map, and we've got ourselves a series here. It's not a good map if it spawns like that. It is if your opponent goes 2 TC Recon. It really, really is. I can't accept that. I'm not accepting that at all. No, sir. That there for set against Poseidon 2 TC. No. Was my UI the wrong way around the entirety of that game? I don't think it was. Maybe it was. I don't know. Look, you can say it's a divine issue all you want, but that's what the game was. Got to play the player. That's right. Got to play the player. 1 TC with SS on. He didn't even have to. She didn't even have to go shifting sands. He just had to walk over there. Would have been very simple. Like very, very simple. Flavio's Legend, you are very incorrect. The game is very much alive and kicking. We're going to go in onto the map Key. Key is our next map. Yay. All right, let's see what gods they're going to pick. So now we start the more serious side of the best of 7. The more serious side of the best of 7. This is where the players get to show their mettle. How deep does the game knowledge go? So if I'm divine here on the map Key, I'm looking at Susanoo as a half decent god here. I think probably not Thor. Susanoo. Loki is okay on Key for reasons that Soup has shown. Probably wouldn't pick Demeter on this map. Probably wouldn't pick Freyr on this map. Probably wouldn't pick Ra on this map. But yeah, I think the Loki makes sense and the Susanoo makes sense here for divine. Tunison, on the other hand, he's going to be picking Uranus. And we do see a very interesting matchup. I actually think this is playable for a certain S tier god. I'm glad Soup's not here to call me out on my rubbish, and no one else gets to fight me on this one. S tier god versus S tier god for map number 3. Let's go. Now, whether or not Divine understands the game plan here, I abused with Demeter. I got told that I got told that I was a big fat abuser last time I played Demeter. I have the match win. Where is it? It's not here. I don't even know where it is. Oh, there it is. I got the match win right here. And it is this matchup. So we'll see how it's going to go here for the Divine Man himself. Where's the lobby? There's the lobby. Let me drop that in the chat for old mate. Right. Okay. So Demeter versus Aranos on this map. Very, 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 very playable on the side of Demeter. The reason why it's playable is because you just want to sit there and just basically deflect damage the entirety of the game. You have an ability to play village center versus one town center Aranos and get to a second gold mine because of your god power from Pan. So there is, without question, a way to play here with Demeter. Whether Divine knows how to do that, I doubt it. I've seen a lot of comments from him about Demeter, which clearly show that he thinks that Demeter should be played a different way, which is like if you're playing a god in a way that like doesn't really play into the strengths of that god, then it's obviously not going to be very good. But yeah, Demeter's pretty straight down the nose to take advantage of all of the advantages, so to speak. And it turns out I've just got the go-ahead to announce that I have an announcement at the end of this show match. It's not about the LAN. I have an announcement. Sorry, Magic. That one's gonna. I think that one's happening later this week or next week or the week after, like that. When it's happening, don't ask me because I'm not going to tell you. But I do have an announcement for the end of this series. It's actually Magic. You would be hang on. Magic, you're going to be absolutely disappointed with this one. You couldn't be more disappointed, but you might get very hype about it. I don't know. But let's just say that it's going to be exciting. An announcement for an announcement of an announcement. The end of this week as an announcement. Enjoy. I'm hyped. Yes. So there's I've already announced that I have an announcement. That's going to be coming later next week. But I have another announcement that I have an announcement that's going to be happening after this show match. All right. We're going to get into game number 3 here. I'm enjoying this series at the moment. We are going in onto the map keys, so let's jump in and talk about it inside the game. And off we go into game number 3. The Satfat Shenanigans have concluded. And as we move into game number 3, and we have another streamer venturing into the God roster. We got Dimitristar. Divine playing as Dimitristar. Living the dream. On the other side, in the red color, he's being cheeky and changing the profile picture. You shouldn't be allowed to do that. This is Boit. I'm in this game as well. Yay! Old mate Tunison doesn't understand what fun is. Okay, it's fine. But yeah, we are on the map key. Tunison on one of his favorite gods. And we'll see how Divine approaches this. He's got an absolutely kick-ass back gold mine with back berry bush. Like this, you couldn't ask for a better village center map here for Divine. He's also got a very nice gold mine over here that he can wander over to and easily get this. So how does Pan help secure a second gold mine? So the idea is that we wander over there and we drop the fortress down. Basically, okay, so here's the game plan for... I don't think this is what Divine's going to do, but here's the game plan for a village center Dimitri start. You basically go for the village center on your gold mine. You get Pan's Pioneers. If your opponent stays one town center, you grab watchtowers, and then you go for a heroic age. Right? Then you sit in your main base and you spam out counter units. So you're either spamming out Pacifist or Peltas or Prodromus, depending on what your opponent's making. Uranus is probably going to be making themselves Terma and Murmillo or something like that. So you're making Pacifist and Peltas, both low on gold costs, which means you get the most out of your gold mine. And then with your very last 300 gold, we're not seeing Pan, so this does not have any application to what's going to happen in this game. With your last 300 gold, you send your villagers over to the second gold mine. You run over there, you drop Arcadian Meadow down, you plop the fortress down on there, and then after the fortress is completed, you grab the gold as much as you possibly can. If your opponent's harassing you and it's annoying, you can drop the Wither to get rid of Arcadian Meadow. But you're good to go where that's concerned. But anyways, it's going to be Ares for Divine. One option for Divine inside of this Ares is to actually drop the Pestilence down in the main base of the Uranos, and that'll help him delay the Murmillos from getting across the map. Is Divine missing a wood line? Kinda. I think it should have spawned over here. It's not the end of the world. Anyways, Cyclops is out. Village is finishing up over here, and he's going village center. What? The issue with this is you don't have Arcadian Meadow. Pestilence doesn't help you get to that second gold mine. That's the issue with Ares here. Like, if I am Tunison, I'm more than happy to play 1 TC against Ares because I know it's going to be a tough time to get that second gold mine. And Tunison is one of the more powerful, more strong, more prominent Uranos 1 TC players out there. That's true. He doesn't actually, you're right, actually, kiddo. You don't have to go to the heroic age here. So you can get more out of this. That does make some sense. That does make some sense. Go straight into Pacifist and play defense in the main base. Of course, Tunison here has got no idea what's going on just yet. He is scouting. He will be able to see the village center soon. And we'll see what his reaction is going to be, whether he goes for a second town center himself or he decides to go all in or all that other good stuff. The only issue with staying in the classical age and going for Pacifist is that now you don't have access to Peltast and the Caraballis's stock rises quite a lot. Now, we have seen a couple of relics getting picked up. There is the Tail Feathers of Heaven, Gambantine Odin's Wand, as well as Ankh of Ra, as Divine did manage to pick himself up the Tail of Cerberus. That's going to be amazing, actually, for the Cyclops, no? So that's 25% reduction. That goes to 15 seconds on the throw. That's kind of nice. I'm... Spam Cyclops, my boy! Yes, you're playing against Oceanus, but if you got Pacifist plus Cyclops, cheaper Murmillo heroes aren't going to do a thing. Archery range for Divine, though, so we might go into Bow of Horror, Toxotes and things like that. The Caladria did spot the village center, so the question right now for Divine is... Not Divine. Tunison is, what are you going to do? All in? Try and hit villages? Or what? Couple more houses, and it will be a town center. I don't hate this play from Tunison. I think it's really safe. I don't think he needs to win the game on a second gold mine versus Dimitristar, but he does have to be trying to win the gold mine on the next one. Otherwise, life gets very, very tough there. As the scout will scout the town center. I'll tell you what would be kind of sick here. If Divine goes for another town center, but he just goes straight, not a town center, but another village center, and he just drops it on this gold mine. People were calling me crazy before about that. I think it's a great idea. Even without Pan's Pioneers. Get in there. Third village center. Why not? Try and stop it. You're not going to be able to. Response to this one, now it's going to be 2.5 town centers worth of production versus 2, and yeah, you're missing out on the population for a little bit, but you can get the third town, you can get the actual town center later. It also boosts up the stock of Persephone. You can go in for that Persephone god power, and that can be a little bit more powerful. Nonetheless, Mermillo's on the charge. The Cyclops going to pick that one up. Send that for 6. It dies. Ouch. And some more military academies up, and he will grab both of the upgrades here. Of course, Phobos' Spear of Panic for later makes perfect sense, as the Galadriel gets away with 10 HP in a dream. Phobos' Spear of Panic for later in the game makes perfect sense, because there is a world tier where Tunison... Okay, interesting usage of the Wither here, but yeah, there is one usage for Wither and one usage only, and that's on farms. You don't want, or I guess you can drop it on berry bushes. But anyways, what was I going to say? Okay, Phobos' Spear of Panic makes sense when you see Thea. Otherwise, you don't have to really worry about it. As Divine's getting his farms up. The great thing about the Dimitristar farms is they cost half price, effectively, because you can put 2 villages onto one farm. It's a nice boost. The sky passages up on both sides of the map. We've got ourselves the Paspis, Toxotes, Bowl of Horror coming through for Divine. All of these upgrades are going to really make the army of Divine very, very strong here. We'll see if Divine can make an attack happen, because right now the idea for Tunison is just get to the heroic age. I think had Divine, instead of maybe going for units here, gone for Cyclops and basically did like a 9-minute push a la Amaterasu's or even Susanoo's Amina Katatomi 1 Udor push, make a couple of Cyclops and go. Of course, you need to get the scouting information in to know to do that, and that's not what Divine's got here, but that could have been an angle to get in and actually get some serious damage done. Unless the citizen going to bail into this town center, keep themselves safe. Losing a man is not the end of the world, as the villagers can sort of go elsewhere. But you know, one Cyclops here, it's just not going to be enough to break it. Well, maybe it will be. No, I don't think it's going to be enough to break a town center. I mean, you can go for it, but we'll see. Does see some units over here. Going to look to try and get a little bit of damage off there. Mana does fall. Cyclops makes its way over onto the town center. We do see another Cyclops coming in for Divine. It's a little on the late side. As the Oracle going to come through, but that's immediately going to go down there as the army charges in onto this one, going after the town center as the Hero Mamillo do get converted in there. Snipes the Galadriel on the top as the army going to come through. There is a Chaos, but I'm not even sure if the Chaos is going to be that useful. The Paspis to surround these guys here is going to be good. We do have the Pestilence getting dropped down as the Cyclops gets surrounded in onto from those Murmillo heroes. Still alive for the time being, but will be falling as Shockwave comes down. Murmillo heroes get in. They take out the Cyclops, but the Murmillo heroes going down to those Paspis there as the Murmillos will pull back. Another Cyclops going to be making its way in, as that might be enough to take the Town Center down. And Tunison looks like he's going to be in some trouble here. Losing this Town Center is going to be so painful. Murmillo heroes popping back out to try and take out the Cyclops, as the Toxotes need to be dealing with that one. And he does decide to continue moving back and forth here as the Murmillo heroes coming back in. Cyclops goes down. Another couple of Murmillo heroes will end up falling here as well. Not the best control in the world from Divine, but Town Center will end up going down, and Tunison is in some trouble here. I love this attack from Divine, completely catching Tunison out, but it's still close on the village account here. Of course, it's favoring Divine because he's playing as Dimitristar, he's playing as Greek versus the Atlanteans here. Atlantean civilian units, if you're equal, you're going to be getting less income. But now we've got Will of Kronos, we've got Cyclops. I'm not sure I like this decision from Divine. I would really prefer him to get to the heroic age now. That would change things in a big way, as how many Contarius do you want? Tunison says 12 is good, as the raids will start. And this is the reason why we want to get to the heroic age. So we can pull back our army, play defense, wall up the map, and it doesn't matter how many times they say walls to Divine, he's not going to build them. They are so insanely important in Age of Mythology, especially when you've got yourself an immobile army versus a mobile army. Hoplites doing the defense. It's like, I don't defend with buildings. What is it? Walls are for keeping children in, not for keeping me out, is what Divine's saying, I guess. I don't know what he's saying. As the mana can go down on the front. Ontarius moving around, looking for a little bit of something elsewhere. Satyr come forward, get some damage off there. Of course, the Cyclops will get something. Throws that one in. Tower's going to go down. It's 70 villages to 62, though. Even losing villages right now isn't actually the worst thing in the world for Divine, as long as he's getting value with this army elsewhere. Just on the fact that he's got a village center and he's got this town center, but he is firmly stuck in... I don't know if he actually is stuck in the classical age. Normally you're stuck in the classical age because you have to do a farm transition, and it's just like really hard to do because you're spamming units out and all that other good stuff. But yeah, Divine's got a lot of food villages. I think he's going to be able to get to 800 food very, very quickly. As he's moving up to the top side, Tunison can very simply go from one side of the map to the other through his sky passages. There's the Contarius up onto the top side. And here's the thing. Right now, these... Chaos coming down onto the backside as the Satyr come down with a huge snipe there. But the heroes are coming in. Gets close to his Orpheus there as well. And all those Satyr getting picked off incredibly quickly. Is there enough actual hoplite here, though, to deal with all the Contarius is the question. I think the answer is a resounding yes, as Divine attempting to get to the heroic age here. I think he's going to be able to do it, and this allows him to potentially start thinking about moving to this gold mine, which is gigantic. Divine's got to be happy with his position, as he's going to throw down that market, and we'll see which... he spams out units. We'll see which town center he wants to use. Normally, you go through the village center, so that gives you the most amount of villages, because villages train slower in a village center. Technologies train at the same rate. And we will see Hestia coming in, which makes perfect sense for me. Hestia is the is by far the stronger of the two heroic age gods. That being said, there is a world where going for Ares, Aphrodite, and Hera makes sense because you can get into some very, very powerful late game Cyclops. So you get yourself that, what's it called? Something Rage. Monstrous Rage through Hera. Aphrodite gives you golden apples for faster favor gather rate. You drop the Hestia's Hearth in the main base to boost your favor gathering villages as well. And then you can spam those Cyclops out, build a couple of temples with Monstrous Rage. Sounds absolutely crazy, but it seems very, very strong. Nonetheless, the town center is back up for Tunison. Divine knows what I'm pretty sure Divine knows what his win con is here, which is just get another gold mine up somewhere. A fortress down here, a fortress down here. Both make sense as the army going to be charging in onto this position. Of course, there's going to be the communal hearth here as well if he wants to, as the Orpheus and archers chasing that satyr down. You really do need to snipe the Orpheus. Super important as the communal hearth comes down over here. Well, the best positioning for the communal hearth. The best place to place this, in my opinion, is going to be behind your base, away from your opponent, basically. As we are seeing upgrades coming in, faded arrows as well as the heavy range soldiers. I'm not sure where the Hammer Dryad's off to. That's chilling over here. You want that in the fight, sitting on this position, preventing Tunison from ever getting in here, but I guess he doesn't need it. As Shaft Mine coming through, more hoplites start coming out, and Tunison is looking like he's in a very, very difficult position. So this God Power has got many different effects. One effect is that it gives all the villages in its radius plus 10% gather rate. The other effect is that it's going to be doing a conversion of an opponent's unit. It takes about 3.65 seconds, plus an additional 1 second per 200 hit points on that target. And that happens every 4 seconds. So a very, very, very strong defensive God Power, but it's only got 900 HP, so it dies very quickly. So if it gets caught out, that's bad. There's a third town center coming up for Tunison, and Tunison's looking for the raids in the center of the map, as Divine still not dropping any walls. He does have himself crenellations, but yeah, no walls. All these pigs as well definitely want to be getting sent over to the temple for that, as Divine says, hey, if you're going to attack me, what if I just A-move your base? I don't want to deal with your bloody Contarius. Let me just go kill you. He also does decide it's time for Hera, and he is putting it into the village center. I mean, at this point, it probably is maybe a little bit more risky to go village center rather than town center. You've already at 94 villages, so it doesn't really matter, as the Hoplite's going to be cleaning up infrastructure here, and Tunison is in some trouble. He's making Contarius versus Phobos Spear. Phobos Spear of Panic. Hoplites. These things are going to absolutely dominate the Contarius as he's continuing to charge after these villages, but Fortress is dealing with this. Very good defense from Divine. Tunison will drop down the Chaos here, but so long as Divine right-clicks back onto that town center, which he absolutely does do, this town center will be falling, as the army for Divine going to deal with this as well. On the top here, we see the Icarus going after that Satyr there. Good micro from Divine. He's got to keep that shoot and scoot going back and forth to dodge the Arcus, but well enough done up onto the top side. Tunison trying to break through the fortress over here. So we see a couple more military barracks coming down for Tunison. Over onto this side, the citizen of Tunison say, no, you're not allowed on this gold mine. Away with you. As they're going to be shanking a little bit. Tunison panicking. Do I have the... Oh, Hammer Dryad! Come on. Surely Hammer Dryad proc there. Never been more upset. Hoplites coming through. They're going to get a couple of prods. And these these villages are mostly going to be safe. Pretty sure Divine also has his... Yeah, he does. He's got survival equipment already, so... hello there. That's a dangerous way to play. Luckily, Divine is really far in front on military, and he's also getting revenge damage into the middle here as... Tunison is just in a very difficult position here. He's going after the main town center, but the Medusa spawn here should be gigantic. Where is it? He's right. Okay, never mind. Medusa spawn will not be gigantic because it won't do anything. Lightning Storm does get dropped down, but Tunison can dive into his Sky Passage. I think that's exactly what he did do. I'm going to try and take this out and prevent the army from returning over here, but Tunison still has got some places around the map to move towards. As the village is going to move back over onto the gold mine. And we do have ourselves Helios now coming through for Tunison. But Helios at this point doesn't really give him a whole lot. He can make himself a bunch of Centimanus, but that's kind of about it. He doesn't have any resources. This town center is going to be going down soon. The villagers over here get pushed off of this gold mine, but do you really care? Run the villagers to the tree. Okay, we do have a little bit of a vortex onto this position. No real options to run here, but you don't even need to. There's so many units and a communal half coming in. Convert the Centimanus, my boy. Okay, all the Arcus is fine. That's fine there. Don't get and that's the win for Divine. No shame in losing to the S tier Demetra Star though. Very, very nice style from Divine. I like this one with the village center into a bit of a timing with that Cyclops kind of catching Tunison out. Divine playing a really, really nice series thus far. Shutting the haters down. Love to see it. Tunison's best god here has been dispatched with. You gotta love it. So we've still got a best of 7 to come though, guys. And there still needs to be 2 more wins for Divine. Tunison needs an extra 3 wins, or he's going to have some trouble here. Let's get back over to the drafting menu and see what's going to happen. Alrighty. I'm out of water at the moment, which is making me nervous, but Demeter claims, I think, her first win in a... Probably not her first win in tournament, but her first win in recent memory in tournament. And our next map is going to be on Mirage. And it's going to be a Tsukiyomi versus... I just saw it. A Tsukiyomi versus Loki matchup. That needs to be flipped. Tunison Uranus lost, so Tunison can't be that good on it. Yeah, Demeter's pretty good into Uranus, not going to lie. That I haven't seen that style of Demeter work though, so that's a first for me. Alrighty. Onwards and upwards. The names aren't flipped. It says Divine's on the Divine's on the left, and Tunison's on the right. Just all right. It's fine. Fine, guys. Should I tell you guys that the Tunison's making every excuse under the sun right now? No, I'm not going to say that. I'm going to quickly run and grab some water. Otherwise, my life is going to go down the toilet. But we got a minute and 20 seconds until the next game. I'll be right back. All right. I got myself some water. We got ourselves game number 4. And we got ourselves a series here. Yeah, we got all the show matches. So we got Divine Tunison. Then we're gonna have Kavoth Pegasus. And then we're gonna have on a different channel, on Motaba's channel, we're gonna have Jack 90 versus Nyan. And then we're gonna have Nahles versus Punkstar, I believe. So there's actually 4 show matches today. So if you guys like Age of Mythology, today is the day to be tuning into it because we got a lot of it. But nonetheless, let's get into game number 4 on the map Mirage. And off we go. Off to the races. Spawning in the left-hand corner of the map. It's Mooski. Well, Divine playing is Mooski. His opponent today in the red color playing as Tsukiyomi is way too hot, but it's actually Super Yomi yet again. Innocent just ruining it for everyone. Just without question, Super Yomi here. We're seeing all the streamers coming out. Living the dream. Alrighty. Let's check out some relics. And we'll talk about it. Feather of Jingwei over here. Wood trickle rate plus 0.5. In the middle here we got the Jocolatl. One of the strongest relics I think in the game right now. Plus 4% hit points for all human soldiers. Just for a reference on how valuable this is, let me just show you a relic. Where is the scoreboard? You're absolutely right. I got no idea. Why is the scoreboard not on? I don't understand. Oh, I understand. I figured it out. It's back. Anyways, let me talk about this. This one here. Let's take a look at this god power. I mean this one. 150 wood, 20 favor for 5%. Sorry, for 5% bonus HP. So take off 20% of that cost. That's what that relic's worth. Kinda good. Kinda good. We've also got Pygmalion's statue over here, plus 40% hit points. Did I look at this one already? I did. I think there's a relic somewhere else on the map down the bottom corner. Dwarven Calipers. So, yeah, there is currently a bug, hashtag bug associated with Norse. And there's also a bug associated with the Aztecs as well, for those of you who want to play at home, in terms of their actual favor generation on this patch. But it's not a negative bug for the Norse. It's a very positive bug. They get a little bit more favor every game. And to be honest, after actually playing with it, it's not that much more. Unless something weird happens in the game, like your villagers shanking down a temple, it's not that much more favor than you would normally get. I was watching a game of a Norse player versus a Chinese player, and I looked at the graph at the end of the game, and they had equal favor. So there you go. But a nice little game plan here for Divine. He's got Heimdall coming through. He's got his fishing ships out. I haven't seen him really playing Loki ever before, but he obviously has checked out the meta. He understands what Loki players are going for here. Heimdall is going to be a very, very strong choice, but he is up against Super Yomi. So Dunison's going to have a lot of scary things to throw at Divine in this game. As we do have the Inari Orkami to come through for Tunison as well. And we've also got ourselves Purse Scene. Scene. And we'll see how things go as the Sacred Custodians to come through for Tunison as he sees the chocolat in the middle. It's even looking like chocolate beans. I'm not going to lie. They know what they did here. They know. It's cocoa beans in the middle of my chocolatal. And he will pick that up very happily. 4% extra HP is gigantic. As
Yo.
more Hursa popping out. And we see Inari Orkami in for Tunison with the Juragumo and everything else. A stable immediately in, though, for Tunison. The interesting question is going to be, what sort of a Super Yomi are we actually going to see here? Spy comes down onto one of these villages. The Undermine does get dropped, but I think this is a little late there from Divine. You can often kill off a stable, but you need to know the values, and I think Divine knows the values there. Is the Naginata Rider is in. Now you can just bring the Miko over here and you can supercharge that Naginata Rider and basically get as much damage as you want done here. We see Safeguard coming in immediately for Divine, actually. He might be looking for a town center. As the Iron Hurry gets a little bit of shenanigans in. Hachiman is already pre-queued for Tunison in this one. As he's trying to take out the Ironry, but so we'll scare him off. And we do see a town center in for Divine. Very cheap, mind you. I can't tell you. Actually, yes, I can. It's costing this much. 175 gold, 350 wood, because he got Safeguard. So Naginata Rider's going to be searching in here. Tunison hasn't spotted the town center just yet. And he is simply just looking for villagers to kill. And these 3 units are so strong at taking out villagers. Nice control there from Divine. Does manage to keep his villagers alive for the time being. That one survives with 2 HP. I wouldn't be surprised to see Tunison try and snipe that a little bit later, maybe with a Kitsune or something. As he comes up onto the top, does spot the villager there sitting out on her lonesome, and she will get poked to death as the dwarf's now under attack, and Divine needs to get something in here to play some defense. That's a lot of losses. Another dwarf over here going to be going down. Nope, doesn't go down, gets into the tower. Watch Towers is out, and Tunison is out of here as Hachiman is almost halfway completed. Divine always goes 2TC. Well, this is actually a very nice second town center, and 2TC on Mirage, as far as I was noticing in sort of the previous tournaments, generally on Mirage you're seeing a 2TC because of the back gold mines. We will see Sashimono Bannerman, all the armory upgrades coming through. I'm a bit surprised to see Copper Shields getting researched from Tunison. Not really needed in this matchup. And it does take precedence over Bronze Mail from memory with the new moon on the armory. The other option is to drop new moon in onto the temple, but we won't be seeing that, I think. Not against Loki. Or Muski. Screwed it up. Shogun coming through, and the raids continue. There's one villager looking very juicy here. And we'll go down there. Nice snipe, and then he's just out of there. Doesn't lose any of those Kitsune either. Very, very nice moves. Up onto the top side. Going to be looking for other things to kill off, as now the Yumi Horse Archers are going to be coming through. Now, I've said it every single game here. But You want to know what shuts down Yumi horse archers? Walls. Walls shut down Yumi horse archers. As bronze armor will get researched naturally. And Golden Kite as well is getting pre-queued. And Tunison is going to continue his Yumi Archer spamming ways. You're expecting me to say raiding cav do beat Yumi Horse Archer, actually. There's not a better cavalry unit than the raiding cavalry. I've come full circle on that raiding cavalry. I used to think it was awful. Now I think it's the best. That's what happens when you learn what the actual stats are. Nonetheless. Now Tunison looking to come in. These Herser are not going to be valuable versus mass Yumi Horse Archer in the sliders. They've just got too much speed. One house goes down. Crenellations is now in for Divine. Is he still playing very, very defensive? He has gotten up through Bragi though. And the second town center of Divine now going to be under attack. As Divine needs to think about whether or not he wants to just sacrifice the town center and bail on the villagers. Transport ship over to here. Anyone? Hey? Just me? Maybe? Flaming weapons is available, but do you really want to use flaming weapons here? Swamplands here as well. Units coming through. Flaming weapons does get dropped down. There goes the Swampland as the units do start to pull back, but the majority of those human units do escape from that Swampland there, and Tunison actually bailing on this. Bit surprised to see that. No real shooting scooting happening. Now he does turn in. Going to pick off a couple of units here, but I think Divine has effectively paid off his second town center here. There's a hill fort coming up right in the face of Divine. Divine just says, I don't even care. I'll lose all my units. Let me just get my hill fort up. That'll send you packing, right? And Tunison says, no. I don't care about this hill fort. You lost all your army trying to build it, so now I'm just going to kill it. Another hill fort might not be a terrible idea, though, from our Mooski lover Divine here. But Tunison going to keep on slamming it down here. He's almost up to heavy upgrades with that Bushido. He could just simply upgrade them himself here. For reference, the upgrade is now 126 food, 63 gold. So very, very cheap. And it's not like he has to upgrade a whole bunch of different stuff. Like, you could leave the Samurai at medium. No problems. As the town center will fall. And Divine is going to make the long walk over onto this gold mine. He's got such a gigantic villager difference. Where's my transport ship? For once, the transport ship moves at 5.8 speed. I think. It might be 5.5. These guys move at 3.8 speed. He would be here in a jiffy. All right. Over here, wall. Tunison should probably be thinking about dropping a town center here, such that he can catch up on the villager diff. But not sure if that's going to happen anytime soon. As another hill fort coming up for Divine now. It's going to help him defend this position nicely, though this area coming in around tier to attack this gold mine is going to be a little bit annoying. Then again, if he had a transport ship, he could then rotate back over onto this gold mine very quickly. Are any of you guys playing Boit Bingo at the moment? Because I could say transport ship a few more times, and we might have a few drunkards out there. There's the units coming up to take out a couple of houses. The Yumi Horse Archers can hit these villages on this wood line pretty hard here as well. There's not really many wood lines for him to go to. It's a pretty barren map. He does lose 2 Yumi Horse Archers to kill 1 villager on that attack from the Watchtower, so that has to feel good. But of course, Tunison feeling like he's got all the advantage in the world. He's now going to just go straight for this town center. He's now up to full heavy. Of course, Divine should wait for his heavy infantry to pop here, but it looks like he's going to pop through the town center and try and make it work. He doesn't have any answers for the samurai, though. He needs to throw an axeman in. He's barely got any, and he doesn't have any buildings either. He's got 2 longhouses, 1 hill fort, and 2 great halls. It's just not going to be enough. Unless the heavy Herdmen do manage to get in on top of those Yumi Horse Archers, but they're going to immediately start shooting, scooting. The Samurai come through as well for even more damage onto them. And Divine did convert a whole bunch of Berserks here, but these still have an issue. 4.8 speed versus 5 speed means he should never catch up to these Yumi Horse Archers if Tunison kites it, but he does manage to survive another day. But now we're back to equality on the villager diff. That being said, lots and lots of favor in the bank, and we are going to be seeing Divine building Battle Boar. Battle Boar here make a lot of sense. They've got 60% pierce, some of course is 60% hack armor as well, but 1800 pierce armor is huge. Effective pierce armor is huge versus the Yumi Horse Archer, who are doing something like, what is that? Add on 3 damage, 18-ish damage a second. Which is not nothing, but still going to take 1 Yumi Horse Archer around about 100 seconds, 100 seconds to kill off the... No, 1,000? Can't do math. It's going to take the Yumi Horse Archer a long time to actually kill off the Battle Boar. The only thing I'd like to see is just even more Battle Boar. Of course, there's going to be Daimyo coming through. He does get the tech for the speed on the Battle Boars as well as some HP regen, which gives them even more survivability in this situation. But Hill Fort comes up. Town Center is back up. Divine has survived for the time being. Now, on the flip side here, Divine's no longer... Well, he's got himself a whole bunch of Goaty, but... I feel like you could still go into... a whole bunch of Tengu here if you were Tunison, but now we're starting to see a little bit of an attempt of a raid from Divine. Is Divine going to pop over onto this side? Those 2 Daimyo are a little scary, but there should be still those Herdmen in there to take them out. As Watatsumi is pre-Q, but still quite a ways away for Tunison here. But Tunison going to go up to 3 town centers onto the top, and his economy should start shooting up, but he does have to take the foot off the gas just a little bit. And Divine has secured all his gold mines now, so that's going to help him out a lot moving into the mid game, as bronze weapons, bronze armor going to be coming through. Yeah, Rick Stuller is in for Divine, so even though he's on 2 TCs only, it's kind of like he's on 2.4 TCs versus the 3 now of Tunison, so it's kind of close, but Watatsumi coming through does mean this army might have some trouble staying alive. Meanwhile, a very important tech actually coming through for Divine. This is Swine Array. Let me introduce you. Very, very strong technology. Makes those Herdmen incredibly effective versus cavalry. Specifically to try and take out the Daimyo and all that other good stuff. Is the army here going to attempt to pull back? But the Battle Boar not happy. A rock giant spawns. Got to feel good. As the Daimyo do get blocked off. Great control there from Divine with his Battle Boar chasing down the heavy Yumi Horse Archers there as they're going to bail inside of that castle. I wouldn't mind seeing him just pull the Battle Boar back and use them to take out the town center at the moment now, though. It's the
tilbúin.
Samurai. You can't chase those down with Huskar. You've got to go after the Yumi Horse Archer. Throw an axe on to take out the Samurai, though, is going to be huge. In the Battle Boar attacking the Samurai, so it's not even like this is an issue for Divine as he's managing to get some huge damage in onto Tunison, but Tunison is moments away from Watatsumi. That being said, Watatsumi dropped onto this army. Well, should not be the end of the world here for Divine because he's got the map sorted. He can rebuild his army fine. But he will take a lot of damage from this Dragon Typhoon. He's going to sit here on top of the town center. He cleans that up. The army does end up getting eviscerated here. A couple of units sitting back to continue and all that other good stuff. But Divine will need to get out of there. Picks up the town center. He is in front on villager count for the time being. Lost a couple of villagers there, but in front on villager count. 2 TCs apiece. But he's in the heroic age, and his opponent now in the mythic age. Divine will try and hold on to this position here. I think he kind of can. But we see Omyordor coming through. And the Omyorji are going to become very powerful. Asymmetrical bows also coming in for Tunison. So just for reference, this Yumi Horse Archer is getting upgraded 3 times in this game. This is the fully upgraded Yumi Horse Archer. The only Yumi Horse Archer that can be any stronger than this is if instead of going for Inari or Kami, you go for a god that Tsukuyomi doesn't have access to. Which basically means it's not stronger than this anyways. And nonetheless, the shoot and scoot will need to have to continue here, even with all those upgrades. But he's got, look at the damage on these guys, 17.7. How do you beat these as Norse? Raiding cavalry, I guess. Huskar are not going to cut it, not without having the speed boosts. And Umibozu joining in. 2.8 speed. He's very, very slow, but he's incredibly strong. Another Umibozu to come through. I wonder if he's going to teleport that. Kind of love that he's making these. All you got to do is shift, get vision over here, and then you can teleport onto that position there. The damage this guy's doing! He's an absolute beast! It's the throw an axe, and they're going to go down so quickly here as well. Buildings falling left, right, and center, and I think Dunison is going to be walking away with game number 4 here, ladies and gentlemen, as Divine taps out. And yeah, we've got ourselves a series here. You know, like I knew there were people out there who were thinking Divine is going to be losing in 4, but we're at game 5. We're now going into game 5, and it's literally 2 games apiece here. Some very exciting gameplay. Divine almost managed to make this one work. I think if he'd dealt with the sort of all-in a little bit better from Tunison, he probably would have been able to put that counter-attack back on quicker. But unfortunately, not the easiest thing to defend, and Tunison does get that dub. But we get a really good series here, so happy days. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 5. Alrighty. A win for Tunison is a win for Tunison. And we're going to go in onto the map Midgard. Wild. Oops. In onto the map Midgard. And with God picks, I would never have expected to see here. This is really cool. We're going to be seeing Tezcatlipoca in the flesh. Oh, that's not the game. Now, I would tell you all about this matchup, but to be honest, I got no idea. So I'm gonna have to start thinking about it. Why does don't ask questions, Magic? Questions will get you in trouble. How long for this announcement? Well, it was when the series finishes, so in potentially 3 games at max, so probably an hour and a bit. Just watch the VOD afterwards, you'll see. This series, end of this series. Literally in just like however long this series takes. So it could be 2 games, it could be 3 games. Isn't it 3-1 for Tunison? No, it was a win for game 1 was a win for Tunison with Kronos first set. Game 2 was a win for Divine with Poseidon versus set. Game 3 was a win for Divine with Demeter versus Uranus, and then game 4 was a win for Tunison in Tsukiyomi versus Loki. So close to being 3-1, but not quite. Oops. Tunison, get out of Twitch chat. You need to be playing. I just joined your room trying to join to spectate because I thought you started already, but you're not in the room yet. How did Divine manage to beat Demeter with Uranus? It's good. Demeter is an S+ god. S+ tier god. Very, very strong. And Divine's really strong too. The Scorpion Man having sunglasses. Yeah. What happened on the first game? No, the first game, it's just we can't show 2 sets just yet. We don't have the technology to show 2 sets. But Divine was set in game 1 and he just lost with it. Okay, now let's try and break down Tezcat Lapoca versus Susanoo on the map Midgard. Okay, so first and foremost, the strat to be the strat that the Japanese players like doing on this type of map is Minekatatomi. That's number 1. So firstly, can we defeat that with a fast heroic? I think so. You just fast heroic for... Actually, you could get pushed off all of your wood. That would be scary. If Divine goes straight for wood control, then you can't really fast heroic for the Eagle Warriors. But see, Battle of the Abusers. True. Me too. Say go Tunico. Let's go Tunico. Let's go clap clap. What about Divine? Ooh, Divine. He's so fine. He's so fine. He blows my mind. Divine. Hey, Divine. Does that work? All right, anyways. Oh, dude, I'm losing it today. Stick to piano. Okay, that's a fair call. That's cool. That's fine. I will stick to piano. I won't. I tried cheerleading. It's not for me. Wait. Don't let the haters say, all right, Young Earth, thanks for the support, man. We'll try another one. Yeah, I'm genuinely, I don't know what Tunison's going to go here for the Tezcatlipoca. There's also a million different ways to play this for Susanoo as well. Boit, it's actually pronounced Boit. That's right. Bakshi! Holy gifted subs. Thank you for the 5 gifts, my friend. I can eat tonight. Let's go. I love being able to eat. It's my favorite time of the day. All right, guys. We're going to get into game number... It's been a wait. The wait is over. We're going to get into game number 5 here on Midgard. Susanoo versus Tezcatlipoca. Let's go. And off we go. Into game number 5. Tezcatlipoca and Susanoo. 2 of the new DLC gods duking it out on a map that I've never seen either of these gods play on. Love it. In the right, we've got Divine, 2 wins. And in the left, we've got Tunison, 2 wins. So fairly stock standard build here, it looks, from Tunison. You generally want to go for a dock boom here. You could rush. There's probably a world where you could ignore the dock early on and look for a bit of a rush versus Susanoo here. Going for an early couple of warrior priests into your opponent's base, harassing them, maybe turning a guy into a Tejipla for even more potential pressure, then also get a dock behind it. But I think the safer play is let's just go for fish and deal with it all later. If you're playing like Huitzilopochtli here, you could definitely do that sort of a Blood Pact all in into Tejipla all in. But yeah, this is going to make a lot of sense for Tunison, I think. The big question is really going to be, can Divine deal with the heroic age of Tezcatlipoca, which is really, really strong. Now, if I'm playing this here from the Tunison point of view, I'm thinking Huehue into, probably into its Papalotl. Its Papalotl with the Starfall makes the most sense, I think. Anyways, Kalpuli coming down for Tunison as he's got to invest quite the resources into this. But he's going to be getting himself up extra docks as well. Both players should be doing that for all the fish. It is... Oh. I do understand the scout. I was about to say it's very important to scout. So you know where to put your docks. Divine doesn't really do that. He just goes straight here. It's not the best dock. It's got 3 fish on it, but he wants to be putting his docks over onto this side. And I guess the next question is, are the fishing ships coming out relatively similar here? 9 to 10. So they're pretty close. Pretty close on the dock boom. Another temple coming through for Divine here. Scourge of the God. Look. I had information. I used my information. I got told different information. So the up-to-date information is that there are tournaments. Anyways, house coming through for Divine. He's keeping this all nice and going and all the other good stuff. And we'll see how this is all going to go. We do see Melina from Tunison. Not surprised, but I do think that the Hui Hui is the better choice here, as the Obsidian Mirror does get dropped down over here. Alrighty. Kitsune, we got ourselves the Juragumo, we got Stable, we got Guardhouse. And the Infestation will come down from Tunison as he's looking to put some nice early game pressure on. But Miko's plus Juragumo should be enough here to sort of send this packing. Stable and Guardhouse on the way. Everyone to this side. We'll have the Mikos slapping everyone down. Onto the top there, the Warrior Priest does have control of Tarawara Potter's last arrow. Gotta be careful with these fights because those Warrior Priests, they do hurt. The myth units are very fragile at this stage of the game versus those Warrior Priests. Nice healing there though from Divine. It might be worthwhile dropping the Kusanagi there, but not going to go for it. He's now got himself some units, Naginata Riders, as well as the Bushi. So Bushi to take out the Scorpions and the Makiz Quat. And obviously the Naginata Riders to deal with everything else. But so far, so good here for Divine. For Divine. But Tunison now, he is going to be going into some Flalmani Spearmen. Triple War Hut at the moment from Tunison. Often on these sort of Mirage, not Mirage, on these Midgard type maps which you've got the water. You basically have yourself a nice little Kusanagi there from both players, actually. My brain isn't working. You normally have like a huge amount of food income. So what ends up happening is you can actually spam out the food-based units very, very quickly. So whether that be, in this matchup would be Samurai or Yari, not the Naginata Riders. Samurai or Yari or the Tlalmani Spearmen or the Ocelotl Warriors. Armory's on the back coming down as well for Tunison as he's looking like he wants to get to the next stage. And there goes the It's Papalotl for Tunison. I mean, maybe It's Papalotl is incorrect here. You want the Tsitsamiddles, no? What's the guy called? This one. Koyal Zhaokui. That one's way better because you get a bunch of Tsitsamiddles which then play in for your Obsidian Shard. There's now the army going to charge after here. Would not be a terrible idea to just drop down the Thunderburst as another Kusanagi does get dropped down. There goes the Swampland. Is there enough units to actually win this fight? I think there is. Is this Raiju going to be duking around? Great control from Divine as Tunison in just a little bit of trouble. So we do have the, I can't even say that, Tolo Arche Trans? Arche? I don't know. But Divine now going to get into his units. He's actually making the Honengyo. Did he get himself his upgrade? Ah, please get this. If you're going to make Honengyo, at least get yourself the Ivory Netsuke. Super, super strong. Super worth it. These things cost food. Convert them into... They also convert Bushido for you. Get you a little bit more passive Bushido with those. And that can be very, very strong. Now, the Axolotl does obviously win this fight during the shield, but you can turn around after the shield, and that works nicely too. Meanwhile, on the other side, Obsidian napping to come through as the Eagle Warriors will slowly start to get built out. We'll see what Divine is going to be able to do here versus those Eagle Warriors. Generally, you're either going to need a whole bunch of Myth units to take out the Eagle Warriors. You have the Raiju, so that's fine. Or you're going to have to get into Shinobi. As we do see a Obsidian Shard getting dropped down. I imagine Divine will turn and just snipe that as the Spearmen want to get back in here, but with some issues happening here, we do have the Purge getting dropped down onto the White Horse Cab. They're all going to die. I don't know why Divine is staying on this spot. Is it because he has to because his gold is in the middle? Did he just lose the game on that spot there? I think so. The Honengyo are doing a lot of good damage, but without this upgrade, he's not getting any gold from it. And he also doesn't have favor, though. He's about to get himself a little bit more Bushido in. The gold mine situation on this map is abysmal, though. You've got gold, gold, and gold. Meanwhile, we do have the obsidian butterflies to come through. Did he lose one already? I don't know. He hasn't got the wings upgrade yet, but we'll see if Divine can get out of this situation. Selling food. There's already been a lot of food sold in this game. Honengyo going to continue to go after fishing ships up here. Snagi getting stolen for another potential charge. As the villagers of Divine will slowly move forward. He gets himself his next tier of Bushido. And I want to see, like, how many can you get here? I want to see, like, 4 Raiju getting built as fast as you possibly can, but he's going to drop down that swampland. Is this going to be enough is the big question there as the Kusanagi gets dropped onto the backside. On the front there, the Raiju does end up going down as the Obsidian Butterfly to come through. The Miko trying to help out on this fight, but it's not looking like it's going to quite be enough here. As Tunison is going to take everything out. I think that's going to be game there for Divine. I don't think he's got much more left in the tank here, as those Eagle Warriors will pick off all the villagers. And yeah, he doesn't have anything else he can do here, unfortunately. He's still going after fishing ships and all that, but food is not an important resource for Tunison in this game. The tile money Spearmen are only costing like 45 food. And of course, the Eagle Warriors are the expensive unit, but they're costing wood. So no real issues building those as Divine taps out and Tunison does manage to take game number 5. Goes up to 3 wins. It's first to 4, so 1 more win and Tunison gets to take home the first week's trophy of the Satfat set Shenanigans. Nice play with Tescat Lapoca. I think Divine made specifically 2 big mistakes in this game. The first one was not grabbing this tech, and the second one was not spamming out Raiju. Because Raiju deal with these Eagle Warriors. The other way to have played this was to go into Shinobi, which are really strong early on because they're costing a little bit less resources for all the stats they give. But they don't have a whole lot of HP, so they can die pretty quickly. But they are very, very, very good at dealing with this specific army comp. I think they beat the 1290 Spearman and the Eagle Warrior to some degree. Well, they beat the 1290 Spearman to some degree, but they definitely take out the Eagle Warrior. Anyways, let's jump back over to the draft and see what we're going to see for game number 6. Alrighty. Divine versus Tunison for game 6. Onto the map Elysium. And we are going to be seeing a Thor versus Gaia. Thor versus Gaia. All right. This one I actually quite like playing both sides of the matchup. I think it's quite fun. There's a lot of really fun fast Thayer ideas with Gaia here. For example, making Stymphalian birds can be really, really useful versus unsuspecting Thor players. Oh, I'm getting tired. Oh dear. How'd you do the Scorpion Man, Uros? Is that a model in game? Can we get that model? Or is that like sick SFX from behind the scenes? Why did the Eagle Warriors have 0.2 divine damage? Yeah, he had a relic. Looks like we're going to be getting into game number 6 on the map Elysium. Let's go. Alrighty, into game number 6. A very, very large slog here. In the right-hand corner of the map, Divine playing as Thor. And the left-hand side of the map, Tunison playing as Gaia. This is definitely a matchup that can go... This is definitely a matchup that can go very, very much south for Gaia if you don't really know what you're doing. And the same too is true for the Thor. So of course both these players very, very high level, so I imagine they both have a pretty good idea of what they need to do to win this matchup. But yeah, there's a lot of cool things here. Divine goes for the new and improved Thor build order. If you're perhaps a top player that has recently returned to Age of Mythology and isn't quite up to date with all the new Fandangle build orders, I would recommend checking out the Crag Hack Thor build order. I could be talking about anyone, any random high-level player who may or may not have had a short break from Age of Mythology Retold and is now playing again. I could be talking about anyone. It could be anyone. The Crag Hack Thor build order. Basically what we're watching here. Effectively, I think you just gather the entirety of one tree and then you put the dwarves onto the gold mine and the villagers come out of the Dormant Armory onto the gold, and you basically get a really nice advance time. In fact, you can put the temple forward and you can go for a rush here as well, which sounds wild considering you've also gone into armory upgrades.
Yo.
As Divine going to be looking for just a little bit of scouting information. He's spent the majority of the early game in his base, so doesn't really know what's on the map, but realistically, there's not a whole bunch that it needs to be known. The advantage here for the Gaia is the fact that you get to see all the relics, so you can get your pick of the litter, so to speak. Dusk of Dankang is always nice. Bridal of Pegasus is amazing for Thor, so you want to keep that away from them. Temple coming up for Divine as well. A little on the late side, considering this is the crack hack build, but I think he might be going for extra armory upgrades because he doesn't need a fast advance versus Gaia. Meanwhile, we've got ourselves Oceanus coming through for Tunison. I'm a casual and I never got why is Thor allowed to build an armory first. So it's a unique god bonus. He gets the Dwarven Armory. It's an armory you can build in the Archaic Age. And each of these armory upgrades you get net you 1 dwarf. So that's the story there. So people build it in the Archaic Age, they get the dwarves, they enjoy, and they go from there. Jason gets himself Nose of the Sphinx. Gonna wander over for Bridal of Pegasus next. And after all is said and done, Freya is the god of choice here from Divine, which is a little offbeat against Gaia. Generally, you go and you see 4 city here from Thor versus Gaia because it makes the Berserk stronger, it makes the Herser stronger, it makes the Huskals stronger for later because they get faster. We'll see what the game plan is going to be here for Tunison as he drops double military academy as well, or barracks, and the counter barracks. So if it does end up happening to be Throw an Axeman coming out, he can quickly get into his Terma. But that's got to be a reaction. I would say that generally speaking, I wouldn't build a single Terma until I see Throw an Axeman. Because they're just a weak unit. If there's not a counter... if there's not an archer on the map for it to kill. That's the unit you want to be countering with the Terma. Otherwise, it doesn't really do a whole lot. And now we got the Bite of the Shark coming through for Tunison. And the Pegasus is going to be flapping around looking for a little bit of knowledge. As Tunison can start to shoot little pot shots at these dwarves. There is a Valkyrie coming through. We see a Great Hall coming in. As Berserk's actually getting trained by Divine here. He's going to need a whole bunch of Thrown Axemen and quickly. Alternatively, he could just go into a whole bunch of Herser. Herser to try and hold here with the Valkyrie spam behind it to heal them up isn't a crazy idea. It's the Murmillo pulling back and Divine looking very, very scary. This is a bit of a power spike actually for Divine because he's got all his buildings up. He's caught his opponent out in the middle of the map, but got to be careful. Got to be careful with these fights early on. Is this heavy Thor favorite? I don't think so. I don't mind it from either side. I think this is definitely playable from the Gaia side. But I don't know if I'd be looking for fights before I get my upgrades. Like the big strong thing here for the Gaia player, when the Gaia army starts being quite strong versus Norse, is when he gets when she gets copper weapons, copper mail, medium infantry, and bite of the shark. That's when things get scary for the Thor player. But yeah, if you misstep early on here, which Tunison is trying to force fights, if he missteps and he loses his army here, which he very well might do, the game can be basically over immediately. But there goes the Carnivore on that back line. Terma to take out the Thrown Axeman slowly here. I don't think this is the fight that Tunison really wants to take, but we'll see if he can make it work here. Thrown Axeman do get that medium upgrade, but too little too late there as he pulls back behind. Does manage to trade decently, so no harm done there. Very, very nice trade for Tunison. Actually, even better than no harm done there. Very good for Tunison. I'm surprised that fight went so well for him, but I guess the Carnivora kind of cut the Throwing Axeman off enough that the Mamilo could get a good amount of damage done. It was maybe just miss micro, in all honesty, from Divine there. I'm pretty sure his army should have done better than that. Now the big problem of this is, like, if you fall behind, then now Thrown Axeman have to do God's work here, as Divine is shooting scooting decently enough, and Tunison funnels himself in, throws away some units, and he picks off a longhouse, but a couple of units die, and Divine claws his way back ever so slightly. We'll need some more unit buildings down, but the big problem is going to be gold. Luckily for him, he does have a Dwarven Mine coming, and it does give him a little bit of a boost of gold income. So it's 1,000 gold only, but it's plus 10%. So it's like he gets pickaxe for free here for 1,000 gold, which will help him out just a tiny bit. But basically the problem here is he's got to prevent the Terma from being able to push in and snipe Thrown Axeman. Dwarven Armory down to 44 HP. Don't really want to drop that, but militarily speaking, Divine has caught back up. Tunison doesn't yet have himself an armory. Having won that fight, I wouldn't... of course, he needs Mamilla Heroes to deal with the Valkyrie, but he's definitely got to think about an armory here. He put a marker down for some reason, but an armory into the medium... not medium, but copper weapons, copper mail. Villagers over onto this side going to get caught out. That's brutal there. I've got no idea what Divine is thinking with his villagers out on that side, but maybe he can get in and catch the Terma. He does have a forest fire here, so that could be somewhat of an option to use to try and catch out the back Terma there, and he does drop it directly on top of these units. Huge area of effect damage onto this army as, well, Divine needs to be careful with how he takes the fight, but he now is in with the Thrown Axeman as the Terma are going to take a huge amount of damage on the retreat. The villagers over here will get pulled back. Doesn't want to drop any of them, but he's going to turn and get some shanks regardless, because why not? Before popping back over onto the wood line. The Dwarven Armory will actually end up going down, and Divine gets a nice little trade back. Militarily speaking, it's equal now. That's got to feel good for Divine. But the gold is now expired. There's no favor in the bank for Divine for another Dwarven gold mine, so we will have to move forward, which means he has forced to take a fight here. One thing that I wouldn't mind seeing from Divine is actually just going for a Berserk Rock here, even just a mini one, just to ensure that he wins the next fight, and he can go for even a massive Berserk Rock here and go for a gold staff on the Gaia. That's perfectly reasonable. Because Tunison's had some pretty big losses, actually, so far. Still no... Well, there is an armory up for Tunison. He needs his upgrades. If he gets those, then maybe things will be a little bit more nice for him. You can see on the other side that Divine's got himself full copper at the moment. Another great haul on the middle. Going in. For the next fight, there will be another Carnivora to come through as well. Or more Mamillos getting converted as the citizens have to play a little bit of defense, but nice reactions from Tunison. Still a pretty close game here, but the scary part is is this next fight. There's not really a huge amount of Hersa out for Divine to deal with the Carnivora, but you see Tunison donating some units away, which is nice for the prospects of a game 7. Definitely don't want to be throwing those away. Now copper armor in, copper weapons also in, and I think right now Tunison needs to think about this fight. Some Hero Mamillo's getting converted. He's got himself enough Terma that he can probably snipe down the Thrown Axe, but he's got to be really careful with his Mamillos. Mamillo's in the back there to defend us. Now over onto this side. Picking off that back line there nicely as the Carnivora does get dropped down. The Thrown Axe yet again microing onto the Carnivora. That's a real big mistake from Divine, as those Mamillo are just going to be absolutely carving through the raiding cavalry there. And now this is a huge win for Tunison on this fight, and I'm not sure Divine was expecting that fight to go that badly. I think his own armory really made life very tough for him here. He's trying to continue microing, but the Thrown Axemen all falling, and this Gaia army remains absolutely dominating and in a beautiful position to hit this gold mine. And Divine will say it's time to tap out. He doesn't want to fight another day here. He does have another gold mine on the bottom. He could pull back and try and remake an army, but he basically just lost everything on that fight. And I think it was the same thing that happened on the first fight. I could be wrong here. Look at them. Look at it. I said it exactly what was going on, man. I think Divine focused down the Carnivora with his Thrown Axeman in both of these fights, and that effectively allowed Tunison to get a ridiculous amount of value from his Mamillos, whereas Mamillos should have been dying as the raiding cavalry were dying, and it just kind of carried. It just kind of carried through there, and Tunison does manage to get that win, and that does mean that he wins the show match. He is the first victor of week 1 for Satfat's Shenanigans. Congratulations to Tunison on the dub. Better luck next time for Divine. I see him improving every single time he's participating in these tournaments. He's getting very, very close to being able to start consistently taking not just games, but series off of these high-level tournament veterans here. Very excited to see him continue the participation and all that other good stuff, but no dub for him today. Tunison gets that one. We're going to take the shortest of breaks. I don't know if I have a Be Right Back tab. I don't. But it is time for an announcement. So I'm going to jump back over to the main menu. We're actually going to get Moose in here as well shortly, as well as we cover our next series, Kavoth versus Pegasus. Alrighty. Announcement time. Dun, 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 dun. I don't actually have anything special to show off, do I? Ross. Should I just say what's going on? Just say we do visuals next week. Okay, we got visuals coming next week. I'm about to explain it all to you, which is very exciting. There's a pretty big tournament coming, sponsored by a guy called Mill, MYLL. So it's not the tournament you guys think, but let me do this first. I want this to be ready for the next thing. Okay. So we actually have ourselves a tournament coming. I'm going to just tell you, I'm just going to read this out to you. We have a tournament coming. It's called Throne of the Titans. There are 6 invited players inside of this tournament already. and there are 2 spots to be up for grabs. 30th of May for the 2 spots. More info coming next week. And the event will be on Saturday, Sunday, 13th to the 14th of June, with the grand finals on June 20th. The prize pool is a grand total of 1,500 USD, and the sponsor is I Am Mill. So we got a pretty fucking awesome tournament coming. Excuse my language. So yeah, that's gonna be an awesome one. So we've got that, and the players that are invited are Kavoth, the Rapple, Recon, Tunison, Soup Grass, and of course we've got that qualifier coming for 30th of May. So for those of you who have been out of the circuit, you have a chance to get in for the tournament. But yeah, that's the story. So let's move along to our Kavoth versus Pegasus thing. I am going to bring El Musarino in. But yeah, graphics and all that other stuff coming next week. So but do I have a moose with me? A mooseman.
Can you hear me?
I
Is
can
everything
hear you
working?
loud and
Yes,
clear.
very nice.
All right.
Yeah, happy to be here. That's pretty hype. Another tournament.
Yeah. We are saturated. It's people were thinking that we were going downhill. We're actually
Exactly.
on the way up. What a time to be
We've
alive.
got more. As you say, more is more.
Sometimes more is more. I can only agree with that statement. All right. I'm going to jump over to the drafting menu. I'm not exactly sure where these guys are up to. I know they are currently in the middle of drafting, but I'm pretty excited about this matchup. Pegasus is. Oh, I need to change my @HuskSoup to @Moose. Wait, is it @AOM Moose or Moose AOM? Moose
It's
AOM. Right?
AOM Moose
Oh, AOM
on
Moose.
Twitch, yes, and then Moose AOM on YouTube. Not confusing at all. It was stolen by myself on another account.
A thing of beauty. Okay. I will click this button. Yeah. All right. So yeah, this is really interesting matchup. Just on the fact that we haven't seen. I think this is the first sort of like event that Pegasus has played in since like Genesis, I think.
Yeah, wow. I say he's always a top ladder guy, but I think correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure he tried out for the last tournament and wasn't available. I believe I saw that.
Yeah,
But yeah,
he dropped out last minute, unfortunately. He couldn't make it, or he couldn't do some sort of the dates inside of it. So yeah.
but that's what makes these tournaments, this Satfat one, pretty hype. Is that you can be available for one of the weeks, and you can put in some big effort on one week, be there, and then when you've got other commitments or what have you, you can stop for the week and let others come in. So yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be good to see Pegasus. I say this is a matchup that I think Pegasus and Kavoth are probably my favorite 2 players to watch. I always hunt out their games for the point of view ones that I do, so we can kind of get in their head of what they're thinking, and yeah, we get the draft up here as well. I've seen Pegasus has been playing a bit of set, so practicing, of course.
Yeah. I mean, you know Pegasus, he's known for his Greek first and foremost, but he also has a nasty Japan. He's got a nasty Aztec as well now, I think. I don't know. Actually, maybe he doesn't. I haven't seen him play a huge amount of the Aztecs, but definitely Greek, definitely Japan are his sort of main go-tos. But my guy can pick up any civ and find the PowerPoints, so to speak, in a pinch.
Yeah, I'd say I don't think I've seen him play much Aztec, but I think Huitzilopochtli kind of fits into his play style of how he does with Greeks, which would
Yeah.
be that kind of early pressure. So of all the three, I think that one definitely makes sense for Pegasus to go into. And then Gavoth picks up Tezcatlipoca. So there's no Snake Boy, which is interesting. I thought he was considered decent, unless it's kind of changed now. I know Huitz is obviously considered the strongest because of his early game pressure.
I mean, I've got no idea. The fact that Huitzilopochtli was not first picked is a surprise to me. I think Huitzilopochtli right now is my pick for the best god in the game outside of Uranus and Demeter. Those are the actual best gods. But if you just get rid of the actual OPs, then yeah, Huitzilopochtli is up there. So
The
yeah.
Demeter. That was actually a pretty sick Demeter game. I was kind of watching them earlier in the background. I think Divine's really showing that she is actually pretty good.
Yeah, she's not bad. That's for sure. Not bad, not bad. However, I must say it's not going to be the last time we see Demeter today, because
No, look at this.
we got Demeter back. Set versus Demeter. Pegasus knows this is a matchup which you can find a lot of Pegasus style abuse in quotation marks with Demeter. Lots of Icarus abuse. He loves just investing all of his crazy high amount of APM and control into very specific power units, like Bellerophon, the Icarus, Centaur, Naginata Riders, Tengu, those types of units. He loves doing that, and I think we're going to see that with this god as well.
Yeah, I think he's very kind of Mr-esque in that way, where he just finds that one powerful unit and just micros it beyond belief.
Yeah.
And while on the back of that, either hitting some kind of timing somewhere, or more than likely getting his eco going, hitting some kind of mythic age. I know the Greek players like greeding out the mythic age, but if you can, just apply constant pressure with these heroes. I mean, are the first three heroes for Demeter just better than all the others? I think so. I think it's only the mythic age where hers is a little bit weaker.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm a big fan of old mate King Midas. I reckon he packs a punch. That guy is
I mean, he did. To
strong.
be fair, he did get buffed, didn't he?
Yeah.
Before I haven't really seen him since then. Maybe maybe he's just OP now. Maybe
I wouldn't go that
Completely
far,
changed.
but he packs a punch. I'll just say that much. He does have the touch. He's got the touch. Plus 50 gold. It's nice. Basically pays for himself.
So we've got a lobby, do we?
Yeah, we are about 1 minute and 50 seconds.
50. Very nice. Kavoth also steals Pegasus' Zeus away. Not that Kavoth has a bad Zeus. I'm sure his Zeus is incredible as well. But when I think of Zeus, I think of Pegasus. So great first pick, apart from the set, to steal that one away. And I'm interested to see the Isis, because I did put out a balanced topic about Isis, because people were saying Isis is broken. So I had an idea before. And since I've kind of put it up, I'm thinking, from what I've seen, maybe Isis isn't as strong as everybody thinks. Obviously, we'll have to see her later on. It's not going to be right now, but that'll be an interesting one.
Look, here's my take, and this is my honest take. Isis is strong when Isis is strong, and Isis is not strong when she's not strong. And the reason she's so good in tournaments is you get to pick her when she's strong.
True.
That's what's going on. So if you understand that and understand why that's like that, then you can probably start suggesting some actual buffs for Isis, as well as suggesting some nerfs for
I'd
Isis.
say it just needs to change bits around. Yeah.
But it's too complicated for me to suggest anything. So
I never suggest anything. I'm happy to wail on everyone else's suggestions and call them bad, but my own ones. It's very difficult because what you're trying to do is buff them in certain ways or nerf them in certain ways that doesn't affect other people. Like, especially for Isis, that she's strong in the best hands and weak in with pretty much everyone else's. It's it's a tough one.
Yeah, it is. Anyways, game number 1.
Into the game.
Let's get into it. Okuchichibu. I'm going to play this little clip. We're going to pause at like, I don't know, 5 seconds. And we're going to get into
5
it.
seconds.
And we are off with game number 1 of the second show match here of the Sat Shenanigans. That's Satfat Set Shenanigans. It's a mouthful. In the left-hand side of the map, playing as Satfat himself, it is Kavoth. Moose, take it away.
And then it's going to be Pegasus playing as Dimitristar, and you've got to have the mod made by Uros and a proper gentleman. If you want to be seeing the right faces here, he's going to be playing as Demeter, also known as Punkstar, on the map Okuchichibu.
Yes.
So Kavoth starting off with the set. Is that because he placed higher on the ladder? Is that how these guys are doing it?
Yeah, so this tournament is based off basically your performance on the ladder for the top players. If you're 1900 and above, you get placed in a private 1900 plus ladder. Now it's associated with the actual ladder, so you still just playing games and on the ladder or whatever, but anytime you do manage to match up against a 1900 plus player, those games will count towards the Satfat points. And then basically it's the top 2 players on the ladder will play each other, and then it's the top the 3rd and 4th place player will play each other in a best of 7. And then there's also an activity sort of reward there as well for whoever plays the most matches will play against the person who has the second most matches. And then actually inside of the draft, you've got both players have to pick set because it's all about Satfat here. And and yeah, so you pick set for the first game. The host has to pick set for the first game, or the top player, and then the guest, the next lower seeded player, has to pick set. So we're going to see both Kavoth's set and Pegasus's set in this series.
I just have to say that I absolutely love the idea of this, just using the ladder, and it's amazing that the AOM community has these tools made by Gerbot and Uros to actually even just do something like this. It's absolutely crazy that we can make our own kind of tools to do it. So big shout out to those guys, and also to Satfat for he obviously wants to see some set. He's a big proprietor of this set god. He has so many strategies with set, whether or not people will be using his strats, like his like crazy fast heroics where he goes up at like 6 minutes something. It's absolutely wild. Or probably won't see that in this one, but
You never know.
He has some wild plans with the what is it? The drop ancestors and Plague of Serpents at the same time, super early on.
A classic.
Wild. And we actually see a very early Pegasus advance time through Pan. He's already halfway there.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the plan is with this. Generally, the fast advances, you want to get your heroes out, put early game pressure on, and all that good stuff. But with Pan, you're actually looking for getting yourself the favor in to get yourself Pan's Pioneers, and then you go into your town centers and village centers to max that out. So it all kind of is feeling a bit strange, and Pegasus doesn't have a single lick of favor. He's going for the fastest town center he can possibly go for here.
Yeah, that's a bit questionable. Unless he's going for the village center, then I guess you maybe just value getting the village center earlier. Maybe that's the
But he didn't put it down next to the gold mine. I am.
No, so this...
He doesn't get Pan's Pioneers. He doesn't put it close to the gold mine. So he's missed out on a couple of very, very key bonuses. Of course, Pegasus is incredibly in tune with what's strong with Demeter, way more than a lot of other players. He's played more Demeter than most on the ladder. And I like the village center, but it is going to get revealed immediately by
So Kavoth knows
Kavoth's
exactly what he's up
spy.
against.
Yes, vision, not spy.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting to not get Pan's Pioneers. I mean, you only get one of those extra villages when you're building the village center over the two for the town center. But you can see he wouldn't have had to change his build up too much to just have one on favor. But the early village center, obviously, he's tried this and wants to go for it. Having it next to the berries, yes, it does come up slightly slower, but at least there's less walking time here. I just want the gold, potentially. He also found one of the good early game relics here. It's called Relic Eric BR, apparently. Okay, I didn't see that one.
Oh, it's Skulls of the Cercipes.
There's so many things to this stream of God's Path. Oh dear. Anyway,
That's
a new bike goes down.
I think that's unique to yours, so I don't have that one.
Really? Oh, it's actually just the relic monkey. His name.
Yeah, that's different. Yeah.
Yeah, not the name. And the
Everyone gets
response
featured.
for everybody. And Kavoth, as Satfat, is going to grab himself a town center and then have a wander forward and move on to these green pheasants, not expecting early aggression from Pegasus.
A little
He has
bit.
dropped himself a village center.
A little bit risky, right? Like to get out onto this side. You're gonna have to expect that there's gonna be Orpheus out. You have to expect that there's gonna be Iolaus out. Of course, we know that Iolaus isn't out, but maybe so too does Kavoth have some sort of a expectation that that's happening. But the new bites run into the main base. Huge amount of idle time caused. Plague of Serpents coming down as well.
Plague of Serpents, yeah.
Generally, I don't even.
Plague of Serpents would be annoying.
Yeah, normally I just ignore this, but Iolaus actually is out. Excuse me. As he's going to be
He was out collecting relics.
Yeah, he's going to be chasing the Anubites a little bit. Oh,
I mean, it's causing a lot of idle time for these villagers, just trying to push back that fast heroic off of the two TC's timing. Nice little quick wall coming up, and that should be one Anubite going down. Nice play.
Great ghost building. That's exactly what you want to be doing here. And now the Iolaus can also catch up to potentially take the other one out. Gets it snared, and then it will end up falling. Now, he killed off one villager with two Anubites, and they also had the Guardian Anubite tech. And I don't think he's going to build another Anubite in this game ever, right? You reckon that was worth it? I'm almost feeling like it wasn't. That's a pretty big loss.
I don't think so. No, I think if you're Pegasus there, you're gonna be happy. I mean, he's slowly gonna be having less villagers over time, so he does need to find a little bit more value than Kavoth on his actual town center. But I mean, I think you should be happy with that one if you're Pegasus. And looks like he's getting very, very close to the next stage, dropping his armory down, and he's pre-queuing Hestia, so he's going full Demeter in this game, not deciding any of the old gods.
I gotta ask, is this Hestia also part of the god pack, or is this the actual one? I haven't seen it in forever. It looks different. Is this?
No, it looks different. I don't know who that is though, but.
Was it a dev update? I don't know. I've been trolled by my Twitch chat enough to not really understand what's going on ever. This is part of the god pack. Okay, there you go.
Okay, who is it, or did they just change? Just didn't like.
I think it's just redone. I think that's all it is.
And it is going to be coming through on the village center. I'm assuming yes it is. A few spearmen out for Kavoth. Just wants a little bit of map pressure, also just scaring away the Iolaus. It's going to be a bit of a segment as well.
It's mostly just to make the Iolaus not hit his own resources. It's going to be very, very painful for Greek here. A couple of units just to wander in and just push you off as the set. But right now, Kavoth is well and truly on his line to hitting a incredible timing, and Pegasus is going to have to somehow survive this. Which is going to be tough.
Yeah, looks like Pegasus building out some archery ranges, so could go into his Hestia upgrade for some of those. Also getting some military academies out, just spamming the buildings, ready to probably get some counter units out when he's up to the next stage. It's like there's a Kavoth labourer trying to wall in, but I believe these Toxodis should come over and at least put a stop to her. Going for that one. She is going to be running away from the gold mine, and Sekhmet's going to be coming through at pretty much the exact same time, yeah, as Hestia as well.
Ooh, this is kind of nasty though. Migdol Stronghold, right next to where a potential fortress is, can be actually really tough for the Egyptian to deal with, because you can start making Petropolis and start sieging immediately. And you take away the production from the set. Of course, it's quite a ways behind this, but you've got the Hamadryad that's going to protect this position. And oh yeah, this is going to be interesting. Does Kavoth see this? No, he's completely missing it. So Pegasus gets set up.
Yeah,
he's going to have his tree set in there as well. And Kavoth's quite good at playing around these trees. You can send in a siege tower to soak up the damage, and then you can actually fight, no problems.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to check. I didn't know where the Hamadryad dealt crush damage, because I thought if a siege tower rolls in, just gets obliterated. But no, she deals pierce and the divine, of course, and then the Petropolis is going to start sieging. But chariot archers are just going to be tickling it for the time being. But so
that's an amazing Arcadian meadow there.
Yeah,
really like that one. Does pop open this thing.
Coming down as well. And there's no siege weapons.
Yeah, Communal Hearth is kind of sick here as well, because it's just like, okay, what are you going to do? How are you going to kill it? What are you going to do? You can't just charge at me with the siege tower, because I can just steal your siege tower. You got to send a lot of units in to take this out, so he's got to start thinking about going somewhere else.
Yeah, I do like the response from Kavoth here. He's getting that force of the west wind. He's empowering it with his Pharaoh as well, because that technology takes an age to come through, and we'll be able to get some catapults of his own. But it's going to be a lot slower than Pegasus, that's already got 2 Petropolis going straight for this fortress.
Yeah, I have heard. I haven't actually checked this myself, but catapults, I think they're actually worse than Petropolis per resource. So I'm not sure about population, but per resource. So this is like plenty fine. Actually, maybe not with Force of the West Wind in. I don't know. Anyways.
Yeah, I guess the Petropolis are a bit cheaper. Yeah. I just remember on release the catapults were absolutely crazy, but I think they've gone down a little bit, or at least against other siege they were absolutely crazy. So many siege changes. I think the Migdol Stronghold is definitely going to go down.
There is a Migdol at the top though. So it's not the end of the world tier for Kavoth, but losing a Migdol always hurts. Oop. The mid game.
The trees get cut through. I don't think Kavoth was expected that at all. One catapult at least going to go down. Looks like the second one is
so much value.
Well.
You can sack. I don't care how many hoplites die here. If all of those catapults are falling, that's pain. He's going to have to get another siege works coming resources in. And all of these peltasts are in as well. And like I said, we got S tier Demeter here just showing the business. Kavoth is in a world of pain. He's going for raids in the main base, but there's actually quite a few low HP villages here. I've been missing whatever's been going on in here, but the werewolf is in. Defense is coming through. I guess this does need to garrison his villages though.
Yeah, the villager numbers look pretty equal now, and it looks like he is managing to take some down, but that werewolf is going to be fighting back pretty nicely. I don't know if he's got any more with these guys, as he's just got the one. No, he never built any more, so should be able to defend. And yeah, but I mean that was just a huge push for Pegasus with that Wither. Wither's one of those things that, I mean, most people just use it on a farm and just kind of have done with it. You get your certain amount of resources value and that's it. But you can use it like a forest fire. Just get through, take out 2 catapults, and yeah, I think he sacked a few hoplites for it, but doesn't really matter, does it? Citadel Center on this side going to be aggressed on, where it's kind of on its lonesome. There's nothing else here.
Yeah, this Kavoth is just in a world of trouble here. I don't even know exactly, apart from like just allowing the the fortress to come out just outside of Migdal's stronghold range. I don't really know exactly where he's gone super wrong in this game, but Pegasus has just got an overwhelming military advantage, and if Kavoth drops this citadel, then it's just going to be an economic advantage to start brewing as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think he lost out on that fortress vision by just a couple of pixels, basically. I mean, the Wither, obviously, I mean, how many resources is that Force of the West Wind? Is that an expensive tech to get through? Oh,
Yeah, it's
when you
kind of
highlight it.
expensive,
Yeah,
but
25 favor.
I mean, it's nothing huge. But we
Yeah,
do see that
it's not crazy.
the village center does go down though, as Kavoth is now finding his way to actually hit back on the backside. Where's another communal half to come in here? That's going to steal away some mercenary cav.
Steals the mercenary. Yeah, the mercenary came in just to try and take the Petropolis down. There was enough hoplites anyway, but double communal hearth in this center spot where most of the gold mines do spawn for this map. I mean, Kavoth has got more than enough gold at this bottom side. He doesn't have to worry about that.
I mean, I'm a little surprised. Like, I'm a little surprised he goes for that. That's a lot of favor. You know, a couple more trees, and then your Peltas are going to be feeling very, very safe against everything. But not really a unit that Pegasus wants to go for, it seems.
It's got 11 villagers on favor, and they're all about 20 HP. I think this is the time that you grab the special tech to heal up the boys when they collect resources.
Yes, but if you lose your town center, you can't get that one back, can you?
No, that's it. That's it. The catapult is actually doing pretty well here. There are going to be some hoplites coming through for Pegasus to scare those back, but the chariots against Peltas feels so rough when they have to sit in this spot. Just they stand for just a couple of seconds and they all get wrecked.
Well, I mean, you got to give credit where
taking that.
That's the dub. Give credit where credit's due. What Pegasus is doing with those Peltas is not easy. He's got a shoot and scoop forward while he's behind on range, behind on speed. Like, by all intents and purposes, the chariot archer at 21 range, 5 speed, basically should never be in range of those Peltas. But Pegasus, he shows why he is as good as he is and has been as good as he is for so long. Very, very intelligent strategy, great execution, and insane control.
Yes, it was just insane. I mean, it was sort of like you said. I don't think Kavoth did too much wrong in this game at all. But Pegasus are just slowly creeping ahead. The village center strat obviously practiced it, working out, even though he's not grabbing the extra villages, he's not having it next to the gold mine, but still making it work.
You probably point at maybe like the Anubites early, dropping those for very, very little. You could look at not having vision set up and allowing the fortress to pop up in his face is another like small thing, but these are all like kind of smallish. But yeah, just solid start for Pegasus. Well, let's jump over the draft, and now Pegasus has to play set, so we'll see if Pegasus can be the first one to claim a victory in the Satfat set Shenanigans. I can't say it; it's too hard. Kavoth gets his win. No, not Kavoth. Pegasus gets his win.
The other guy.
Yeah, the S tier Demeter abuser. And I check out what's happening next. Looks like we're going in onto the map Step. And it's your turn to tell me which matchup we're going to see. Which god would you pick if you were Kavoth going in onto the map Step against Set?
Let's have a look. I mean, earlier on, the Kronos was obviously picked, and Kronos was a big pick against Set in tournaments gone by because of the Kronos rush.
Yeah.
But do you just go completely different?
Well, you'd
What's
think
the Aztec matchup against Set?
I love
not
I
played
love
that.
playing Aztecs versus Egyptian. I think that the Egyptians have a tough time versus the Aztecs, but that's not what we're seeing. You were on the money with the feeling. It is going to be another Kronos versus Set on step, but yeah, this is different. We had Tunison in the last series playing Kronos versus Set versus Divine Set, and Divine did play a nice opening versus Divine did play a pretty nice opening versus the Tunison idea, but couldn't quite convert it later on. We'll see what Pegasus is going to come up with, but things can get pretty out of hands pretty quickly for Set versus Kronos, but you can also cause a lot of problems if the Kronos player is not quite up to date.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Kavoth is an amazing Atlantean player with the other two, with Ranos and Gaia. I don't think I see him play Kronos very much. But I would imagine his Kronos is going to be that Theft of Fire, hero, villager kind of angle. Maybe that Kronos rush into full eco kind of situation. That screams like a Kavoth strategy to me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you have to Chronos Rush. Like, this is the whole thing.
Just like a full-on Kronos rush. Like don't stop.
Well, it depends
Rush,
on the
don't stop.
gold spawn, but I feel like you just kind of have a difficult time if you don't with Kronos. Where like Aranos and Gaia have both got Oceanus, which helps out a ton with like just healing up units and making everything work. But Kronos Prometheus versus Egyptian is and not getting any early game damage feels tough. Of course, you've got the Satyr if the Set player doesn't really know what they're doing, but I guess we'll see.
Yeah, so I saw how brutal that can be earlier.
Yeah. Well, I guess we're off to the next map, which is called Step. Let's jump into it. Off we go. Off to the races. Consul Hout. He understands. We are off to the races. Kavoth, right hand side of the map, playing as Kronos.
And then it's Pegasus on the left, playing a Set. It's his turn to play Satfat in the Satfat Set Shenanigans. Okay, it isn't just you that struggles.
Yes. Satfat.
In my mind,
Set
I was like,
Shenanigans.
this isn't hard to say.
Hey, what are you doing, bro?
Apparently
Why you
it is.
suck?
Yeah.
Yes.
No. Satfat Set Shenanigans. So Pegasus' turn to show why Set is a very, very strong god. And I don't think Pegasus plays too much Egyptian on the ladder, really. But, I mean, he's obviously well-versed in playing any god. I mean, he's a ridiculously high-level player, so I don't see him struggling with this one. He's also just, when you can play Set very aggressive if you want to. He's obviously going to have to do some kind of defense early against a potential rush, but it looks like there's a mana down for Kavoth already, so he's not going for the earliest of early rushes that he could go for.
Yeah, this is the thing about Set in this matchup. There's no excuse to get caught out with you not reading what your opponent's doing. You have vision. So the first vision I recommend to drop down at around about 1 minute and 30 seconds. That's where you see is your opponent going to be going for a crush or is going to be going for a later advance time. Now, if your opponent goes for a later advance time, instead of dropping the temple right away, like Pegasus is doing, I mean, he's gonna be safe. It's fine. This isn't the biggest of deals. But instead of doing this, you just say, great, let's drop my monument now. Of course, it's better to drop the monument straight away. Don't get me wrong. But what's better than dropping the monument straight? What's worse than just not dropping the monument straight away? Not dropping the monument ever. So you just drop the monument if you see no Chronos Rush. Then you drop the temple. You can tiny little bit later. But in this situation, Pegasus is going to get a pretty decent advance time. And he's going to be popping up onto this gold, getting ready to spam out his priests, getting ready to defend himself. And he should be fine here.
Yeah, so he's fine. Yeah, I mean, you miss out on if your opponent's going for a later uptime. You can grab that 20 wood. You can grab pickaxe and get slightly better eco than you would otherwise. Obviously, go slightly later and be fine. But I mean, yeah, the vision comes down now, and he knows that isn't coming. But I mean, he's still setting himself up for a fine early game anyway, and won't fall victim to any surprises. Actually, the vision just goes right in the middle of the map. Is that just to spot if the temple
Yeah,
is
he's
there?
just looking to see what's coming for him because he's like, wait, hang on, I'm not getting attacked yet. Are there any dudes coming? No, okay, well, what's happening? I don't know. Let's check it out. But that vision is also interesting. There might be an angle for visioning, like getting the timing of when a temple completes for a Chronos Rush, and then dropping the vision down around on your own base. Then you see where the temple's coming, and then you just send the villagers over to shank it down. That angle exists there as well for Set. Just saying, there's some angles.
Yeah, for sure.
There's some angles.
I think that for anybody that's struggling against it and kind of the lower elo brackets, people are still putting their temple in vision of your base when they're actually using the time shift. So you just send a few villagers over, shank it down, you're absolutely fine. People get very mad at you, but
My Chronos Rush!
it's like, how dare you? How dare you? I wanted to cheese you, and now you're cheesing me with the villagers shanking the temple down. But it really works. It takes ages to time shift that now.
Yeah. And you are right. We are going to be seeing the more theft of fire, more defensive, more boomy Chronos here. I feel like there is like a pretty hefty weakness to of going for this theft of fire build, but Kavoth is playing around that weakness. The weakness is if you play with 3 oracles and you drop Valors non-stop, you're not going to have favor for things like for heroes or myth units, but mostly the heroes. So the weakness is theft of fire spamming, Valor spamming, all that stuff. If you spam myth units at him, then you can sort of catch him out. But in this situation, Kavoth is 6 oracles. He's got a oracle hero as well. So he's got a ton of favors. There's not going to be any real weaknesses where that's concerned.
Yeah, I absolutely love this play. This is my favorite way to play Chronos or Aranos. Stick with the 1 TC. Grab your 3 oracles. Either, I mean, you could even grab them in the archaic age if you want to go for a kind of greedy build. But even as you're advancing, you get so much favor in. I mean, you see, he is starting to spam those Valors out. He's got 35 favor. Unfortunately, does lose a Terma there. Nice snipe from Pegasus. Just a unit each just to defend. That's it. That means everything. But even just Kavoth picking Chronos has already put Pegasus slightly further behind where he could have been if he had those upgrades earlier. If he had the monument to the villagers earlier, he is already slightly further behind, and that's just playing against Chronos. I think that's yes, there could have been the vision earlier, but I think that's something that is just always there when you're playing early. It's like, oh, I'm up against Chronos, so I've got to respect it. I mean, otherwise you could be having a swift loss.
Yep. And the tiny little spam raids here with 1 Kara Baluster out. This actually shuts this down. 1 Kara Baluster and Watchtowers can basically shut down everything that an Egyptian classical fight can really do inside the main base of a Chronos. So you can do that and go heroic age, but Pegasus here, he's making the call to get his own heroic age in as fast as he possibly can. He's got Sekhmet coming through. He's got himself extra barracks coming in. He could do some crazy stuff like a shifting sands with scarabs and take out the town center. I got to admit, that doesn't seem to work too well versus Kavoth. He's pretty anti shifting sands cheese on his town centers. That's and something he's pretty good at defending. So the wall will finish up over here.
Yeah, it's just a nice wall to defend this Oracle, and I don't think the Spearmen probably out-damaged this healing. Looks like it's very, very close, so they're going to take a solid while to get through this wooden gate. I mean, it does make the Citizen kind of sit here and wait for the Kyriballaster to come over, but here he comes. And yeah, just a nice defense so far from Kavoth, who's also getting his Heroic Cage in, getting his Hyperion. Have his Chaos also some the military barracks already coming up around the town center. You've called it that he is anti-Scarab cheese, and he's already defending against it just in case it's coming. Even the Economic Guild went right next to the town center.
The Spidey senses, they tingle, man. They tingle. What are you gonna do? And oh man, and it's just wild that it's happening. Like, Pegasus does not need to do this, and yet he's doing it. And I don't think that Kavoth is even... He didn't scout the monuments. He didn't scout anything. He didn't even scout the segment. He put these up before this all came in. And it has...
It just smells like a Scarab push.
It's just wild.
Somehow, I don't know. If we didn't see Pegasus's perspective, I wouldn't have a clue that this... I mean, wouldn't have a clue that, it's obviously a possibility, but he almost... He's playing around it so much that he must think that's one of the top plays that Satfat here could possibly go for. Satie is obviously going to be coming through. No matter what's happening, Satie is always going to be a good bet early on in this Heroic Age if we're going for some kind of fast Heroic. Just one of the most potent myth units there are at this stage.
Well, more barracks to come through. The longer you wait on this, the worse it gets, right? Or you can just wait for maybe the units to not be in the main base. That could be the angle. Wait for like Contarius to get built and move out of the main base and go for something else. But yeah, this is tense, to say the very least.
Is he waiting to go with his Spearman to run in, or is he getting his... Because he doesn't have his vision tech, so...
No,
that takes a while to come through. It's like 40 seconds to do that one, is it? To get the free visions in?
I would imagine here he is looking to get the shifting sands through. He sees the units sitting there and he goes, okay. The thing is, he doesn't actually need to do this. He doesn't have to shifting sands the units into the opponent's base.
Forward.
It's like the Scarabs are useless here. It's 1000 HP of tank. It's got 4000 pierce armor. It's not nothing. 1053 effective hack HP is something. Like, that's... Yeah, like it's not nothing. And then the Scarab dies and does a bonus damage, and be good.
I think bringing the Pharaoh forward is a good call as well, knowing that those Satyrs are probably in their numbers. You need to get something else out. Some Katarius coming through from Kavoth. Did he spot that? I think he literally just missed that army walking forward.
Yeah, and the army going to come through, and Pegasus sees all the Satyr, and the Chaos comes down, and Shifting Sands will get dropped, and he is going in. He says, no, I'm not going back home. Just get me away from you. Now he's going for the main base, but the military barracks, he's going to have to take those down. Priest can heal things up. This is going to be a very, very difficult fight for Pegasus to be winning here. As the Priest going after the Satyr, they get pulled back. Priests get pulled there as well. It's an impossible micro contest here for Pegasus to win. And Kavoth, he doesn't even lose half the HP on the town center, and that is a quick game 2 in the books, as Kavoth is, as I said, he is anti-shifting. I've thrown every shifting sand strat at him in the books. They don't work anymore. Don't try it.
I mean, it's just funny because, like, even if the shifting sands doesn't come in, he's no worse off by doing all this. Like, maybe he hasn't walled up his base quite well enough with his military barracks or whatever, but it's like, it's so minimal what you actually lose, where if you just build like this, I mean, yeah, you just straight counter it. Something Pegasus could have done, though, he could have had that vision that came in
Yep.
earlier on to see that this isn't an option, then I think his walk forward, bit of damage, then shifting sands somewhere else, wait for later, maybe. I mean, it's a little bit rough, but well played by Kaboth. I mean, that was just insane hold.
Jeez. I mean, you gotta ask the questions. Does what Kavoth does here? Does that make any sense? Does this Kavoth strategy here of building placement, does that just work? Or could Pegasus have sniffed this out, said, hey, you're building all your buildings in your main base like this and protecting your town center. We're going segment, but we're going to do something else like, I don't know, elephant plus slinger. Something, I don't know, something completely different. And maybe that would have been the way through as a bit of a counter to the counter.
Mm.
I don't know.
Yeah, just go just a completely different strat, basically.
All right. Well, let's jump back over to the drafting screen. It's 1-1, best of 7. You better be strapped in. We're going to be here for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. I believe I've got these flipped around the wrong way, so we'll do a flipperoonie, and Cronus wins. And yeah, we do actually have a 0% win rate for the Satfats. Satfat,
Yeah, that's wild.
Can rest easy tonight knowing that it's not him that's the problem. The god is indeed weak. To particularly Kronos and Demeter.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the only problem, isn't it? Is that you're going to be getting sets pretty rough matchups in this setup. These guys come to win.
I'm a fan. We're going on to the map Mirage. Some strange gods getting picked on this one as well, which I love. I love seeing strange gods picked on these maps.
Okay, what's your definition of a strange pick for Mirage? Not Greek.
Well, Poseidon is strange on Mirage. That's a god I wouldn't expect, and that's a god that's here. Fushi is a god that I wouldn't expect on this map either, especially when Zeus is in your pool.
Yeah, I'd say I think Kavoth's one of the main ones that goes Zeus, Hades on these kind of hybrid water maps. So interesting to see the Fushi. Poseidon. Yeah, I mean you still can do Greek things. You just don't have the restoration, which is obviously pretty large, pretty useful.
I'm gonna just do a quick toilet break, but you keep everyone entertained. We got 2 minutes and
go for it. We've got
35
2.5
seconds.
minutes.
I'll be right back.
No worries. Fortunately, I'm hit with an ad, so I can't see the screen. But yeah, hope now it's gone. Yeah, hope you guys are all doing well, happy with this tournament. Big shout out to Satfat. I'm sure he's there. He has been at it. It's just a pretty sick tournament. Is there a Is there a gamble going on? Is somebody setting that up? It's not something I can do. Right, gotta get your gambles on. Satfat, are you betting against Set in every in every game? I'm here to learn how to win these tough matchups. I mean, it shows that Set does have some rough rough matchups. Not learning anything yet. Yeah, that is a rough one. Do you think they need to buff Egyptian? See, this is I don't know. This is interesting because people just keep saying that Egyptians are overpowered and broken, but I think Boit might be right that it's just they're in the tournaments they're picked when they're strong, and then you can see that when they're kind of countered, it's a little bit rough. I think some buffs to us mortals, us lower elo players, anyone below like I don't know 1700 would be welcome.
Alrighty. What's the story?
Satfat is trying to learn how to deal with these tough matchups, and it's not going well for him.
That's funny. I thought that which one was it? The one versus Kronos. I don't think it's as complicated as people are making. I think you just have to play a lot more defense rather than trying to play offense versus Kronos. But we saw 2 games of the set player trying to overpower Kronos and running straight head first into the satyrs.
Yeah.
But maybe I'll get to the top of the ladder and I'll play some set, and then I'll lose with set.
So we're in.
We are in. Let's run the clip. Which one are we on? Mirage? Off we go.
Mirage.
And off we go. Everyone's favorite Age Mythology game underway. Well, I don't know what that means. But anyways, in the left-hand side of the map, we have Kavoth playing as Huji.
And in the other side, we have Moss Guidon. Pegasus playing a Greek on this map, but it's going to be Poseidon instead of the other Greek. So we'll see what this one can do. He already gets his little horsey scout that can scout his 9 fish that he's going to have in the back of his base. I believe that it's always 9 now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it always 9? Yes. Yeah. Always 9. Not a random number between 6 and 12 or whatever it used to be.
As much as I personally enjoy the variation of fish numbers, meaning you have to adapt, I also appreciate that if you actually want to have a relatively new player trying to play on these maps, that having something stock standard every single time so they can learn one build order and be fine is very, very important for the sanity of said new player. And my enjoyment of being able to adapt and have to think constantly does not trump the enjoyment of said new players. So I said it. There you go. I understand.
Yeah, I think just getting everyone off on the same foot is nice. I was somebody that used to like those builds, but I can see why people didn't like them, because sometimes you'd be winning from 4 minutes in, and yeah, maybe that's not good.
I remember do you remember the build order videos for Legacy? It was like, okay, so we're going to teach people how to play Greek now. All right, here's your build order if you start with 0 hunt in your line of sight. Here's your build order if you start with 400 food in your line. Here's the one if you start with 600 food. Here's the one if you start with 900 food.
And then there was a caveat on that no version. It's like, what happens if you find hunt in the first minute?
Yes.
Oh, then you ditch your build order and
That's
you have
right.
to adapt.
That's it. That's it.
Oh my god.
It's perfect.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, straight up losing when you didn't find your hunt versus somebody that did. Oof. Rough. We don't have to worry about that anymore. But it looks like there's some cows being collected. Pegasus getting 11 cows versus the 6. The 6 for Kavoth. Big cow diff early on. Oh, there's another one coming through for Pegasus.
Gigantic cow. It doesn't really matter on this map, unfortunately, for Pegasus. Actually, maybe it does actually.
It matters, but not as much as other maps where you don't have constant fish food income and things like that. But it's something.
That's right. Well, we will have Ares on the way for Pegasus. I think Ares on water maps should become standard. Makes sense for it to be the pick for water maps. Make sure Hoplight's stronger. Make sure Paspist's stronger. Make sure your Toxody's stronger. All units you probably want to be building throughout the game. Whereas, realistically, unfortunately, the way that it works, don't really want to build Cav on those water maps. You don't. It's not. It's generally not the right way to go about it.
And then, yeah, I mean, Ares makes sense. I mean, he's just everything he does apart from the Toxotes is the food-based units, isn't it? Expensive counter infantry. They cost so much food. You need the upgrades for them and the Cyclops and everything. So definitely anything food-based, if you can get that, where you get an extra, essentially 4 villages worth of fish, then, or 5 villages, whatever it goes up to, you're going to be very, very happy. And we got Shigo on the other side for Kavoth that's going for a much later advance time, probably because he's got a few Quafus out. Yeah, he did the four Quafu build with his fish, so he's going to be booming up a tree.
That's so many Quafu, and you're playing versus Poseidon as well, so you're like expecting to see... You're like expecting to see Centaur running at you, and yeah, Kavoth just doesn't even worry about it. He's now going to throw some houses down. He can put walls down as well if he really wants to, but a little bit of damage onto this open temple. Chiao will be in, so he should be able to defend with his pioneers, but still.
Cyclops heading in, but I mean, he's going to get scared away pretty quickly once the pioneers come back up to full strength. And yeah, even the Atalanta, there could have been a pretty early Atalanta in, but kind of later uptime from Pegasus also. And she's going to be annoying here, going after these pioneers, and she'll win a fight against these 4 pioneers pretty well. The Quafu's coming in to help out though. They deal ridiculous amounts of damage.
They're a strong unit. They are a strong unit, that's for sure. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that there is a slight bug with Pestilence, and Kavoth knows what the bug is. And basically, Pestilence doesn't work if a building changes from one building to another. It stops working. So the Pestilence onto the towers...
Oh, I see. Yeah, they don't have the green on them.
Doesn't work, so it cancels it out. And you can also do the same thing with a... I found this out without knowing it. But you can do it with the military camp, and then you can put the attachment onto it, and that'll get rid of the... That'll get rid of the thing.
Yeah, so you just hit the training yard or the tower, and it just becomes usable. Wow. It looks like there's a little bit of a visual bug on mine where this military camp still has the Pestilence going on it. Let's hope that's not affected, because that's a bad kind of bug.
Anyways.
Anyway, back to the game. We have Yatza has dealt 7 damage and forced to run away. And Atalanta's probably going to find that. Oh, and it's going to teleport straight into a...
Poor thing.
Feels rough to be a dog with the...
With blue blood.
Dog? Is it a dog?
It's a...
Dog
you know what? I don't actually know.
And anyway, Pegasus is going to be grabbing his town center. I mean, this town center has some nice zebra behind it. It's got the gold mine. He's going to be happy about that one. And Kavoth is sitting in his base with his watchtowers fully walling up against the Hippias that Pegasus is building. So he's going to be happy with that one. And I'm assuming he's going to find out very shortly that town center's there, as the pioneers can just keep unleashing their lanterns. They're actually on cooldown, so yeah, he has been spamming those out. So I'm assuming he's going to spot that one very, very soon, and he's going for a fast heroic instead.
Yeah, generally, this fast heroic, one town center fast heroic, doesn't quite work too well versus 2TC play. Generally, you want your own 2TC, and then you go heroic age. But on a 9-fish water map, maybe it ends up changing things. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, he's going to get about just past 9 minutes, so pretty healthy advance time considering he's got watchtowers in, built out a decent amount of units, and he's going to get his Gomang in. He's already pre-queuing Fish Basket. It's called Fish Basket for the Chinese.
Yeah, it's exactly the same. It's just got a different icon and a different name. Doesn't change at all.
I like it. Why not? And just the one halberdier sent on the trek to see what's going on. He does spot the town center and runs past the Black Lotus, farming faster. Probably not the priority for anybody in this game. And then yeah, the Aphrodite not that far behind with the 2 TCs from Pegasus either.
I guess the simple play actually for Kavoth here is just to drop his own second town center. He's built so many Quafu that he's not actually that far behind.
Yeah, I'd say he's just fine, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's in the heroic age already, so Pegasus is going to lose out on a few villages here. So he probably catches up just by dropping the town center, but he's going to go into his ballet. He's going to be forced into a kind of all-in situation, which can be difficult, but we'll see how he can go.
So even the town center to somewhat help out with this gold mine wasn't so bad. It's pretty much in range of that to scare away some units. You could have also dropped the forest protection if you're really scared about that, but he's obviously wanting to go into his White Horse Cavalry instead, trying to get active, trying to get some raids done. But Pegasus already wanted to drop these walls down on this right side, and he does have Aphrodite coming through. So if there is some sort of early raiding party that comes in, I mean, it can get cursed if it's a decent amount of units. You can get big value from that. We've got Phobos Spear of Panic on the way for Pegasus as well.
Yeah, this one's going to make sense.
His hoplites, yeah.
He's already got some stables, a stable down. He's already got a stable down, but you don't really have to go into Prodromus, but they are an incredible tool to deal with the way that Kavoth plays with White Horse Cavalry. So going Phobos' Spear of Panic, having Poseidon for this faster Prodromus, you can shut down these White Horse Cavalry raids very easily if you get Heroic Age and you make Prodromus, of which Pegasus has. So you don't have to go into many of them. Like hoplites are better in the actual fight versus the Chinese army, but versus the raids, some Prodromus are an amazing answer.
So just to shut down these White Horse Cavalry makes sense. I mean, it just chews through them so quick. But for the main bulk of the army, it looks like he's going for heavy infantry, so wants to go into those divine damage hoplites instead. And I think Kavoth, I mean, he's just happy building his raiders and wants to just wants to get something done that side. Just see how much eco you actually get from the Quafus, though. It's insane. The kind of early spike that you get compared to just a 2 TC player, even just spamming those out, and then yeah, the curse is gonna come through. It makes sense.
Defensive curse there because the units snuck into his base. Vegas is like, I thought I walled it off, but I didn't.
Oh god, yeah, that corner. Wow, that feels bad.
But there's also this other option here now for Pegasus. He can just drop a pestilence down. Now he can attack.
Yeah.
And well, Kavoth is trying to be sneaky and trying to get to the Mythic Age, but I think this timing is brutal at the moment.
He does have the tower on his military camp to help out. He does have the forest protection if he wants to get some CC, and he's done the classic Kavoth, kept his White Horse Cavalry in, waiting for that drop, and also he's going to drop the lightning weapons, everything at once to try and surround this army. And it looks like he's got through to the back line pretty nicely. Could even have those Quafu help out if he wants to get a little bit extra damage in.
I don't even understand where those guys came from. Like, Kavoth had the resources to basically go Mythic Age, and yet he still has all of these White Horse Cavalry. This doesn't even make sense.
Wow, and then that has put a stop to that push. I love the weight of that forest protection. I was thinking, why didn't he just use that? Like, just come on. But he waited for his White Horse Cavalry to be in the right spot, make sure that the army didn't run away. He gets his spot, and he goes Mythic as well. Whew.
He's just got it all happening at the moment.
He's got it all happening. The thing is, this is what happens when you play against these top guys. I mean, obviously you play up against them more than I do. But this morning I was just having a nice game, and I had to play up against Matador. I was like, oh, come on, and he's putting so much pressure on you, and then he's like grabbing a town center, and it's like, how do I, he's doing all the things at once that you shouldn't be able to do, but they somehow get away with it. It's just crazy.
Yeah, they're cheating. That's what's going on. They're cheating.
They're cheating. That's it. We've solved it.
He basically spawn hacked in Horse Cavalry. That's the only way I could answer that.
I didn't see them. I didn't see them in there at all. I think when I hovered over it, there was one. But apparently they're all hiding in there.
I mean, they do train pretty fast, especially when you have Levy. So
Yeah,
there
they
is
do.
that.
He's also getting the raid in on this gold mine as well. There's hoplites that counter, but I mean, there's just not enough of them at all. Pegasus trying to spam them all out. See how many military buildings. He's got 5 military barracks, so should be able to get them in pretty soon. 30 seconds till Huang Di comes in with the big dragon.
Yeah,
Now Kavoth does grab his town center as well.
the big issue here, actually, for Pegasus is... Oh, we have a game paused.
Nope.
Do I hear anything from these? Oh, never mind.
Oh,
They're off to the
looks like
races.
it's unpause. It's going to stutter a little bit, so I'm just going to do a pause play.
Yeah.
Looks like that fixes it.
All right, onwards and upwards. But yeah, the big issue here is, even though Pegasus has got villager lead, at some point here, Kavoth is going to be, well, he's going to be in the Mythic Age. He's going to have this dragon, but he's going to be able to go straight into just some super. Oh, he doesn't want to play it.
Yeah, and then he doesn't even want to play it out. I mean, this dragon's going to spawn in, kill all his hoplites off. He's got his Najar with the super flames. The villagers on this gold mine go down, and yeah, it's going to be very, very quickly villagers going down. And Kavoth, I mean, he was already so far ahead, military wise, tech wise. Yeah, he just played a blinder on this Baolei.
Yeah, I think it literally all just came down to that one push where I think Pegasus was trying to catch Kavoth out going to the Mythic Age. And he did, but like the military resource diff was equal there. Resources in the bank was like, it was literally like 2,000. Actually, it was
Yeah,
2,000 to
of each,
900 in the bank. And Kavoth just rinsed the army. Wild.
Just want to have a quick look at this eco chart, maybe. All resources collected. Yeah, you can just see that Kavoth, he does get a spike around 7 to 9 minutes ish with this, where this Kwafu eco just absolutely pops off compared to even a 2TC player. It's crazy.
Anyways, I mean, this is something you got to kind of learn about. Probably more so the way that Kavoth plays as Fushi. Like that, this is just something that's going to get hit. And I've talked about it a little bit about how China gets played right now, and the fact that a lot of China is trying to get those Kwafu out and allowing them to carry your economy, because they take a little bit longer to pay themselves off than a regular peasant does. Of course, a peasant comes out a little bit earlier, only costs 40 food. But once they pay themselves off, then your economy is like starts steamrolling. So you have to sort of figure out where those sort of points of power are and be careful not to be putting yourself in a losing position in those sort of points. Anyways, let's jump back over to the draft and see what's going to get picked for game number 4. Alrighty. We got a draft here. We have a pick of Nuwa and Susanol.
Nuwa Sasano. Now, Pegasus Sasano is absolutely disgusting.
He's quite good at it.
Yeah, I would say so. That's a good way to put it. I fully agree. I mean, something that Pegasus is extremely good at is finding the what everyone calls abuse abusive way to play, abusing a god or whatever. And I mean,
I love that
Susano
term.
has
It's a good
he has
term.
2 ways. Good term. You happy?
Yeah, it's a good term.
Happy with the abuse?
Yeah.
So he's got his myth units and he's got his god powers. I know which way you fall, but the
Well, the
the
myth
god
unit,
power.
the myth unit route is just better, but lots of people have no
I mean,
skill.
it does get you.
So that's the
Yeah,
issue.
that's it.
Actually, the honest truth is a mix of myth units and god power is actually the right way to play, because you build the myth units, get the favor stipend in. You can't afford to build more
Yeah,
myth
that's
units because
it.
you've already spent all your resources, and then you just go, well, I better just take advantage of the god power perk here because, well, my god powers are cheaper.
Yeah, so you can't just go no myth units. I know that is a way some people do it, but then you just get so much less favor overall.
Yeah.
There's so many ways to go with the Susano. Who was it against? You say Noir.
Noir. I think I like Noir versus this god. I think it's fine. I think it's playable. I think it's, especially the way that Kavoth likes to play. Play reactive, play defensive. Generally speaking, defense is good versus Susanol, but
Mm-hmm.
you can get into trouble with things like the Wheels of Doom.
Yeah, that's it. When you go for some kind of 2TC play up against the wheels, the wheels can run you over if you're not good at defending. You definitely need to have someone up your sleeve to actually deal with that guy. I mean, maybe as Noir, even just your hero Quafu with that disgusting upgrade, I can imagine that probably 2 shots a wheel. It wouldn't surprise me.
Probably. I've
But
never tried it, to be honest. I know that Young Earth likes to try out making the
yeah,
villagers get involved, but
I played against him the other day. I was not expecting the level of damage that these things do. Was absolutely ridiculous.
yeah, they've got some spice. You can dodge them, and they have a really long animation. So if you are quick enough, you can definitely avoid the damage. But if you're not, you'll eat a big rock to the head.
You've also got the Susano, the kind of team game way that people were playing with those with the Kitsune raids, and they can be very annoying. I mean, that's a big team game strat because they're ridiculously fast, just run around nibbling on everybody and getting your favor in and just annoying.
Not as
Especially
good
with
in
the
the
divine damage.
1v1s because you can just kind of get
No.
your own base walled up and then slowly move out. But yeah, in team games, that's pain. That's pain.
Brutal.
But also, before we jump into this, just thanks everyone for subs. It's been a couple people who have subbed throughout the tournament today. I know I'm not really acknowledging them, but you guys were awesome. So we're going to get into this next game on Ghost Lake, pausing at 5 seconds. And
Yes.
let's go. Off to the races we go. Top of the map. Top left of the map. We have Noir here for Kavoth. So he has won one game with the China. He decides to try his luck for a second time. But this time his opponent is not from the European nation. It is the Asian Civ.
It's going to be Pegasus playing Susano in the bottom, slightly to the right in the red color. And we get a Ghost Lake spawn that was if I'm not wrong, similar to the Ghost Lake that you watched earlier, where it's got 1 gold mine sat in the base and 2 on each side. And that is it. That is all the gold that everybody gets. Absolutely wild.
Not a lot of gold. Not very good for our new aficionados here. They China chews through gold at a similar rate to like Egyptian does because of the Kwafu. You build 10 Kwafu, that's going to be 1,000 gold gone already, right? So that's life's tough. Life is tough there. And then of course, some of your premium units cost quite a bit of gold. But if you get into the Mythic Age now, your Tiger Cab only costs 50 gold. That's nice. But of course, you have to get there.
But yeah, I mean, it's something you're going to kind of have to play around at least a little bit, noticing the map spawn that you don't want to go as heavy on the Kwafu as Kavoth went in the last game. Because yeah, you could very quickly run out. I mean, these 2 on the right side, looks like they're very close to each other also. So if you could secure one, you're going to be very close to the other one, whereas the ones on the left side are just so far apart.
Yeah. I guess on the flip side though, for like Susanol, we're just gonna go and grab ourselves Ivory Netscape, get to the Onmaraki, and that'll keep us afloat while we build our trade route.
So he's got a very good way to play. I mean, doesn't care about no gold. Can make his own. He's gonna whack a temple down with 3 villagers, a Miko and 2 villagers. He wants the temple now.
I'm a little surprised on this. Does the Miko build as fast as the villagers? Do you know? The same?
I think it takes 40 seconds to drop a temple.
There you go. There's this little bit of knowledge that I learned not too long ago, where if you put a peasant onto a town center, and then you put on a Kwafu, the town center will build slower. But if you put the Kwafu on first, and then the peasant, will build faster. And that's the same. That's the same true for basically everything that has different build rates. So you have to put
just because of the diminishing returns, kind of.
Yeah. So you have to put the unit that builds fastest first. Apparently, allegedly.
I guess that's only China, isn't it? Because there was a world where Norse had different. Oh yeah, hero citizen.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there was a stage where Norse had different ones.
I don't know if they're different or not though. I don't know.
But if they are, then that's the way to do it.
That's right. Anyways, we're seeing Minakata in from Pegasus. Maybe he didn't get a read on the map. Not thinking about it. He does actually see the map exactly as it is, but there could be gold mines elsewhere as far as he knows. And Minakata is very, very scary for Nuwa to deal with because that you have siege weapons.
I say he scouted all the gold mines, but he hasn't scouted the whole map, so he might think there's a little bit more. What have we got from Kavoth's side? He's done the same thing. There could be some little pockets where there could be some more, but they're going to be fresh out of luck. There's going to be no more. All the wooden gates, walls coming in to stop the annoying foxes coming from Pegasus. He already has his upgrade for his divine, so he's doing at least a little bit of the team game strat, which is running in trying to be annoying. But Both already expecting that one.
He's got himself the pioneer popping out of there. So, can he get the?
Trying to wall them in.
Low HP villager. Low HP villager. Gets taken out. And the Kusanagi coming through. Brutal early game damage. At least just one Kitsune, but one villager down.
Yeah, but he'll take the one villager for sure.
That's fine. That's what you want.
I thought that was a nice little cute play with the houses, but he kind of walled himself in with the Kitsune.
That's
unfortunately,
right. You're stuck in here with me. Sometimes you can get unlucky. Sometimes you can get unlucky with Shockwave and with Kusanagi as well. You can actually send villagers directly into the wood line and they can get stuck there. That doesn't happen there, so that's nice.
Trying for some cheese on the silo on this backside. Clay peasants just wanting to Just have a nice 115 seconds of four action.
This is like a fairly decent amount of food or resources for this amount of, for this point in the game. Like, talk a lot about other gods and how much extra resources they get from their god powers, but this is up there. 4 peasants for 120 seconds. You're looking at like 3.2 food per second for each of them. Times that by 120. What's that? 360 or something? That's some resources to just drop immediately upon hitting the classical age.
And Pegasus does have the wheels coming through. At least one extra to take out that earth wall. While the Shang-Chi is going to be going the other way.
This is very peculiar. This is like the worst reaction I've seen out of Kavoth. Normally, like the way Kavoth plays is he's with Noir is so reactive. You come and attack him with something, and he's generally already gonna have the units out to be able to push you back because he's so quick on that reaction. But he's been so busy trying to defend. Great control from Pegasus as well with the one Udor. My God, dodging those arrows is tough, but he's doing a good job of it. But anyways, normally Pegasus would, Kavoth would have something here, but he just doesn't. He's got watchtowers. Looks like he's trying to get to the heroic age.
Yeah, I think he just didn't have his usual play, which is what I call the emergency military camp. Just have it there, just in case. If you don't need it, it's 100 wood, whatever. But yeah, especially with China, I mean, you can just hit this button to get your boys out even quicker. But it looks like he's actually having it for the tower. He still doesn't want to build anything. He's happy with what he's got. Thinks that the Quafus are going to be enough, plus the watchtowers. Kusanagi duped out by all the villagers, all the pioneers. But I think the watchtowers will be going down here. Nice micro to get back.
I'm not even sure it will. He can just
though.
repair it. I think he's fine. I don't know how Kavoth does this, man. He gets away with this way too much. Like, if this is me, my tower is dead. I've lost all 3 of my Quafu, and I'm clicking resign. But Kavoth's just like, hey, bro, I'm going to heroic age, and I didn't lose my tower.
He even only lost one of those pioneers while bringing them all back to the town center.
This is not okay.
Literally just the pull out, and then just like that. They hit the watchtower once, and then he garrisoned back in because the amount of repair that Quafus do is just ridiculous. That's wild. Wild that.
Nah, this isn't okay. This tower should be dead, and Kavoth should be in trouble here. He should not be able to be going to the heroic age here. And the fact that he's able to have done this is just a credit to Kavoth. This is just him. I don't know how.
Crazy.
And at the very least, now the one Udor will come through, and I should be able to finish off this tower. Oh, never mind. He's going to not try and kill it.
Repair it back up.
Would have really liked it if he did just try and kill it there. One shot. I guess he can go for a shot and a move, and a shot and a move would probably be the best way to go about it all. But Terracotta Riders get called upon, and they are a nuisance as well. So I guess Kavoth knows what he's doing. You can't kill the boy. He's unkillable. Why bother? Why bother trying?
The Gomang is very, very, very close. Looks like Kavoth's not really building much even now. Just a couple of pioneers. The tower does go down.
The big problem is, though, Moose, is that, well, Kavoth is out of gold, and he went through. I mean, he went through Gormang instead of through the other one with Bay Beasts. He went through Fey Beasts, he'd easily be able to get out onto another gold mine, but in this situation, it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah. He's taking care of those wheels pretty nicely. Tao Wu gets a double kill before it goes back. There was no real heroes out for Pegasus, only had the Bushy, which Tao Wu just kind of laughs at a little bit. Has all that pierce armor, and then Kavoth is just going to come over to this gold mine, bow lay down. I mean, that's going to build in what, 23 seconds.
We do have a Fujin on the way. You know I'm a fan.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
The only issue with this is you need Hunt You need food to make Fujin work. Good thing is, Pegasus has food. He's got 14 goats. So if you take a whole bunch of villagers off of the food, off of the wood, excuse me, over onto goats, you can spam out all of your Oni. You want to get all your favor out of there, and then you're just going to go walk over and kill your opponent.
And he's got, I was going to say he's got 100 favor. He's just spent some on this Shrine of the Hunt, but that might just be to afford the food part.
No, I don't like that Shrine of the Hunt there. He did not need to do that.
I
There is a bad Shrine of the Hunt. No, I'm not accepting it, Moose. I can't accept it.
He needs... Yeah,
He's got
there's
goats.
multiple reasons there.
Need the goats.
Yeah, it's just, he has the goats. He wants to spend the favor on myth units. And then also you want to wait to use this Shrine of the Hunt when you've at least used your 3rd age power, so you get it a little bit cheaper. I don't know. It's just a whole range of things that could have got a little bit different.
Anyways, Fujin is in, and we will be seeing the Oni mask. So he definitely wants some Oni. I do think they're really strong, without question. Of course, the Kavoth is going to be using a Sage to make some problems here, but the Oni has such high HP that it doesn't even matter. So long as you don't just throw it away, that is. The thing I see a lot of people doing with the Oni, and why I say it's strong, other people say it's weak, but the thing I see a lot of people doing with it is they'll just build like one, and then they'll send it in, and they'll be like, "Oh, this Oni doesn't even kill a building," and I'm like, that's not the point of the Oni. The point is we get this gigantic death ball tank thing that you just can't kill the Onis fast enough, and they just get a lot of value in the actual fight. They do it. They are a siege myth unit, but they're also a fighting myth unit. They fight with their club. Smack, smack, smack.
I mean, it's similar. It's just similar to the Mountain Giant with the Jotuns. Like, if you can get like 3 or 4 of those in your army, it's a massive game changer. Whereas you have one on his own, doesn't seem to do too much. And that is also kind of a siege weapon too. Even just scarabs, you can see that 1 scarab's in it. But then if you get 3 scarabs,
yep,
buildings go down very quick.
Or in this case with Susanoo, if he can get up to his next tier of Bushido, he will get 75 favor, and that would equal nearly 4 Oni. You make 5 Oni, 6 Oni. The amount of Oni is unstoppable. Anyways,
I mean, this one on his own seems to be doing pretty well.
Yeah, there's more coming though. He should not attack just yet though. He needs to wait on this. He's not going to be able to break the castle. He does have himself his smiting gust. He wants to try and create a box or something like old school shifting sands, legacy shifting sands.
Yeah,
that's always fun.
Yeah, that's insane. When I think I've seen Soup do that, where he builds the box, has all the archers from the Minakatatomi upgrade, and then just does so much damage to whatever flies in. They're stuck in with you. It's absolutely crazy. But it looks like he is just going straight for the Baolei with the one fully upgraded dude.
The issue here for Pegasus, and it's a pretty big issue, but the issue here for Pegasus is he is on somewhat of a timer here. Yeah, he's on a timer. Once Gormang hits, that's going to be Li Jing coming out, as well as all the heroes getting a little bit stronger, and it can get a little bit tough.
And the sages are just going to pop in and out of that Baolei. There's already one Oni warlord that he's up against.
This is just the classic. Wait, how does that even work? I don't even know. Oh, he does use the Smiting Gust to keep himself in one piece.
Stops the... Oh no, the Miko came as well. That's unfortunate. Loses that one, but yes, keeps himself there. Builds back up the wooden wall.
There's 3 sages here. That's why all of these guys, all these Oni got taken out so quickly. That's wild. Of course, the saged Oni deal with the Oni.
Yeah, they counter themselves. I mean, we're halfway through to Gong Gong also. Kavoth's China is absolutely disgusting, isn't it?
Well, he just min defends better than anyone else. That's the thing here. Like, everyone else is just gonna not have 3 sages out, and have a bunch of random other units that don't do anything. Now, if Pegasus had saved his Smiting Gust, just Smiting Gusted the sages away there from the ballet, then
that would be
instead
the
of on
play,
the
yeah.
White Horse Cavalry, then of course he just kills off the ballet and he gets the gold star started, and then maybe Gong Gong comes in and things are a bit closer. But no, that's not happening here.
I say the Gong Gong, when there's hardly any units, I mean, it's going to be able to take out.
Yeah, funnily enough,
all
if
of
he
them.
does decide to use the thing here, he'll send all the units into his ballet, and then the Oni will be in good position.
True. The Tiger Cavalry, unupgraded Tiger Cavalry, are going to start coming out. Qinglong also, and yeah, they're going to have the Mythic Age hero available that will be putting a big stop to this, but it isn't out yet. And in comes the big wave. It's going to push all the boys closer to the ballet.
Let's see if he can actually break through here or not. The Oni to go after the Kwafu as well. There's really not a lot of units here for Kavoth. He seems to be having a little bit of struggle here. He does have the Qinglongs. He can spam those out a little bit, but not a lot of resources in the bank, and that God Power did not get the damage done. But Li Jing is through. I said that was going to be somewhat of an issue, but you have to get in close for the Li Jing to get all that damage. Otherwise, half the projectiles are missing.
It does look like the ballet is going to go down. Kavoth is setting up on the other side.
Is it though? Is it though? 70 HP in a dream.
Not a-
Please
not
possibly
again.
kill the Kwafu with your archers or something. Don't let, please don't let it. He can't keep getting away with this. Moose, he can't keep getting away with this.
Oh my god. It's like the tower all over again. Even the villagers come in to shank it down. He's trying his best.
I'm not
200
happy.
HP, and the ballet is going to stay up.
I'm not happy. I'm not happy, Moose. This is not what's
How?
what's supposed to happen. It's supposed to be dead. And it's not dead.
I say, if that's yours, if that's your ballet, if that's my ballet, that was down. For sure. Li Jing does surrender his life, but I mean, he defended the ballet pretty admirably. And now Pegasus is thinking, well, where does he go from here? He's also spied the ballet on this other side.
He doesn't actually need to attack this anymore. There's 1,000 gold there. Just
well, in that one, yeah, that one's done. There's no point sending any more units there. I think the heavy spearmen are gonna come back. They're just
he's going Watatsumi. I'm not sure I understand that. Of course, he's going to be able to drop Dragon Typhoon down, which is really, really strong, but he doesn't have Orkut Inushi. I'm stupid. He doesn't have the Omaraki. Asura would make sense too at this moment. Asura with the Oni Mask. I guess also Shinigami makes sense too. And also super. He's going to have the super horse archers soon too. Is he missing his upgrade? Why is it that everyone forgets that Hunter's Strength affects the Yumi horse archer?
oh yeah. Yeah, extra damage on that bad boy. But I think the Shinigamis are decent. They cost wood. There's an abundance of wood. I think they're ones that are decent to spam out. He's also, once he's used his big Mythic Age God Power, all his other ones become even cheaper. He wants to go for another Smiting Gust somewhere.
Well, we'll see. We'll see where to next. I mean, the game is still very, very much in the balance, right? It's 53 villages for Kavoth. It's 53 villages for Pegasus. Pegasus has still got an army. Kavoth doesn't really have an army. He's trying to muster some stuff up. He's trying to farm in his main base, but like these are some legacy level farms here, I'm not gonna lie. But he's only got 15 of them.
Does he not know that the game does it for you now? Just hit F, shift, and click around the town center, and it's just...
It's tough. Tough. The peasants are only costing 20 food now, though, so they're cheap.
20 food? Wow.
I guess Watatsumi is going to be able to help deal with the Qinglong. You can pick those out of the sky, right?
Yeah, I mean when your eco isn't so hot, the Watatsumi God Power just hits beyond belief.
Mm.
It wipes a ridiculous amount of units out. I think Kavoth is already setting up all his guys sat inside the ballet.
Yeah,
so
he
he's
knows what's going to happen.
probably not
here.
going to pop them all out. Yeah, he's expecting this. I mean,
Oh, there he
it's a lot
goes.
it's a big
Stunned
bread and
units,
butter
Tiger
play. Oh,
Cav
nice
charge.
stun.
But he is well and truly fine here for the moment.
Just a little bit slow. Those Tiger Cavs, not quite as fast as the White Horse Cav. And the slow siege crossbow push.
Yeah, a little bit of the Oyumi versus siege crossbow shenanigans. Just got to be careful of actual units because they will take the siege down very, very quickly.
Cav sit back inside the ballet. There's no big stun coming out. Goes for the thing again, and then goes for the smiting gust.
Don't know about
Right in time.
I don't know about that smiting gust. I don't know about that one. That one seems a bit strange. Like I feel like hitting the mythic age for a whole bunch of Shinigami here would yet again. Well, we'll see how it's going to go. There will be at least one Shinigami in the army.
Yeah, and the ballet looks like it is going down. That must have been the thought process. Just wants to take out the ballet, just anything to stop this gold mine as soon as possible.
If he shuts the gold mine off, well, the game is his. He wins.
Yeah,
of course.
So it might not look big value, but maybe a value's not really what he's looking for. He's looking for the bigger tempo players he can get.
There goes the Dragon Typhoon. I don't even know if he's done any damage here or not. I can't tell. But these Yati Spearmen are amazing versus the Tiger Cav. And Kavoth is trying to force cavalry here when I think he needs some other types of units. Unlike versus, say, Egyptian, who are going Chariot Archer Spearmen, you can't really just go Qinglong versus that. Or Qinglong and plus Tiger Cav versus that doesn't quite work as well because there's a lot of other units. Onmyoji, Bushi, even the Yumi Horse Archer can take out the Qinglongs a bit easier because they got that bonus damage.
Yeah, goes down, and there's a couple of ballets to build out his Tiger Cav. I mean, I think he was just kind of forced into the Tiger Cavs because he's set up all his farms to do so. I mean, he can switch it up, but yeah, now he's really struggling for that gold. Trying to repair up the ballet, that's spending the gold even faster.
Now Shinigami is coming through, and well, that's going to be game 4. Yeah. There's nothing splitting these two at the moment, Moose. They're a 50-50.
Pegasus relentless with his waves of attack. Didn't let it stop him. That he was getting just stopped every single time. Was only just didn't make it through.
It's like there were 2 moments in this. Let's just go with 3. There were 3 moments in this game. Moment number 1 is one unit not being able to kill off a tower, which is wild. I'm like almost certain that was just a like Pegasus screwing that up. I can't give Kavoth the credit. Of course, Kavoth did what he did, and that forced Pegasus to. I think that should have gone down. Anyways, then the Oni not being able to take down the ballet twice, even though there was like 20 HP left on it and 3 Kwafu just sitting there with a bunch of Yumi Horse Archers that can just snipe them. Anyways, that doesn't go down, and then he does finally manage to break through as Kavoth kind of tried to force out Tiger Cav into a whole bunch of Yeti Spearmen. But nonetheless, we got a game 5 now. As this series is keeping me from my bed.
You got a few to go yet.
We'll jump over to the draft and see what they pick for game 5. Alrighty.
Okay. I'm just gonna go fill up my water real quick, so I'll be back in a sec.
You go for it. All right, we're going on Marsh. It's going to be Magic's favorite god to say is weak. This is where Kavoth gets to prove it. Isis versus Thor on Marsh. Yeah, it's past my bedtime, but that's okay. We're gonna soldier on. I did not expect the first series to go to 6 games. Credit to Divine for that, but this game I expected to go to 7 series or 7 games. And the players are indeed delivering, which is fun. What's Isis is brutal. Yeah, I mean, but this is Marsh. Marsh is, if there is a map that Thor has got some chances on against Isis, I would pick Marsh. Marsh seems very, very good. You've got a whole bunch of battle boards to get a huge flaming weapons push going. There's all the frost giants you can spam out. I would probably go Bragi here if I was Pegasus. Just on the fact that you get Swine Array and makes the Herdman stronger. But yeah. All right. I'm going to have the shortest of breaks too. If Moose comes back. Wait, have they started? What is the name of the map with no wood or food?
Okay.
Erebus, I think you're thinking of. All right, you're in charge. I'm going to get a snack. I'll be right back.
We'll allow it. We'll allow it. Are we playing Erebus? That doesn't sound right. So what are we? 2-2. What's the next map? Marsh, Isis versus Thor. Okay. I don't know if I've seen Pegasus play Thor, but Thor is in a pretty good spot, I reckon. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Pegasus can do with the Thor. Of course, Kavoth on the Isis gonna be a force to be reckoned with if he's still doing this min defense that he's been doing from the last game. Pretty ridiculous. Were migration maps ever used in the competitive pool? I don't think we haven't had any in Retold. I don't know if there was ever any migration in Legacy. Boit, was there ever any
No.
migration maps? One thing I would like, because I know they have it in AoE 2, is Nomad. I think that could be cool. The only difference is that for us we have settlements, which might make it a little bit rough. If you could make a mod that your first town center was wherever you want it or something, it could be like you could put your first village center is a town center or something. That might be cool. Is that even a mod that's possible?
Sorry, my brain is very much switched off. We were talking about Nomad, and you were saying something about an awesome suggestion that I can't.
Nomad. So AoE 2 has Nomad in their ranked pool or their tournaments. I think Nomad in AOM would be really cool. The only problem is that sometimes you might just lose because you don't find your town center in time, or your town center is just god awful or something.
Yeah.
So if you could have, you can put down a village center to begin with, and that acts as a town center. You can put it wherever you want. I think that could be a really cool.
Village center turns into town center, and then
like your first
settlements spawn
after that.
Yeah, settlements spawn based on where both players put their town center. That would be an interesting way to do it.
Loggy with the comment. Perfect timing. I imagine it's probably not very hard to let your build a VC that transforms into a TC. That's pretty cool. And the other thing you could do is
No, you
just
get rid of
rather
settlements
than
altogether for Nomad.
yeah, I say you don't need them to spawn that. Yeah, you could just
Yeah.
get rid of them and just
Put a limit of village
You'll-
centers
you-
on 3 and
yeah, and that's it.
spam the settlements.
Wow, that would be
How
that
would you
be a
win that?
sick.
They can't win on settlements. We haven't had that as a win con. They're going to be fine to do that, right? That's something that happens in H2. You can't limit your opponent's population in H2. You could try that. So
Yeah.
make it happen, Loggy. You're the one to make things happen. We're going into game 5 now, though. Kavoth and Pegasus, Isis, and Thor on Marsh. Let's go. And off to the races we go. In the right-hand corner of the map, playing as I Am Magic's favorite god, even though he says it's not his favorite god. Constantly asking for buffs. It is Isis, and it's Kavoth.
And in the top left side, playing Thor, is going to be Pegasus, dropping his Dwarven Armory down nice and early and going for that big eco start, already grabbing himself copper armor. Do we think we need to make Magic Isis in this Streamer Gods pack?
Of course. I mean, he said he doesn't want to be Isis because he doesn't, but he's lying. He obviously, of course, this
He
is.
even changed his
this
logo.
is-
It's
this is
not even
called-
Isis anymore.
This is called Masis. Magus. This is Magus. Yeah.
Magis.
That's actually I am
Magus?
Magus. That's what the
You could
god
even
name
go-
would be called.
I is Magic.
Ah.
That's pretty close. It's pretty close.
Nice. I like it. Lots of ideas. Perfect.
If he's willing to be.
He doesn't get a choice. Doesn't get a choice.
And we've got the map marsh. I like a nice marsh sometimes. This one spawned incredibly defensive for Pegasus. He's got a nice setup on the left side with all the gold mines and the water buffaloes and the deers and the what have you. And Kavoth doesn't have such luxury of the nice water. His stuff is, I mean, it's still wallable. You know, it's still a nice defensive setup, but for Pegasus, it's much nicer. This little corner.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup, to be honest. There's a lot of tricks here for Isis to like sort of cheese out an advantage. For example, you can go for a village center, town center opening, which, because your opponent, the Thor, is going for a later advance with the Dwarven Armory, can't really stop. They can go for a crazy all-in, which can work, or they can go for their own town centers after it, but then you're happily taking that route. You can also just play kind of standard. One town center Shenanigans as Isis. That can be scary for the Thor. But the big thing for Thor here is you want to take Bragi, not Skadi, unless you absolutely need to, because you get Swine Array. And Swine Array is a big anti-Egyptian technology. So it deals with the entirety of the Migdol inside of your Herdman plus Huskarls. Very strong. Of course, the Huskarls are only good versus the Chariot Archers, but Herdman, those are the strong ones.
But yeah, the Herdman against the other two. Yeah, for sure. It's like Kavoth walking over and he's not going to be dropping his prosperity. Come on, Kavoth.
It's just not good. It's not a good
Do you-
usage of it
No.
unless it depends on the matchup. Like if you're playing maybe against a Poseidon, it might be worth it to drop prosperity so that you
Oh
can,
yeah, well you need all your extra things out,
Yeah.
or your the Chronos or whatnot. You need all your priests
but yeah,
out
as-
early.
as a default, nah.
What do you think about Marsh just wandering forward and getting a forward town center? Get some map pressure
It's
against the Thor.
It's risky because the closer you get to the Thor, the harder they hit you.
He's going. He doesn't care.
The closer you get to the Thor, the harder they hit you. There are obviously boars here. There's some back gold mines behind here. Of course, Pegasus can utilize this little water, this marsh water, and dock around with a transport ship to get onto the back gold mines if it gets all walled up or anything like that. So it's not exactly safe for Kavoth back there. He can force some extra thinking and resource spend from Pegasus to get over onto that spot. But I guess the main thing here for Kavoth is he's got to get his barracks up. He's got to get defensive quickly, and he's got to be ready to deal with everything that Pegasus can throw at him, whether that be at second town center or behind it, or full all in, or all that stuff.
He's also got those boars that can just be dragged right underneath this town center. So
Yeah.
I mean, at least for now, it's pretty decent for him. Yeah, he's just dragging all of them in just in case there is some kind of pressure coming through from Pegasus.
Yeah,
I definitely like that play.
This is
Bring them
really,
in.
really high level stuff. Like you don't want to you don't even want to take your time here. If I get in here with my Hearser and I see this town center and I see those balls there, I'm killing them. I'm killing them out in the middle of the map, and you aren't going to enjoy
Oh,
it.
for sure. It's like one of the hearses from Pegasus is going to spot one villager sitting on that boar. He sees the town center. I mean, as soon as you see the villager, you assume there's a town center there, and he has seen it. So it is up to Pegasus to decide what to do afterwards. One of the Sphinx has got through the wall, but there is a snake in the eye. Mr. Snake in the Eye, the Hearser, on the other side, is going to be chasing that guy down. And they are exactly the same speed. So he's going to be running after his tail, and that Sphinx is probably not long for this world.
Yeah, Sphinx. You don't raid with Sphinx. They're not a raiding unit until they're at Hierarcho Sphinx. At Cryo Sphinx or at regular Sphinx, they're not a raiding unit. Just leave them in your base and play defense with them, and then maybe later, once you get upgrades or if you want to build more of them, then think about it.
Oof. The big troll hit, and yeah, that Sphinx is going to go down. Yeah, I think leave him back.
You got
He's
scouting.
been there with
That's
the
interesting.
town center. Yeah, I mean that's yeah. I'd
Let me
say
see.
he gets in,
It's for a
gets to see
longhouse.
what's going on. I think he sees too much.
This is going to be all
just-
of
just
the
see.
longhouses now. So it could be full berserk from Pegasus, which is a little wild. Of course, somehow here, Kavoth is already going heroic age off of his 2 TCs because of how good this town center is for him.
Yeah, it's 'cause he's got all the food. I mean, that's just kind of why I mentioned the forward one, because if you do get a good spawn with the boars on it, you can. I mean, you just get so many resources. It's just whether or not it's good investment long term.
Yeah.
And there's a barracks coming up on this side, wooden wall, probably going to stay up because there is a second villager on it. Third and fourth coming along,
Yeah.
and the axemen are going to scare
So,
those
get outta
cursors
here.
back away. It scares them away, but they're fast enough. Forsetti, not a problem. Gets out of there.
It's just so quick. Your heroic age, you got out Axeman, you went 2 TC. At the same time, before not the same time, at the same, actually, I guess Pegasus is an extra 1,000 spend on military here. But you're in the heroic age before the Thor player is. That's wild.
Yeah, with your dudes, and now you can whack your prosperity down with 22 villagers, 17 of them getting empowered by the Pharaoh. He's going to be able to whack his Migdal strongholds up, defend very nicely, build some chariot archers, and Pegasus is going to be, or maybe not even chariot archers, nothing on wood yet, or coming through. Maybe just
No, you just
Mythic
slam down. You literally you just slam down 3 Migdals here. And I'm not overstating it. I think you just slam down 3 Migdols. He's only got the 1 monument, so he can't actually do it. But 3 Migdols, and of course he doesn't know that he's playing against a weird second town center. But he's got to expect that actually, no, you know what? He hasn't scattered at all, so he's got no idea what's coming for him.
No, I think that was the Sphinx's job, and he got shut down pretty hard.
Yeah.
Not going to be some axemen coming through, so yeah, he doesn't know what he's up against. But whacking down a Migdor stronghold with a monument to the soldiers next to it, he's going to be happy with that one to defend. Some trolls sat behind the wall. Yeah, trolls. They be good defenders. So the Scorpion Man does have to run his little tail away, and Bragi's still on the way. I feel like that Bragi's been coming in for like 3 minutes now. Why?
Yeah, he's
Here
like,
it is.
Let me get there. Let me get there.
Yeah. There it is.
Yeah,
It's
second
gonna be on
town
the way.
center up for Pegasus now. We'll slow the bleed on the differential in income here. But once Thoth comes through, that's going to be some issues, I think.
Yeah, so we are going to have a Mythic Age coming through. And I like the Kavoth dock, because he's going to get that Leviathan for free. He can send through 1 Scorpion Man to go raid in that corner. It's going to be very, very annoying. Pegasus wants to come and just sniff out what Kavoth's doing here. Potentially knowing that he probably wants the Mythic Age.
Kavoth might have... Is Kavoth going to do some sort of min defense here again? Oh, Scorpion Man gets off. Tiny little bit of damage. That's nice.
Yeah, a little still special with the Eclipse. It's going to be Ancestors Eclipse up against Flaming Weapons. The minions probably going to go down pretty quick to all these hearses. But Chariot Archers in the backside, yeah, they're going to have to run away too. And potentially Pegasus is just going to be able to take out this town center with his Flaming Weapons. And all the blue units are going to be running for the hills. Maybe some of them are going to go down on this backside, but I think Kavoth, he's kind of got what he wanted from that middle. He got all the food.
Yeah, this attack isn't going to be stopping, though. I mean, there's that second Migdol from Kavoth that's talking about needing maybe 3 of them.
Yeah, but there is only 1. Oh, no, 2 yet. There is that second one on this backside. Just needs to kite away with those chariots. There isn't that many units to take it down, though.
He doesn't have the siege or the heavy myth units from Zeus to wipe him out.
One battle boar. It does have a lot of favor in the bank. Could be.
People, for some reason, don't like spending their favor as Norse. I don't really understand why. It's quite good.
It does have the forward healing spring. The healing spring got stolen from Kavoth. He didn't even have any units there. Was it just Pegasus walked away for a second and the barracks stole it?
Yeah, the
maybe?
barracks would steal it. Barracks is a...
And now the barracks is sitting there. Is like that's mine.
Barracks gets to claim. There's the Thoth. There's the Meteor.
And the Thoth and the Meteor.
Oh, there's the dead army.
Yeah, and the
He doesn't want to play it.
GG.
He's just like, let me out. I don't want to deal with it. I mean, I actually think that... Wait, I think Pegasus is unironically in a really good spot here. I'm surprised. I mean, maybe he loses the entire of his army and he just loses the game, but
yeah, there's a chance he doesn't lose everything. I think.
now the important part is
Yeah.
he's got Swiner, eh? That carries you here so hard versus Isis. But
Yeah, it's
we didn't get to see it. Obviously, Isis absolutely broken, and the amount of Kappa faces in the chat from Magic is quite clearly here. I mean, it's just shown right here on display. A well played game from Kavoth.
Of course.
All right.
3-2.
Back to the drafting menu we go. It's always fun teasing Magic. Magic's always teasing us. It's good. It's good.
Okay, Isis OP.
All right, our next one's on Midgard. This will be a fun one. You've got Zeus versus Freya.
Sorry, I've not seen a Frey game for a hot minute. No,
No.
that's just me.
No.
Why Frey's fallen out of fashion nowadays? I mean, he still has everything he used to have.
Yeah, nah, I think he's really strong still. I'm like super
It's
happy to
just
play him.
not flavor of the month.
Yeah, I'm very, very happy to play him at the moment. There's not many matchups where I'm like, oh damn it, I have to play this god again. I got to play against that god. I even like him versus Uranus. I think that's if I like the god versus Uranus, then you know he's good. That's my
He's
gauge.
a good god, yeah.
That's my gauge. It's a very magic
Cool.
god. Magic likes that god. I can guarantee you he loves that god.
But how can he deal against Zeus on probably what most people would consider Zeus's premium map?
Nah.
Midgard.
It's all
What
it's
does,
all
what does Frey come at
propaganda.
you with
All propaganda, man.
from Big Zeus?
But yeah, Big Zeus is just trying to keep the little guy down. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Of course, this is Pegasus's main god getting piloted against him. So Pegasus knows all the ins and outs here. So he's gonna be able to throw it back at Givoth to some degree.
Yeah, I think that definitely helps. That definitely helps when you're playing up against your main god. You know where you should be at certain points, and it gives you a pretty big boost. I mean, I think Pegasus should have played Zeus on Midgard many times.
Yeah.
So he'll know what the power spikes are and whatnot, and then Frey. I mean, Norse can have a nice time on Midgard. I do rate Norse on Midgard in general. Just getting that extra food increase just it seems to really help out Norse compared to some of the other civs. It just feels good.
That's right.
And they're in.
They are in
2 minutes.
We're getting there. I guess the interesting thing on this matchup is like, how do you use your Asgardian Bastion? The problem for Freya is you get all of this food income and there's nothing really to spend it on because your opponent's going to be making at most Hoplite plus Peltast, maybe Toxotes. So you want to basically be building Throwing Axeman and Huskal. So one way around that is to go into Berserks early on. They're not good versus the Hoplites, but they can't even outspeed them either because Zeus has got all the speed. So maybe. But
yeah, have some Berserks running around, dealing some damage. They're ridiculously strong raiders, the Berserks. It's crazy how quickly they can take down a villager. You can not be paying attention for a couple of seconds and you've lost one. So if you can just cause some chaos, very similar to what the Hoplites try and do with the Berserks, if you match that with them. But it is true that you don't really want to be building the food based unit. So that is kind of one drawback of him in this setup. Even your myth units don't really cost food unless you were to for some reason go Valkyries.
It sort of makes some sense to go Freya though, doesn't it? Like if you go Freya and you make Throwing Axeman, you can deal with the Hoplites and then your food gets spent in on all the favor you get for Valkyrie. And you can go on raid.
Killing the Hoplites.
But then you miss out on Ulla, and then missing out on Ulla is sad. It's tough.
We'll see which way he decides to go. So we're getting into this one very quickly.
Alrighty. It's Midgard, right? Off we go. Midgard.
Yes.
Alrighty. Game number 6 here. One more win for Kavoth. If he wins this one, he is crowned the runner-up winner of Satfat set Shenanigans. I don't know how it works. But he is going to be playing as Boitus. Or Boits.
Boitus.
Boits?
Boitus?
What is it? Zeus?
Boitus.
Zeus? Boys. Boy. No, I don't know.
I have Boitus. Yeah.
Boitus.
They're good enough. And Pegasus on the right side is going to be playing the Frey, which is the Rapple. The Frey. Playing.
Or is it
Norse god in this one.
Therapple? Like Themis. Therapple. So then you have to combine Theffer. Zephyr.
I don't know.
It's Zephyr on the right hand corner of the map.
I can't even say Frey. I can't even say Frey properly, so I'll just say it like this. That's what Neil Gaiman says in his book that I listen to, so that's good enough for me.
Yeah,
So that's why I call him Frey.
I'm a fan. Perfect.
And we have the early docks coming down, of course. They're going to be on the right side, and then Kavoth going to be searching for the food on this other side. It looks like how the fish have kind of spawned is that there's there's the 3 pretty close, and then they're all on the sides.
Yeah, normally this
Pretty well.
actually favors the Norse player because obviously they don't lose a whole lot from the walking time. But yeah.
Yeah, looks like the Pegasus Berserk is trying to see what he can see if he can see any fish on this right side. He has scouted the bottom left side, so he does know that there's some on that side, but maybe wanting to go on this right position instead. And then Kavoth, what's he seen? He's also seen that there's some on the side. So both players know what they're up against, and will be having a big old fish boom from the left side, at least.
And it's really important to get a little bit of a scout in. Like, there's a couple of naughty sort of openings that Zeus can do here that we don't really see a huge amount of the time, but for example, you can go 1 dock 3 fish advance and then start building the fish again after you advance, and that gets you your Heracles out, and you can just go and sit that in your opponent's base, cause a bunch of idle time, and you don't really lose out that much on the fish boom. Of course you lose out a little bit, but you can do that idea. And alternatively, the freight train, that is this Pegasus thing, you can go for a rush here, full all-out rush, and just drop a Asgardian Bastion on your opponent's face.
Yeah, just hill fort right in the face.
Yeah,
right on that gold mine. Yeah, I mean that could be pretty rough. I mean, a lot of times it's kind of everyone goes for a boom. It's not often you see many rushes on these maps, but makes them even more potent if you barely see them.
Yeah. Well,
the temple coming down for Pegasus on the bottom side, going for the late advance time for both sides, and there's a temple coming up for Kavoth. So both guys doing the same thing. Got a dock on this left side for Kavoth, and second dock on the top side for Pegasus. So yeah, both guys booming up a storm, and even the temple going to be in a pretty defensive position up against these annoying hoplites that are going to inevitably come at some point from Kavoth to start destroying all these docks, destroying all these buildings. So Pegasus playing 1 step ahead, brings his temple in right next to the town center. So you're probably not going to be building many farms, so why not? Why not right next to the town center?
I guess part of the reason for this is it allows you to throw those walls up and protect yourself from the Heracles thing, right? But yeah, you can basically defend Jason Heracles Minotaur with just pure Herser. It's not a problem.
Yeah, I also having your temple as a wall against Zeus is sometimes just a massive mistake. And losing the temple is just so rough at times. And Magnus Barefeet, that is one hell of a name for a Herser, is going to be finding Ula's bow. He's going through Ula, and he's going to be grabbing Ula's bow. Increases range, line of sight of your ranged soldiers, so that's going to really help.
Oh,
no,
oh,
he's,
oh,
he
oh,
isn't. He isn't.
oh.
He isn't. The Jason. John Thomas is going to be collecting it.
Yeah, John
What?
Thomas. He's in
Gonna
there.
be taking that one home. It's going to be helping his Toxotes out instead.
Have you seen the next hero in this lineup, or?
I have. He isn't out yet. No. We're just up to the next stage. But yes,
Oh,
we have
dear.
seen it.
I-
It is one hell of a name.
We're not allowed to click on that one. I may or may not have mouse hovered over it by accident. Whoops.
I'm assuming he was happy to be called that.
Well, sometimes you don't get to choose your nicknames. You know what I mean?
Everyone's just jealous. That's it. Everyone's jealous.
So one
They
idea
can't
here,
bench
I
4
guess,
plates.
on the side of the Frere, because you can't really spend all that food. I mean, you can just spam out Hersa, I guess, but you could put a market down, sell the food early on, get yourself extra
Yeah, be the
gold,
first to sell.
and then play like that.
Yeah, I think that's a big play. Being able to be the first one to sell. He's already got what have we got? The 18 fishing ships from Pegasus. So yeah, if he can, he's got 400. He just slowly sells it. It'll be a really nice play. The Catastropher's coming in, being annoying. Both sides are spamming up some buildings for now. There's an armory coming in from Pegasus. Oh, the Minotaur raid coming in, knocking all of those dwarves away. And could potentially get a kill. No, there's going to be a sentry tower there. But big damage to all of those dwarves. That's looking rough.
Yeah, always sneaky Minotaur raid. It's a
I don't know how they do
scary
it.
unit. Oh, Hersa.
Even the bolt on the hearse are going down, but I think the Minotaurs has lost too much HP at that point.
Yeah, that
I
one wasn't
I
it.
respect the play. I think it was just a little bit late. And then
Pegasus is actually going into mass berserks early on. I love this. He's got no gold in the bank or wood in the bank to actually spend the food he's got, but he is spamming out berserks to deal with the early heroes, and that is
Tries
fantastic.
to get the house down as well. Should be able to take out John. Oh, 4 HP. Does get out of there, the Jason.
John
And
Thomas
the berserk's going to run back.
is here to help out another day with your financial needs.
As a tanky lad, apparently. Sentry tower trying to come through. It does take a solid while for Pegasus playing as the Fray to be able to get any upgrades in, but it will be in eventually. And that will deter those hoplites just a little bit. And then Bragi looks like he's been pre-queued. It's very, very close to it, and we'll be hitting that one very, very soon. And there's Ring of Nibelung sat in his hearse's pocket. Needs to whack that guy in the temple.
It's a sign of skill by how
long
long
do
you
you hold
can
on to
keep
them?
a relic in the hands of a hearse or hands of your hero before you put it in the temple.
Must buff them slightly or something.
It
Must
should.
do.
It really should. It should give every unit that picks up a relic should have like a 5% speed
An
boost.
aura.
An aura
Has
which
an
gives them a
aura
5%
around
speed
them.
boost.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. Oh, the hoplites trying to come through, but no, the watchtowers are here. The Draugr, I mean, they can go on to the villages, but I think they might. Oh, looks like they do actually manage to snipe one. But how many hoplites are going to go down for this one?
Yeah, these raids
a
are
fair few that
very,
Draugr.
very,
Oof.
very, very risky. You get and you pick off a villager and you're like, yeah, I got a villager. And then you don't even realize you just walked away with like 6 hoplite deaths.
Yeah, unfortunately, those raiders got slowed down by everything else. They could have picked off an extra hoplite, but I mean, not going to do much in this next fight unless he gets a big restoration on him. The 2 HP hoplite. And the next stage is through. No Asgardian Bastion dropped down yet for Pegasus. He does have a gold mine that he's moved out onto, so could potentially drop it down over here if he wants to. He knows the slow blue army was over the other side, but it is taking a beeline straight to this gold mine. Does have to watch out for it with a potential bronze push coming from Kavoth at some point.
Bronze versus Tempest generally favors the Tempest from memory, but he drops the Tempest first. And Kavoth is just going to run. He drops Restoration here to try and keep his units alive. But, like, all of them are just getting stuck. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah, I don't know about that because it's the less units you have, the kind of more seem to get stuck in this ice. So it's a little bit rough for him. And Pegasus wanted to do that to basically allow him to drop this hill fort. So he got some decent damage. Still has to deal with the restoration. Not the restoration. Still needs to deal with the other one, the bronze, a little bit later on. But we'll have his Asgardian hill fort to jump into and play around. Yeah, so when you're saying bronze up against the Tempest normally goes the Tempest way. Is that the is
Yeah,
that the
I
case?
think
Just
that's
'cause
my
the bronze
feeling
units
on
can't
the
really
whole
deal
thing.
the damage.
Well, yeah, because all the bronze units that are getting hit by the Tempest are doing less DPS, right? Because they have 20% less attack speed. So even though you're doing less DPS as well because your opponent's got more armor, it ends up sort of equaling out. But you've also got less speed. Half your units get frozen. So it ends up being a bit of a tough one to sit in there and actually take. But with Kavoth now sitting with bronze, all he has to do is get full pop and then just go on an attack move, basically. And he should be having some sort of success here.
It looks like Pegasus' army. I mean, he's got a decent amount right now. He's going straight for Kavoth before he can muster up a decent army. There are going to be some Scyllas on the right side, taking out the Kraken. There is one longboat, I assume, with the upgrade. No, he doesn't have the upgrade, which makes him a hero boat. So the Scylla does win that fight with the 3 heads. And another raid on this wood line going through from the hoplites. This is brutal and there's nothing around.
This is just what Kavoth does. Like, I've played against his Zeus all the time. He loves the 4.9 speed hoplites. Running in, killing villagers. There's not really a whole lot that Norse has versus that. So you have to find a different way to find some value. And I guess this is looking like he's going after the main base.
There is a nice wall up. Kavoth on this side. But Pegasus does definitely have the army here. There is a bronze that could potentially come down. That's would be Pegasus's opportunity to run away, unless he really thinks he can take this fight with the wall and the bronze.
He kind of can, because there's no Peltas to take
He's
out
got
the
so
strong
many
axemen.
units. Yeah, so yeah, there's nothing really against these strong axemen. There's only a few, and could just scoot them back a little bit, which is exactly what he's going to do. Hydras,
Yeah, this one Hydra might
pretty well.
This one Hydra might get a lot of value here, but it is getting focused down. But that also allows Pegasus to deal with everything else.
So
Not Pegasus,
no heroes
Kavoth.
really left from Pegasus. It's really confusing me that Pegasus isn't playing Zeus.
Yeah, it is. It's confusing. It's very confusing.
Still getting mad value for Kavoth too. There's also one on this left side that did get taken out by a longboat, but not respecting the gentleman's agreement to just act like the water doesn't exist. Going in with his myth units, going on these raids on the fishing ships. It's absolutely brutal while this is all going on.
I wouldn't be surprised here if Pegasus is just saving up for another Tempest in this position.
He's very close, actually. Very close. The hoplites on this side, they were the raiders. They're just gonna go and bail, and then back to the middle, and it's Vidar coming through.
Bit surprised on that.
Vidar
In this specific situation, when you're playing versus a Greek that doesn't have a fortress down on their gold mine, hell is disgusting. You kill off all the villagers, you kill off all the army. He doesn't have restoration. He doesn't have a fortress.
So that's straight out of the Loki playbook. Get a decent Mythic Age timing when there's no fortresses up. Even animation cancel the Nidhogg. Ugh.
Absolutely
Goodbye,
disgusting.
villagers. And then see whichever way the villagers are going, hit your special, and there's none of them left. It is brutal.
Well,
Absolutely brutal. But Vidar, I mean, he does have his big god power usage. If you can hit the right spot.
yeah, if you can hit it, you can hit it. I'm yet to hit it. We could see Mass Fafnir here, which would
Yet to hit
obviously
it.
dominate, but Yeah, we don't. we're not-
We won't see it, but Fafnirs have been. They just keep getting buffed. Why
they
not?
don't- They don't need any more buffs. They are very, very, very strong units.
I think it sounds bad because you give gold over, but you just don't realize how much damage they do. The AoE, the poison, the fire breath, they're tanky as hell.
And then you don't realize that even if you gave your opponent 250 gold, like, they don't even know how to use that anyways because they're terrible. So you're just gonna build them anyways, right?
It's like they didn't get it.
That's right. We see these
Tempest very, very close. But actually, instead, just baiting for the Inferno. Oh, he's used it over here.
big Inferno. This is well and truly clicked on a perfect explosion, and Kavoth's army gets obliterated.
Tilbúin.
Absolutely
That's how
obliterated.
That's how to do it.
That's never worked for me before.
For taking notes.
Never, ever have I seen that amount of damage with an Inferno.
Absolutely crazy play. There is a fortress now up on the front gold mine for Kavoth, but not many units there at all. So Pegasus is going to come and raid on this one, trying to drop some military camps, but not going to happen. If the boar.
Oh, the border come
boar
in
back
to
at
try and
home.
take out the fortress, I guess. It is a Mythic
Oh, yeah,
Age
he does
fortress.
have-
Sorry, Mythic Age boar. It lasts for ages.
Yeah, so 40 seconds. By the time he gets there, 35 seconds, he'll be able to take that out. What are the amount of crush damage this... Oh, okay, maybe... Yeah, probably.
One bolt on the Fafnir.
Bolt.
There you go. That's
250
probably
gold in the coffers.
It's probably actually value for Pegasus.
Yeah, 60 favor for 250 gold and gets rid of the myth unit when you've only got one hero. I'd say it's a solid bolt target. And actually, he's got a decent amount of units out now.
Yeah, Kavoth's held
As,
on nicely. He's doing a good job. He does lose his fortress. He's still got a back gold mine with just a little bit of gold. We'll have to move forward soon. But the big problem in this specific game is similar to that Ghost Lake game. There aren't many gold mines on this map. And I'll tell you who this favors. It favors the Zeus player if the Zeus player gets to the Mythic Age. Cheeky fortress, and Pegasus is going to say, oh,
Yeah.
excuse you, I'll build some berserks and you will have some trouble here.
Yeah, so a nice conversion there, but there's going to be more Kavoth units coming over and more gatherers trying to get to this position and another raid coming through. And I believe it was Pegasus that went up to the next stage and just spammed all the upgrades. And that is one thing about Frey is you don't really get the big power spike when you're right in the next stage, apart from the big god powers. It takes a while to get all these upgrades in. 100 seconds, 125 seconds, 100 seconds. Like you gotta wait. You gotta wait for that power spike.
Yeah. He does
a
have
lot
them
of
all
his
in
units
different
went down.
longhouses, so he's going to get it through relatively quick. But this is still this game is still going to be a big issue here for Pegasus to solve. He needs to make sure that his gold mine is secured. He can't really be taking inefficient fights here. But I don't think he is. I think he's taking a good fight there.
No, so that was a decent trade there. He pulled his throwing axeman away so that the Peltas had basically nothing to go after. Then the Berserks get on there, start wailing on those Peltas very, very nicely. Peltas now kind of taking down the throwing axeman behind. Odysseus going to be losing his life. Pegasus is fighting underneath this fortress though, but seems to be doing okay. It is still just Peltas back there. So putting a stop to that gold mine, Kavoth is going to have to run away. And on this left side, Pegasus did manage to secure it.
Yeah, and this kind of looks like Kavoth has sort of found himself without a gold mine. And while there are a couple more on the map, it's not going to be easy for this to work. We see even more Berserks converting.
Yeah, 24 villages left.
You don't really need an economy here, do you? He's got full gold control.
Yeah. If you don't have gold, I don't care how many villages I really have, as long as I do and you don't.
Yeah, and there's also
Berserks.
a Tempest in the bank as well.
275 favor. And a hill fort coming up on this side.
There's a lot of villagers on the temple here. As 3 Hydra queued up. I want to see him do the same thing he does with his White Horse Cavalry, where he pops him into the temple and pops them all out at one go.
The 3 dinosaurs all at once.
Well, he's looking like that's what he's going for. Watchtower's in.
It is the Kavoth special.
Well, yeah, 3 units popping out, catching you out is a lot better than 1 unit popping out, catching you out. See? Math.
Yeah, because there's no real heroes here.
No. 2 Hydra
Here
out.
it is.
There goes the Tempest, though.
2 dragons, dinosaurs, whatever they are. And the Tempest is going to be enough for Kavoth to say no.
Well,
What? That's a wild game.
yeah, that was super well
game.
played by Pegasus. I love the acknowledgement of what the map was and just saying, I know that I'm behind on villages, but I also know that I'm in front on tech. And if I just convert into berserks, I can hold everything and it's going to be perfect.
Yeah,
and we got a game 7.
To finish a game on 28 villages.
Here I
in the
was,
winning seat.
and here I was thinking it was bedtime, and these guys say, no, you must play one more.
One more
game.
Goes down to a best of 1.
What a time to be alive. Well, yeah, last game. There's a couple of picks left. You've got, what is this? Sets being picks, Zeus, Isis, Tsukiyomi. And I think that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, there's 2. Hold on, I don't even know.
Pegasus hasn't played as Aztec yet. What has he not played? Huitzilopochtli and Ra.
Oh, we're going to see
Kavoth
a
hasn't played
Tsukiyomi
his
versus
Aztec.
Ra.
That was just for scare tactics. They picked the Aztecs. They didn't even want to play him.
Yeah, that doesn't even make sense. Why? What's the dealio here? Did Pegasus pick Huitzilopochtli just to ban him out and not play him? What's the deal? Explain.
I mean, it must be the case.
Of course,
I haven't seen
Tsukiyomi
him
is
play
all
them.
well and good, but Tezcat Lapoka is on a level.
In another world, we get an Aztec mirror to round us out, but fortunately, we're in this reality where it's Tsukiyomi versus Ra. Still gonna be a good match.
Yeah, these have been really great games, but of course, this is to be expected. These two guys, these pretty bloody high level.
Yeah, this is always a matchup, or just the guys that I always want to watch because they just play such wild games. Kavoth with his, you can see the min defense that he's managed in so many of his
It's not okay.
so many of his games
It's not
today.
okay.
I don't even know how he manages it. And then Pegasus with his just the crazy game knowledge, that heads up play in that last game for me, when he's like, I don't even need villagers. I got 24 villagers, whatever it was. That's enough.
That's it. Who needs villagers?
24 villagers
Just
sat
more
on gold.
dudes. More dudes.
They're in
all right.
2 and a bit minutes.
All right.
So is this confirmed that the Scorpion Man with the sunglasses is going to be available for the mod?
Confirmed. No.
Because he's looking pretty good.
It's very sick.
That's a cool guy.
I'm pretty sure that is just all VFX.
No.
Which is wild.
See, so Pegasus here doesn't have his face showing. But something that I was going to mention about this matchup is I've seen some people chatting in the Discord about, how there's this chess boxing thing where people do some boxing and then play chess, and people were talking about doing taekwondo and AOM or whatever. And I know that both these guys are absolutely like shredded, like specimens of men. And I think if they were to do some boxing AOM, these would be the two guys that you would want. They can beat
What
the
do
hell
you
out of each other.
What do you do? How do you do it? Do you go like, all right, once we hit the classical age, round of boxing. Once someone hits the heroic age, round of boxing.
I don't even know how they do it in chess. I've just what do
I think
they
it's
do?
like
They just wail on each other and then play,
I think
and
it's like
you kind of
timed or
mentally
something, right?
fatigued.
You have like rounds of how long you play chess for and rounds of how long you box for. I actually don't know. I've never watched it.
And maybe you just need to do a round of each. So like we got a best of 7 here. You just do one round of AOM, one round of boxing,
Fair enough.
and you just go.
Until one person is knocked out or one person wins the series of Age of Mythology.
Yeah,
Simple.
it's still weird that exists for chess.
Look, anything for a quick buck. Anything to put chess on the map. Chess is a sport, apparently.
Don't you forget it.
Ubiquit. I'm going to go to sleep after this series fucking finishes. It's not my fault these guys want to play until the middle of the night. All right, one last
Game
map.
7.
One last matchup. We're on Giza. Let's go. Alrighty, game number 7. One last game, one last victor. It's a bit strange to see this specific matchup because I would be normally expecting it to be the reversed. But in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Super Yomi, it is Kavoth.
Yeah, again, we're going to have Pegasus playing the Ra. It's going to be the same as the last matchup, where it's going to be so confusing that Pegasus isn't playing Tsukiyomi. I think Kavoth sniped 2 of his picks that he's playing constantly on the old ladder, Zeus and Tsukiyomi in this
That's
case.
right.
So Kavoth does get that one on the map, Giza.
I think Kavoth has
nice.
gotten maybe a little bit lucky and a little bit unlucky here for this map. Because he's found himself a map where there is... Well, I would say, I would go in so far as to say there isn't a back gold mine. Like the back gold mine spawn on Giza like would normally spawn, like if Pegasus, if you look at Pegasus Town Center, would normally spawn to the north of that town center, like directly.
Yeah,
But it's
yeah.
off to the east of that town center. But he's also unlucky because there's also been a forest spawn and a cliff spawn, which is going to allow Pegasus to play defense on that gold mine very, very easily.
Yes, it does have a nice, easy way to wall that one off. So he'll be extremely happy about that one. Kavoth's gold mine is completely out in the open. He doesn't get the same luxury.
Nope.
And he whacks a shrine on it for good measure. Why not?
Give me
This
that
is
gold mine and that wood.
0.1
CGR
on the old favor. I think that's a good amount.
Yeah, 0.1 is
for
like, that's the gold
Yumiko.
standard. That's what you want.
I
It's
got it for both of them.
It's like a Greek villager.
Yeah, just like a Greek villager. We get a temple for Pegasus, going to be going slowly up with the one villager with the nice empowerment of the monument to the villagers. Pegasus decided to be on this monument to the villagers super early, as he wants to whack all his houses up too. He's got all his houses getting empowered up to protect his sentry towers, kind of snake-like load of houses that he's managed on this side to protect himself pretty nicely for some potential annoying raids that might come through his direction.
I've been through like a very long and arduous process of like feeling out whether or not it's actually worth it to put your pharaoh on the monument to the villagers, or if you should just empower the granary. Has anyone actually done the math on this? Of course, all your houses getting completed because you're empowering the monument to the villagers is nice. The house finishes in 15 seconds instead of 20 seconds. So you're going to be, if you get all your houses under monument empowerment, that's 16. Take 16 or 16 times 5 seconds back. So 80 seconds back, 80 resources back on that one. But you're also losing out on the resources that you dropped into the granary by a little bit. But then you gain the resources that you drop into the mining camp and the lumber camp. So my brain hurts too much to figure it out.
If you go by pure feel, then when you're whacking the temple and the houses down, that's when you swap. But
yeah, that's probably true.
Obviously, life doesn't work out quite like that. But by feel, that's the best way. But maybe you're right. Maybe it's not the best mathematical way. I mentioned Magic before. If he plays Ra, he needs to get his spreadsheets back out. That should be first on the list. Is that worth it?
That's right. I need to know. Is Ra empowerment worth it? I need that video.
That's the next one. Has to be. And Kavoth getting his wooden wall up. This is the issue with his setup. Is his wall has to be
very long,
very expensive. Yeah, it's gonna take him a solid while to finish that up.
On the flip side, there is a cheeky little entrance, I think, past this cliff that might go out of sight, out of mind. And Kavoth can take advantage of that.
Have we spotted it? No. Pegasus doesn't know it's there. Will he check? This has been the downfall of many players, just guessing that the cliff goes all the way to the end. I think this Kavoth Kitsune is going to ruin the party, and Pegasus will notice that the fox snuck from behind. So there might be an opening.
Well, the other thing you can do is you can click on the, wall it all off, and then right-click over to the other side and see what happens with the villager. And if it goes,
before
then
you whack a gate in,
then you can, just go and clear up the wall, or the not the wall, the hole.
That's the real play. It's a 1 second check, but it's surprising how many people don't do it.
It's tough, man. Okay, here's the question: are we going to see another Scarab all in? He's got 2 monuments down, or it's just for Petsukos?
Oh, I don't know. There's another Wadget. So wouldn't you prefer that to be a Scarab? Or do you need a couple of Wadgets to kill everything that's trying to kill your Scarabs?
I think you just want.
To be honest, I haven't done
units.
many Scarab all-ins. I'm not a veteran of the Scarab push.
All my set all-ins died in Legacy, I think.
Wedge.
I came up with so many different stupid ways to play set. Oh my god.
And bring them. You need to bring them back. Show these guys how to do it.
Nah.
I mean, I've been burned by so many Joey Bad's set strats when Retold was first out.
They need to make the animals a set cost, what would it be? I can't even see. That's because it's not set. They need to make the animals a set cost like near nothing. And then I'll get back into my set bag.
Wasn't the strat something like the crocodiles were super worth their favor, and you just got like crazy DPS for the amount of favor that you spent on the crocs?
Yeah, we go chariot archer, crocodile. We just need a front line for the chariot archers. That's all.
Just need to bring it back.
That's it.
Bring it back.
Bring back the crocodiles. They totally cost too much, man. They just cost too much. Can't be worth it.
Pegasus getting some tar farms down. And his plow.
Yeah, quite early on. He doesn't want to be out on the map. Makes sense. He's trying to get to the heroic age. Makes sense. But this is going to be a bit of a bloodthirsty game, I think.
Yeah, it's kind of the calm before the storm at the moment. Both players sitting back, just going through with a couple of units. So it'd be fast. Yeah, it should be Heroic Age coming in for Pegasus. Just going to be the Sobek. And we've got Hachiman coming the other side for Kaboth.
The
Makes
man
absolute sense.
from Hachi. I don't know.
Hachiman.
8 man. The eighth man.
Oh, is that what Hachi?
I don't know what
means?
type of Hachi that is, but Hachi is 8. The 8th man.
The 8th man.
That's it.
Well, he's on the way.
Or it's
and he'll be coming in a bit
Hachimang,
quicker.
which would be, well, that's actually what it is. Hachiman is a 8. How many zeros is that? Is 4 zeros? No. Yes. 8, 0, and then 0, 0, 0. 80,000. There you go.
Well, that's his name.
Yes, his name is 80,000.
80,000. Well,
Yeah.
he's in. He's in.
Yeah.
And there's going to be some Tengus. Are there going to be more Tengus? There are going to be more Tengus.
Yeah, more Tengus is always better. There's never a wrong time to build Tengu. Always good, never bad. You can never be upset about having some extra Tengu in your army.
No, the Tengus are great. You just got to micro them to make sure that their jumps are actually just keep going off.
Yeah,
Apart from that, you can just let
it's
them
like
wail on whatever they want to hit.
the risk is, right, that your Tengu will jump to their deaths by you having it on special on autocast. So you want to turn it off autocast so you don't accidentally have them jump to their death. But then in the actual fight, you want to turn the autocast back on so that they continuously use the jump.
Just, yeah,
So there
they
you
just
go.
get super tanky when they use that jump, and there was going to be more. So I had three Mikos for quite a while.
The gap is still there in the thing, but
It's not noticed.
no one's noticed. Who knows? But there's a
Was it
Migdol
only
Prelate
big
defense, so
enough
it's fine.
for a Kitsune to run through? Maybe the Shogun, he's too
He
large.
could be fat. Yeah, he could be too fat.
I mean, even on the mini map, it looks like it's hardly there. Like there's a point where there's no sand on the mini map. It's very, very tight.
Yeah.
But Kavoth did notice it, so. But
Well, he may have.
Migdal stronghold up,
You never
so it's
know.
not a big deal.
Sashimono Bannerman, Ivory Netscare, Golden Kite,
The rock.
more Tengu. He's got himself 3 at the moment. One of the scary things about the Tengu is you don't really care about a pharaoh or a priest attacking it. You just jump onto it and kill it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They don't care about anything. Even Ivory Netscape coming through. All the upgrades. Kavoth wants to go. There's some Pegasus from Pegasus. There are some Camel Riders from Pegasus, but they're quick enough to get out of there. Imagine they got their Sobek upgrade. Yes, they do. So they are some tanky lads up against the horse archers. Gotta watch out for those Wadgets, though. The Tengus, I'm sure, could just jump straight on top of these Petsuchos, on top of these Wadgets, take them out pretty quick. It's exactly what he's going for. Jumps in, and we're taking that out. Locust Swarm in the backside. The Tengu lasting so long. They're so tanky, those guys.
Yeah, when they have their special up there, they're very, very tanky. Shogun can come through and take out the Betsukos. I'm surprised this fight went sort of as well as it did here, but the Tengu Master, they don't mind taking these fights versus a whole bunch of Camel Riders, because it's just, even if you lose the Tengu, you're just gaining a ton of gold. In fact, I think he should just turn around and fight it again.
Down.
Yeah, I think he should. Yeah.
Looks like he thinks that too. There is a Petsuchos in the backside. You do have to
Yeah,
watch
that's-
out for that.
that
A
changes
little bit
things
of
a bit.
divine. Yeah, a little bit divine damage. Doesn't care about no Tengu.
I'm surprised to see no.
Pegasus' camels.
I'm surprised to see no Yati Spearman from Kavoth at the moment.
Yeah, he's got three guard houses. Kind of interesting to not see that one. He's gonna have to pull back onto this gold mine, but he is fine. I think for Kavoth that went okay up until he lost those extra Tengus. I thought he could probably take that fight as well. Nice bit of spread formation from Pegasus. In case some of those wayward arrows seem to hit him.
Spread formation OP. All the formations have got their own little usages, all their little use cases.
Yeah, I think spread formation is probably the one we see the least, but there are some definite niche points for it. Box is your one you want to use more often than not with these camels and things like that. Any raiding party, just hit your box hotkey.
Shifting.
Don't need scarabs.
Yeah. Why waste time with the mid units when you can just
look
go
at
with
this.
the siege towers? Okay.
Swampland is going to get dropped down, and the camels are going to have to run away. But the siege towers, they're still there.
They'll hang out. They might be able to take out the town center. In fact, I think they will be able to take out the... wait, is this going to be another one of those times the Kavoth does the Kavoth thing? He can't keep getting away with this, man! What the hell?
For sure, that town center goes down. There is a big raid coming off the back of this, though. While all the units were distracted with those siege towers, Pegasus goes to town on all the villages. He's only got 33 left, 32. Should be 31. He won't get through that wall. No.
And the issue here, though, Moose... Oh, he has the rock to escape with. That's good.
Look at this.
Sneaky boy.
The rock.
Sneaky rock. He leaves one camel ride at a time. Sad boy. Can he actually get out of here?
Oh, no,
Give me
these
horse.
guys have ballistics.
Yeah, but you can do a little...
It's gonna be close.
Just do a wiggle micro.
You can juke it.
Like wiggle micro.
Yeah, he's got 5.3 speed. He should be able to... That wall had a gate in it.
He's out of here. He's out of here. No problems. A little cheeky rain. That didn't go too well for the old Pegasus Arena there. We'll catch out a couple of these horse archers though, and then bail out afterwards. I'm sure.
I don't know. I think the raids are, his initial plan to go after the town center obviously failed, but he got some good kills on the backside. He doesn't want to take this fight up against all those Yari spearmen though. Definitely needs to get out of there. But he does have a decent villager lead coming through, and it looks like the next plan for him is to go Osiris.
Yeah,
It's very close.
A little bit of a risky Osiris, but he does have a Migdol coming up on this third gold mine, so it should be okay. Unless Kavoth has something here.
Yeah, Kavoth just doing more of the same, getting more Yari Spearmen out, more Tengu out even. It's going to take out that temple and just start to aggress on that main base. I mean, considering the only units that Pegasus really has are camel riders. Some of the camel riders are trying to go in for a raid on the bottom side, but there's enough units. Castle is definitely going to be a big deterrent from Kavoth. I think if Pegasus can just constantly bait with these camels, that's what he's trying to do. Kavoth isn't falling for the bait now. They're going to go straight into the main base. Osiris isn't half of the way there yet, so it does have a minute or so left on that bad boy. Chariots spacing pretty nicely though. I think it is going to force the boys back out. Even the Sentry Tower even having a pop shot on the way back. 11 damage. Get out of there.
Camel Riders do rejoin up with the main army, but at the moment we've hit a position where Kavoth is kind of stuck in the heroic age, but he'll be able to work his way up to champion. And there will be a Son of Osiris momentarily here for Pegasus to defend himself.
Yes, he's got about 30 seconds left to get that boy through.
He's having troubles on this
fine.
Migdol without the Son of Osiris, I think. It's going to be very, very much delay. Delay.
Let's say it's baited pretty well. Those chariot archers are getting a little bit caught. It's those Yari spearmen. As soon as they get on those camels, they just tear through them. The Pharaoh is ready and waiting, and he does get healed up now from the Son of Osiris dropping, so you don't have to worry about that. There he is. He's going to be on the way through to rip these Yari spearmen apart, or at least that's the game plan. How much damage can our Son of Osiris boy really do? There was a Shogun on this backside trying to do something as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this fight here for Pegasus because Kavoth's got Yeti Spearman. Like, what do you build versus those? You need Axeman. She doesn't have, and he's just gonna lose everything.
Son of Osiris, he's good, but doesn't do that much damage.
I mean, he kind of does. Like, what's he
He
actually
did
do?
get
He's like,
2.5k damage in that like 20-second
It's not nothing.
time. No, but he just the front line of the camels against the Yaris just on the one. Now on this gold mine as well, and that is going to be Pegasus's only gold mine that he has. There's a shrine on the top left gold mine for Kavoth, so he knows that one's going. There's a shrine on every single one, pretty much, except the bottom side. Shifting Sands out. But where did... Oh, just back home, was it?
I had to have been just back home, but he doesn't have a gold mine.
Yeah, this is a rough position to be in. Kavoth pretty much has every single one locked down. Just the bottom right one he doesn't have a shrine on.
Dude, the shrine spam, she has 7.
It's
7
such a
Nico.
great idea.
Yeah, gaining
Get your
favor
in.
and spending
Yeah.
it is
Line of sight.
unironically a good way to play this game.
Oh, the Pharaoh, he's trying to empower up the monuments of the villages, so the town center just does a little bit more damage. I think Kavoth's army is just gonna absolutely surround. Well played for Kavoth in a pretty crazy series, to be honest. Super close, but Kavoth does manage to come out on top.
Well, a close one. I mean, this could have gone either way. The shifting sands to take the town center down. Of course, Kavoth, for whatever reason, can never lose his buildings no matter what happens. He's got too much shenanigans going on there. But a really fun series all up. Lots and lots of super interesting games, super interesting strats, and yeah, I mean, you can see how close the level is here. This is just like
It's
Kavoth is
wild, yeah.
Kavoth has got 2 S tiers under his belt. He's played a butt ton more games than this Pegasus guy, and this Pegasus guy's got skill just oozing out of his hands, his limbs. He's got it everywhere. On another day, he probably wins this series. So you can just see how high this level is at the moment. It's pretty cool to watch. But yeah, for me at this stage, I'm going to be having a head off. I'm going to raid Motaba, who is going to be doing the next series. And I want to say thanks to Moose for hanging out with me and making it awesome.
Happy to be here.
Yeah, so make sure I'm sure everyone is checking everyone out, but go subscribe, watch, do good things. And I'll see you all later.
See you later.